It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-240, Offender Rehabilitation Act, standing in the name of Mrs. De Ritter.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored that my colleague from Kitchener Centre asked me to speak on her legislation, Bill C-240, the Offender Rehabilitation Act. Before I begin, too, I'd like to congratulate her hometown, Kitchener Rangers, on winning the Memorial Cup last night. Well done, lads. Now, her opening speech on this legislation is worth watching for anyone, but especially someone struggling with addiction right now. And I commend her for her courage in telling her own personal story of recovery. The fact that she is in this place is a testament to not just her as a person, but highlights what can be achieved in recovery. And Bill C-240, it starts with a common sense idea that I think all Canadians can rally behind. Prison should protect the public, and prison should hold offenders accountable. Prison should also require people do the work needed to change before they are released back into our communities. Canadians can see the problem quite plainly. The person who broke the law gets endless second chances, while the victim and the community are left paying the price. Repeat offenders cycle through the system, trauma not healed, addictions getting worse, and too many people leave prison no better prepared for life outside than the day they entered. That helps no one. Not the victim, not the community, and especially not the offender. A serious justice system tells the offender the truth. You cause harm. You are responsible, and now you must do the work to change. And to the victim, it has to say something just as clearly. What happened to you matters, and your safety should come before the offender's convenience. This legislation would give judges a new tool. When a judge sentences an offender, they would be able to order that offender to take rehabilitative measures during their time in jail. Now, that could be job training, it could mean apprenticeship or technical skills, it could mean education, and most importantly, it could mean treatment for drugs and alcohol addiction. Right now, too often, prison is treated like a waiting room. The offender serves their time and waits out the clock. Then they return to the same street, the same addiction, the same lack of skills, the same broken life, and the same risk to public safety. Too many Canadians are tired of this revolving door justice system. When someone is released from jail, they move into a neighborhood full of people who have every right to expect that our justice system has done more than simply count down the days on a calendar. This bill will help change that. It says that if a judge orders an offender to take training, education, or treatment, that order should not be just forgotten once the offender actually enters jail. The order should be sent to Correctional Services Canada. It should be reflected in the correctional plan. And when parole is being considered, the parole board should be able to look at whether or not there was progress made. The bill does not pretend that every offender will change. It does not punish someone because the program is full, unavailable, or delayed. But it does say if help is offered, if training is available, if there is a path to a better life, the offender has a responsibility to take it. If someone wants early release, Canadians are entitled to ask what they have done with the time that they were given. Did they learn a trade? Did they put in work to overcome their addiction? Did they show any sign that they are any safer today than when they entered prison? Release should be earned through progress and should not be automatic. It shouldn't be detached from behavior, effort, or rehabilitation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come at this from a Manitoban perspective, and in my province, these problems are very real. Families in Portage and Winkler and Morden and Altona and Carman and communities right across our great province know what repeat crime looks like and what it does. They see the addiction, the stolen trucks, the break-ins, the violence, and the heartbreak that follows. In 2024, Manitoba's crime severity index was far above the national average. People don't need a chart telling them that something has gone badly wrong. They feel it when they check 2 or 3 times whether or not the garage is closed or the car is locked. They feel it when a business owner replaces a broken window yet again. They feel it when parents wonder whether their community is safe for their kids. And they especially feel it when police are arresting the same person over and over again. And now Manitobans are being told that the answer to addiction is a drug consumption site in Winnipeg. It is absolutely not. Let us be honest about what many families and businesses fear. They worry it will become another drug den, another place where government manages decline instead of enabling recovery. They worry that the neighborhood will be asked to carry the cost. Local concerns will be brushed aside by people who call themselves compassionate, while ignoring the fear of the grandmother, the shop owner, the student, the young family, and the police officer dealing with the fallout. They base this on what we have already seen take place across the country where this experiment has been tried. The answer to addiction is not to build a system around permanent dependency. The answer is recovery through treatment, because we know it can work. Treatment that helps someone suffering with addiction find purpose and meaning in life, to deal with trauma, to understand what they are trying to escape and why, to recognize through whatever modality works that they have a problem, that it can be solved, and that recovery is possible. The answer is a justice system that separates the addicted person who needs help from the fentanyl trafficker who profits from death and misery, and deal firmly with both problems. Bill C-240 does just that. It says people struggling with addiction should be directed towards treatment and rehabilitation. It also says those trafficking fentanyl on a large scale deserve tougher sentencing consequences. And that distinction is necessary. The person trapped in addiction needs a path out. The person selling poison on our streets needs consequences. That is why this bill is both tough and humane. It is tough because it refuses to accept a justice system that releases people without asking whether they have actually changed in any way. And it's humane because prison should not just hold people for a while and then send them back out broken, addicted, and dangerous. Many offenders enter custody without the basic education or skills needed to find and keep stable work. Many have never had the discipline, the support, the structure needed to build an honest life. Now, none of that excuses crime in any way, Mr. Speaker, but if we ignore those facts, we guarantee more crime. Someone who can't read well, can't hold a job, can't manage their addiction with coping skills, and has spent their sentence learning absolutely nothing about recovery is not safer nor rehabilitated because a date arrived on a calendar. They need to put in the work while incarcerated. The public deserves more than a release date. The public deserves evidence of effort. Now, some will say this is too hard on offenders. I say it is more cruel to leave people trapped in the same spiral that they are in and call it mercy. Nobody wants to be addicted to drugs or alcohol. Let's make sure they have a way out. Now, some will say we need more programs before judges can order participation. Then let's expand the programs. Let's fix prison education and make sure training matches real labor market needs. In Manitoba, we understand the trades, we understand work, we understand the dignity in showing up and earning your way. If somebody in custody can learn and go through addiction recovery, then that should not be treated as optional, an optional extra. It should be treated as the goal. It should be part of the sentence when the judge says it is needed. We should want people leaving custody with clear eyes, a plan, and a reason to not go back. To have hit rock bottom and started the work to claw their way up to a life filled with meaning, purpose, and service. The bill sends a message to offenders. Your time in custody must not be wasted. It sends a message to Correctional Services Canada that rehabilitation must be planned, tracked, and taken seriously. And it sends a message to parole boards. Progress matters. It sends a message to fentanyl traffickers. If you profit from addiction and death, you will face real consequences, as you should. Most importantly, it sends a message to victims and communities. Your safety matters. Your peace of mind matters. The justice system exists for the protection of the public, not for the convenience of the offender. We need a justice system that is serious enough to punish crime and honest enough to say that rehabilitation only matters when it is real. Now, some offenders absolutely can change, but they shouldn't be rewarded for saying the right things. They should be expected to do the very hard work that change requires. Bill C-240 is not the final word on earned release, public safety, or recovery, but it is a serious step in the right direction. It follows the offender from courtroom to custody to parole and asks a fair question at every stage. Are you doing the work necessary? The bill forces the justice system to take rehabilitation seriously. If we are going to release people back into our communities, then it is fair to ask what they have done with the time they were given on the inside. Canadians want a justice system that remembers the victim, protects the public, and both expects and enables more from the offender than simply waiting the calendar to run out. That is why I will be supporting this important piece of legislation. I urge every member of this House to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-240, the Offender Rehabilitation Act. I want to begin by recognizing the underlying objective of this bill: to strengthen the rehabilitation, reinforce accountability, and ultimately improve public safety in Canada. These are goals I believe we all share. Ensuring that our justice system not only responds to crime, but also reduces the likelihood of reoffending is essential to safer communities. This bill would amend 3 key statutes: the Criminal Code, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, with a view to more explicitly integrating rehabilitation into sentencing, tying progress and rehabilitation to parole decisions, and addressing serious drug trafficking, including fentanyl. First, Bill C-240 would give courts the authority to require specific rehabilitative measures as part of an offender's sentence. In addition to imposing a term of imprisonment, Bill C-240 would give courts the ability to require an offender to participate in educational programs, job training, or where appropriate, with the offender's consent, treatment programs. The intent here is clear: to ensure that sentencing not only reflects accountability, but also establishes a pathway to address the underlying factors that contributed to the offense. It appears that this change is intended to ensure that when individuals are taken into custody, the criminal justice and correctional system would work together to create a clear path for how the underlying factors that contributed to their offense would be addressed, including substance use, lack of skills, or other challenges. There is merit in considering this approach. Recognizing and addressing the challenges that contribute to criminality is an important part of breaking cycles of offending. It should also be noted that, at least at the federal level, there are already tools and processes in place to support offender rehabilitation and treatment, including the use of empirically based assessment tools to identify program and needs. At the same time, the impacts of these provisions, including how such orders would be implemented and the consequences of not complying, are important questions that would benefit by careful study at committee. Second, the bill intends to ensure that these court-ordered measures would be incorporated into an offender's correctional plan. By extension, an offender is held accountable for their progress on these measures, and it would become a consideration in conditional release decisions. In other words, if an offender makes reasonable efforts to complete the ordered training, education, or treatment, that progress would form part of their assessment, including for key decisions such as for parole. If they do not, that too would be taken into consideration. It will be important to examine how these proposed amendments would function in practice. Key considerations include the availability of programs, including in the jurisdiction or community where the sentence is to be served, how assessed needs align with access to appropriate services, and the criteria that applied in release decisions. Research shows that offering programs to low-risk offenders can, in fact, increase their risk. As such, if the courts are too prescriptive in their requirements, there are risks. The correctional system has the empirical tools and the expertise to determine the program and the treatment needs, tailored to each individual offender. It will also be important to ensure that should the bill pass, any conditions that form part of a sentence are realistic and capable of being complied with. Offenders should not be unfairly prejudiced by barriers outside of their control, including differences in service availability depending on where a sentence is served. Ensuring fairness, consistency, and transparency in these processes will be key. Thirdly, the bill aims to address a significant public safety challenge facing our country, the opioid crisis, and in particular the role of fentanyl. Bill C-240 would amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to require that courts treat large-scale fentanyl trafficking as an aggravating factor in sentencing. This means that when individuals are convicted of trafficking fentanyl in quantities that indicate large-scale operations, judges would be encouraged to impose more severe sentences. The intent here is clear, and it's very important. The harm caused by fentanyl in communities across Canada is profound, and measures that seek to hold accountable those who profit from that harm deserve serious consideration. At the same time, we must consider how these provisions would operate in practice, including how large-scale activity would be interpreted and whether this approach would serve to address current trends in organized crime or reflect the constant evolution of dangerous substances. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to consider the broader societal context in which this bill operates. Individuals who enter the correctional system often face multiple barriers long before their offense occurs. Limited access to education, unstable employment, mental health challenges, or substance use disorders. Addressing those factors is essential if we are to reduce reoffending and improve long-term public safety. Bill C-240 recognizes this reality by proposing to make rehabilitation a more explicit and structured part of the sentencing. It also aims to create another layer of accountability for an offender to meaningfully engage in that process. That said, it will be important to assess how these measures could be implemented effectively, including how they would align with the empirically derived risks and needs principles applied in the correctional system, as well as program availability across jurisdictions and consistency of delivery. We should also recognize the economic dimension of this issue. When people reoffend, the costs are not only borne by the victims, but by the justice system itself through policing, the courts, and correctional services. Investments in effective rehabilitation can reduce those pressures over time by lowering rates of re-entry into the system. Ensuring that the proposed approach achieves those outcomes in a measurable and sustainable way will be an important part of the study of Bill C-240 at committee. The objective of the bill also appears to aim to provide greater clarity and transparency by allowing courts to set expectations and requiring those expectations to be tracked through an offender's sentence. This is a positive principle. The broader approach outlined in Bill C-240, focusing on rehabilitation and reintegration, reflects principles that many practitioners support. The question for committee will be how best to translate those principles into workable and effective processes within the existing system. Ultimately, our communities want a justice system that enhances public safety, reduces reoffending, and supports successful reintegration. Bill C-240 speaks to those broad objectives. The task before us is to ensure that the mechanisms it proposes are sound, effective, and achievable. By embedding rehabilitation into sentencing, strengthening follow-through during incarceration, and linking progress to parole decisions, this bill sets out a direction that many would agree is worth exploring. Likewise, its focus on responding to the harms associated with fentanyl reflects a serious and pressing concern. As this bill moves forward, committee study will be critical and will provide an opportunity to examine its provisions in greater detail. That process will help determine what refinements or amendments may be necessary to ensure that the legislation achieves its intended goals and avoids unintended consequences. For these reasons, I support sending Bill C-240 to committee for further study, so we can work collectively to strengthen the PMB and ensure it delivers meaningful results for communities across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawashkamash, Nitassinan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-240 at second reading. I'd like to start, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of Bill C-240, as presented by the member for Kitchener Centre, and we're looking forward to discussing this bill at committee. This bill would allow the courts to require offenders to participate in educational, training, or treatment programs. The bill also specifically targets addiction to drugs and other substances. Another goal of this bill is meeting the objectives of these programs would have an impact on an offender's eligibility for parole. So, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the bill. The bill amends three different laws, the criminal code, to begin with, to provide that the court may, by order, require offenders to take measures during their period of detention, including participation in education, training, or treatment programs, as I was saying. The same thing would also amend the Correctional and Conditional Release Act so that we can ensure that the program objectives are being met. Offenders may be required to follow, during their period of detention, training, and that has to be included in the corrections plan set up by the director of the institution. And the assessments also have to be considered by parole boards when deciding whether to grant parole. And so that's for the second point, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. And the third is the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, to provide that a court sentencing a person convicted of trafficking in fentanyl must consider it an aggravating factor if the quantities trafficked indicate large-scale trafficking. So that's a summary of what would happen if this bill were passed, and we'll see obviously what happens when this bill hopefully is debated at committee. So that's a first step, Mr. Speaker, and we are in agreement with passing the bill at second reading. Obviously, rehabilitation is at the basis of our justice system, and the Bloc Québécois believes in rehabilitation, but we also need to make sure that we have the means in place to make sure that people can be rehabilitated. Because when we talk about rehabilitation, we can look at the annual report tabled by Ivan Zinger in 2019. Mr. Zinger was the correctional investigator, and he noted everything that existed in terms of professional or scholarly training within the Corrections Service of Canada. And in 2020, 54% of inmates didn't have a high school diploma, and most did not have access to education. There are also a number of reports that noted the impact of training on rehabilitation. According to CSC, somebody who finishes at least one level of an educational program showed a 75% reduction in the rate of conditional release failure due to a new crime, compared to offenders who had educational needs but had not been assigned to an educational program. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's notable the impact that these programs have on reoffending rates. There are a number of studies on that subject at both the federal and provincial level and in Quebec. And overall, the statistics show very clearly that there's a major impact where education lowers recidivism rates. In general, yes, there is a positive impact. The annual report also said that there was a challenge where training was offered, but often the training offered was out of date. And the same thing when it comes to prison work. And I'll give you an example of something that was in the report. We're talking about inmates that often had access to computers that were completely out of date, that were using floppy disks. I don't know if you've remember using floppy disks, Mr. Speaker, from the 1980s, with a maximum capacity of, one modern picture. So those are the kinds of tools that CSC was giving inmates to work with for training purposes. So, we can suggest that training has a positive impact, but we need to make sure that CSC has the means to make sure that that training is more than symbolic, that it's going to have a real impact on inmates' lives, on their rehabilitation, and on what they'll be able to do when they are released. What the correctional investigator concluded was the training programs were so ill-suited to the job market that they did not enable inmates to find employment upon release from prison. And, when you consider that they were using floppy disks still a few years ago, that gives you an idea of how out of date things are. Now, I mentioned how the jobs that are available for inmates don't allow them to develop any skills useful for the job market. There are few opportunities for inmates to pursue post-secondary education. The books in prisons are outdated. All the manuals that are used in training are out of date. So we're failing at giving inmates the tools that they need to better reintegrate society. And I'll give you the summary of the Correctional Investigator of Canada's report, what Mr. Ivan Zinger said. He said, the investigation into learning behind bars, and I quote, focused on access to education and vocational training in federal correctional services. The key takeaway from this investigation is that Canada is falling further and further behind the rest of the industrialized world when it comes to digital learning and vocational training behind bars. Signs of decline are mounting, given that few steps have been taken to implement dozens of previous recommendations from my office, that's the correctional investigator speaking, in this area. I won't go through all the recommendations, Mr. Speaker, but there are some that are, I think, particularly relevant. When we talk about only 6% of the prison population works in the Corcan prison industry, just 6%. And on top of that, the reports have shown that the work that they're doing doesn't allow inmates to acquire the skills that they need. So that 6% that are working, they're not getting the skills that they need. There are also waiting lists, huge waiting lists. So there are bottlenecks that are preventing people from participating in training. And Mr. Speaker, I know that I just have a couple of minutes left, but all of this means that we're not able to adequately give training that's going to have a positive impact. So we are in favor of this bill, absolutely in favor of this bill. The Bloc Québécois supports this bill. But we also want to make sure that the government, and I know I don't have much time left, I'll just finish by saying that the government decided to make cuts to CSC over the last few years, 15% cuts. And as a member for a riding where there is a federal penitentiary, Valcartier is in my riding on the Côte-Nord, I'm very familiar with the unions and the management there. I know that they face challenges every day, and they don't feel, or they aren't supported by the government, and now they're facing 15% cuts. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that yes, we're not supporting inmates, but we're also not supporting workers in that sector properly, and I think that it's dangerous. Yes, it is dangerous. It's urgent that the government act, and it's urgent for inmates and for staff, and obviously for the general population, because we're not giving the system the means of our ambitions. So I thank my colleague from Kitchener Centre for this bill, and I hope that the government is listening and that in their budgets they will dare to, and I think they're going to have to dare to, they're going to have to be visionary to take care of the population when it comes to security, and that they support all the workers in the penitentiaries, the management, the agents that work in those prisons, and also the general population. So I hope that we'll be able to move forward with this bill. And Quebec is a world leader when it comes to training projects in its own prisons. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to seeing this bill move forward.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak to Bill C-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code to make related amendments to Corrections and Conditional Release Act, to amend Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, more simply known as the Offender Rehabilitation Act. It's hard to say, Mr. Speaker, this early in the morning on a Monday. Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling with what to do for this next 10 minutes. Do I read the prepared speech that my staff worked tirelessly on to put together? They did a great job. Or do I talk about our colleague and the importance of the bill that she brought forward? You know, this bill is important. It looks specifically at 3 areas: in custody treatment and rehabilitation programs, earned release, so that the offenders, those that are in jail, they have to actually demonstrate that they are taking the measures that they need to do, the responsibility on them, so that they earn their release. They're not just, as my colleague mentioned earlier, waiting out the clock. And harsher sentences for fentanyl traffickers. You know, very, very plainly, Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that if somebody is creating fentanyl, producing fentanyl and selling it on the streets, the harshest penalties that we have should be levied against these people, because very, very simply, they're killing Canadians. Over 50,000 Canadians have died through our opioid crisis here since 2016, and we don't have an answer, Mr. Speaker. You know, I talked about the senior constituent in my riding that was ran over. He returned home to find his house being ransacked and robbed by a group of people that were addicted, and they were looking to find ways to get that next fix. Well, in trying to stop them, they ran him over. They drug him down a rural road, and they left him for dead. And they were caught later that same day and released within hours. Hours, they were released. And then just this past week, we were informed that the charges have been dropped. And so we are failing Canadians. We're not making communities safer. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about our member from Kitchener Centre, our colleague from Kitchener Centre. This isn't an issue that attracts headlines. It's not sexy to talk about accountability, rehabilitation, and public safety and addiction and criminal justice all at the same time. But what our colleagues, or what people should know that are in the gallery and the 12 or 13 people that are watching online or on TV, they should know the incredible story of our colleague. You know, I met her just, like weeks after the last election as a newly elected MP. She asked to meet with me. She wanted to talk to me about what she wanted to do during her time here in Parliament. You know, we have a unique platform to be able to really make a difference, regardless of whether we're in government or on the opposition sides. You know, we've worked for the last 11 years to try to make a difference in the mental health of Canadians, whether it was our C-211 bill, making Canada the first country in the world to adopt a piece of legislation to combat post-traumatic stress disorder, or 988, making Canada a country that now has a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day a week, 365 days out of the year, 3-digit suicide hotline. Those are things that we did on this side of the House to try to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, her story is incredible. Here is a member of Parliament that at one time herself was struggling with addiction and living homeless on the streets for a number of years. And she pulled herself out of addiction, put herself through school, and is now a sitting member of Parliament representing the very place that she was homeless. What an incredible story. It should be celebrated, Mr. Speaker. And what she wants to do in her time here is leave a legacy of change to help those who mirror her her life as a youth, addicted and on the streets. It's incredible. You know, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that our current justice system is not producing the results Canadians deserve. Across the country, communities are dealing with consequences of repeat offenders, addiction-fueled crime, and an overdose crisis that continues to take lives each and every day. Canadians are frustrated because they see individuals cycling repeatedly through the justice system without change. They see offenders arrested, released, rearrested, released again, and often returning to the same destructive behaviors the very same day. At the same time, they see families devastated by addiction and communities struggling with the consequences of fentanyl trafficking and organized criminal activity. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about our colleague, the strength and courage that it took for her to share her story is incredible. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have probably cried more times that I'd like to count here in Parliament in recounting our own stories or talking about other colleagues. You know, but I've also shared that our family has been impacted by the overdose crisis. My brother-in-law died by overdose. My brother is gripped with addiction, lives on the streets. We just can't seem to get him off the streets. We've struggled since the 90s. You know, we say a cat has 9 lives. I don't even know how many lives my brother has because he has been, he's had so many overdoses, been in and out of the jail system, shot by a double-barrel shotgun. That's recently. And he still survives. The grip of that addiction still pulls him back onto the streets. And so when they go into when they're arrested and they go into jail system, there's not a lot of incentive for them to get better. As a matter of fact, they probably become better criminals. And they just bide their time to get out. They can get the drugs in prison as well too, but through Bill C-240, it will become mandatory that those who are incarcerated and addicted, that they take the measures necessary, the responsibility necessary to get themselves better, Mr. Speaker. That's why Bill C-240 is so important. In custody treatment, we talk about there's not enough beds in our country to get people well. We should be investing in recovery, not investing in perpetuating people's addiction, which is what we've been doing over the last 10 years. We need in-custody treatment. That could include addiction treatment. It could include educational programs. It could include job training and skills development. You know, Mr. Speaker, I spent an awful lot of time talking about our colleague, but I honestly don't think that we have shared her story enough. She works every day representing her constituents of Kitchener Centre, of being a better MP, of being a better representative, of ensuring that she leaves a legacy of change. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so honored to count her as one of our colleagues. I'm proud of her, as you could tell. Bill C-240 looks at three distinct areas in this piece of legislation. It is in-custody treatment and rehabilitation programs, earned release, so that the responsibilities on the incarcerated person, that they have to demonstrate that they deserve parole, they just don't get it, and harsher sentences for fentanyl traffickers. Because if we don't start doing something about our opioid crisis, we will continue going down the same path as where we are, and more Canadians are going to die, Mr. Speaker. I support Bill C-240, and I humbly ask that our colleagues do as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the ability to speak today on Bill C-240. This touches my heart because I would imagine all MPs who are sitting in this room, no matter where your MPs are sitting today, their lives have changed, their communities have changed. I know all Canadian cities have changed, including all communities in the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I want to speak a little bit about my city that I live in, Penticton. It's a beautiful city, and it's a place where people have always wanted to come and vacation, possibly even retire if they reach that point in their life and if they've saved up enough money, because of course our housing is expensive like in many communities. But unfortunately, our city, like so many, is filled with chaos right now. Maybe, I hope everyone here knows that they can go and enjoy the city, enjoy the area, but there is chaos because there is crime rates that are skyrocketing. In fact, it was announced last week by our first responders that overdose rates in Penticton have increased by nearly 500% in the first quarter of 2026 compared to the first quarter of 2025. This was reported by our fire department. Imagine what it would be like to be in the to be a first responder in Penticton right now, when all you're doing is going out to calls and trying to rehabilitate or bring people back to life constantly, all day long. Imagine how difficult that would be psychologically to not fight fires like you were trained for, because we don't have a lot of fires anymore except for those, quite a few that are caused by people that are homeless and on the streets, but that you're going out and injecting people with some type of drug to try to bring them back to life constantly. And sometimes you're successful and sometimes you aren't. But the statistics are it's ruined our community. It's ruined our most vulnerable people, which are those that are on drugs and living in our streets. And it's also ruined it for many, many vulnerable people, as we have a very large seniors community. Bill C-240, going back to this, aims to amend the criminal code to empower judges to prescribe structured rehabilitation programs for individuals whose offenses stem from circumstances that can be addressed through skill development, education, and recovery as a part of a holistic healing process. I think it's important to know that in the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a very big riding in the interior of BC, that there is not one detox bed available. In fact, as a city councillor, a couple of years ago, I was given a presentation by leaders in the community that are addressing this issue. And I asked them, if someone were to come into our city council right now in this meeting and say, I am a drug addict, I want help, I want to go back to my family. I asked them how long it would take for that person to get into a detox bed or into a rehab bed. And this is, by the way, in public. This was in public. This is on, you can look this up at the Penticton City Council's meeting 2 years ago. And they told us, as City Council, that it would take 2 years for that person to be given any type of bed, any type of detox bed, any type of rehabilitation. And it wouldn't be in our riding, our huge riding. They'd have to leave the community in 2 years and go to another community to get help. Now, you all know what would happen in that 2 years. I'm sure I will get letters that saying, no, it's not 2 years. It's not 2 years. But maybe it's gotten better. Hopefully it has. But it would still be at least half that time. So we need to give people the ability to go back to their families. And we also need to keep people behind bars who are not safe for our communities, who are keeping my residents, the residents I represent, from some of them are afraid to even go to the grocery store anymore to shop because there's erratic people walking down the aisles. There's There's been a huge issue, obviously, since the pilot project to decriminalize drugs in BC. That was a great experiment put together by the Liberal government and the NDP provincial government. I would like to ask everyone in this great room today, would they like to try that project? Would they like to try the decriminalization project? See what will happen. Let's just see what might happen. British Columbia has the most deaths in the world now coming from fentanyl. And we have, the genie is out of the bottle now with people. Sure, the decriminalization project has been declared over. We have not found out what the complete chaos that was caused by that. The numbers are not out yet. That will happen. We are going to bring it, hopefully, before the Standing Committee on Health, which I sit on, and get the complete numbers. But do we really need them? Because we all know that thousands and thousands of people have died in British Columbia from that project. And I don't see anyone from any other, who's representing any other province, wanting to come forward and try it themselves and try it for their communities. So I want to thank MP DeRitter, who...
You can't use the name.
Oh, excuse me, I will thank the MP for bringing forward this bill, because, and as I want to quote her as saying, Bill C-240 empowers courts to prescribe structured rehabilitation measures, including education, skills training, and treatment programs to be undertaken during custody. These are not soft on crime measures, they are smart on recovery interventions. We have to give people the opportunity to go back to their families. I do want to say that I had I was given a tour again as a city councillor a couple of years ago of the South Okanagan Penitentiary in my riding, South Okanagan Correctional Center. And at that time, the warden told us as city councillors that it was 25% full. This is where we have one of the highest crime rates in Penticton and area in all of BC per capita. Our correctional center is only 25% full. So the leaders in the community, the mayors of all the cities in the valley have sent a letter to the province to ask to use that correctional center for exactly what this MP is asking for. The MP for Kitchener Centre is asking for, to be able to provide rehabilitation measures, to add education, skills training, treatment, give these people a chance to go back out in the world, to go back to their families if they are able. If they can't, if they are really not, if they are dangerous people, as we know there are, then they should not be released as they have been. It should also, this bill would also allow court-ordered rehabilitation measures for offenders. So I believe everyone in this great hall know that you get to a point. You get to a point in rehab. You get to a point in your drug, and you cannot. There's no going back. I want to thank again the MP for bringing this forward, and I hope that everyone here votes to support it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honor to be here today and speak to this spectacular bill, a bill that provides...
Stop the honourable member at 11:56 so that the sponsor of the bill can have right of reply for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly such an honor to be here today and speak to this bill And I want to sincerely thank my friend, my colleague, the member for Kitchener Centre for being willing to be vulnerable, for being willing to share her story with each and every one of us and use the pain, the struggle that she went through as she was dealing with addiction early in her life, and how she turned that into a spectacular life. I've had the opportunity of meeting her daughter, seeing the accomplishments she's had in her professional life before she came to Parliament, and to find out that years prior she had been homeless and sleeping on park benches in the community she now gets to represent in Parliament, I think is a huge testament to the fact that recovery is possible. But what stops so many people from going after recovery? The tools to get there, the off-ramps. And this is one of the pieces where Conservatives have been consistent in sharing this space of, we need to meet people where they're at, but we can't just leave them there. We need to give them the tools so they can get into detox. And then from that space, from detox into treatment. In my province of Alberta, the fact that people can do that without having to mortgage a house or wait 6 years on a wait list has made the difference as to whether people stay sick or get better. And I want to see more support for recovery, because people truly can and do get better. And here's the piece. When people are in jail and the root cause of some of their criminality is addiction, we really owe it upon ourselves to make sure that we're treating that root cause of the addiction. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, from every single person I've met that is now in recovery from addiction, the single hardest thing they've had to do in their life is getting sober and staying sober and confronting the demons of some of the actions and activities they did that were not in line with their values. Confronting some of those pieces of the really tough things they did when they were trying to just survive and get by. And so by offering tools while people are incarcerated so they can get better, and not just offering those tools, but allowing that to be in consideration for parole and giving incentives so that people can do that. Because right now, if someone is seeking out treatment in a incarceration in Canada, the steps they have to go to in most provinces are quite hard. Like most people can't even get into an NA or an AA meeting if they're in jail. That's a failure of our system. That costs effectively nothing, and yet in so many jurisdictions, it's hard to even get that if people are struggling with addiction. And so this bill makes a huge step of not just telling people that addiction is a health condition and needs to be treated as such, but it clearly states that we have hope. We believe that they can get better, and we know that recovery is possible. And Mr. Speaker, that is the single most inspiring piece that we can do. That is the most important piece. If people want to get towards that hard and long path towards recovery, it starts one step at a time. It's do the next right thing. And this, Mr. Speaker, this is the next right thing. And so I would encourage every single member in this chamber to put aside partisanship, to realize that this, what we're talking about right now, this can make a huge difference in the lives of so many Canadians. And so I would urge every single member to unreservedly support the member for Kitchener Centre's Private Members Bill 240 and make a very clear statement that recovery is possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to start today with a great, big, huge thank you to all of my colleagues that wanted to speak and debate on Bill C-240 today. My colleagues, as part of the Conservative caucus, thank you so much, and also colleagues across the floor, thank you so much for speaking on this bill today. and from the Bloc Québécois as well. Thank you so very much for speaking on this bill and showing your support for it. I think the most important thing at this point in time that we need to do is reverse course in Canada. We need to start focusing on recovery and rehabilitation because people can and do recover. There's an encampment in Kitchener that we're quite literally killing people with kindness right now. 5 people have died in this encampment from overdose. And it's time now that all levels of government come together and jointly work together to fix this crisis in Canada. It is time to reverse course. With Bill C-240, it is the first step. Introducing rehabilitation into incarceration, at least when someone has to be accountable for their actions, they have a path forward when they're serving their time to change their lives, to break cycles, and to turn their life around. We need to do this as well in Canada before incarceration. So I'm standing here today to say thank you for the support in this House for Bill C-240, but also to declare that this is a pivotal moment in Canada, and it's time now to concentrate on recovery and rehabilitation, because on the other side of recovery is a happy, beautiful, healed, healthy life, and every single person who's struggling with addiction deserves that life, and it's time we help them get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
It being 11:58, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mrs. De Ritter, seconded by Ms. Cronus, moved that Bill C-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code to make related amendments to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Somebody's better rise. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there's unanimous consent to have it go to committee.
So on division? No? Just the unanimous consent? Okay. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. No, sorry, carried. I'm sorry, I apologize. Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The sitting is suspended to the call of the chair.
today. Ordre du jour, the Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move, seconded by the Minister for Veterans Affairs, that relative to Bill C-31, tabled on the 4th of November 2025, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Not yet, I have to wait.
Parliamentary debate so much.
Order. Okay. Monsieur le Président, je propose, appuyé par la...
Moved, seconded by the Minister for for Veteran Affairs, that in relation to Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill.
Before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. Je rappelle aux députés que la priorité...
Members will recall that the preference for questions during the 30 minutes is provided to the opposition, but not to the exclusion of some members from the government side. Members should keep their interventions to approximately 1 minute, and they may speak more than once.
I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Debate. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Selkirk and Lake Eastland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I got to say that I'm quite disappointed that here we are again with the Liberals shutting down parliamentary debate on such an important bill. Bill C-31, Budget Implementation Act Part 2. It's a giant omnibus bill, over 330 pages long, with some major changes to the way government operates. Under Division 16 is the Budget Implementation, or in the Budget Implementation Act is the new Defense Investment Agency Act. And in that act, it opens up a whole door of potential abuse and unethical behavior by the government. In the section that actually talks about having competition, they list over 20 different exemptions from competition and makes the minister responsible for the Defense Investment Agency actually immune from any criticism and gives him the get out of jail free card of why any particular project or competitor is disqualified from that competition. So instead of having proper debate in this House right now, allowing Parliament to actually explore all the problems within Division 16 of the Budget Implementation Act, instead of actually talking about how defense procurement could be used and abused by the government in power, why not have the debate? Why do they always resort to shutting down actual parliamentary processes in the name of cover-ups and Liberal largesse.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I know the member opposite for years has been championing investment into the defense industry, and now when he gets this singular moment to support it, he gets up and rants about he's talked a lot, Madam Speaker. I think I'll try to talk a little less. But now he starts ranting on about not wanting to debate it, and it's very obvious that there has been sufficient and complete debate on this budget, which is important in getting money back into Canadians' hands and reinvesting into the economy. And to the member opposite's point, investing in an industry that has been underinvested for a long time and making sure that Canadians are safe and protected by our military, the servicemen and women that serve this country and are prepared to lay down their lives for it. So it's interesting that I've watched the member opposite for the last 10 years talk about the military. He gets one chance to support it, and he starts coming up with a whole bunch of theories about why we shouldn't continue or why we shouldn't accelerate and get that into the hands of those best equipped to protect us, Madam Speaker. It's very odd, to say the least. And if there's any proof of that behavior, it's in the amendment that they've suggested that just wants to shut down this bill in the first place.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Kawashikamack-Nisaximin. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague across the way. I have a question with regards to the forestry industry. It's one of the Bloc Québécois requests. For example, in my riding, the industry has been heavily hit. A number of people have lost their jobs, and this affects a great number of families. We made a number of proposals, one of which was that the industry should purchase, or the government should purchase 50% of the anti-dumping and countervailing duty amounts to give better liquidity to the forestry industry. It's a zero-sum game, so why was it not considered by the government? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister. I would thank my honourable colleague for that question, a pertinent question. I believe that at the end of the day, we have to contain this debate in the scope of the bill. There are many complex discussions that are underway with the United States, and I think that it would be irresponsible to talk about this in the House of Commons. But yes, we are always here to defend the forestry industry in Canada and Quebec.
Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a 330-page bill that is divided into 16 divisions plus the Defense Investment Agency Act, as the Minister pointed out. It amends things as diverse as the Bank Act, the Tax Court of Canada Act, the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, Canada Labour Code, Canada Human Rights Act, Tobacco and Vaping Products Act, Pest Control Products Act, and a wide variety of Territorial Land Act, Red Tape Reduction Act. This is a bill that has had very few hours of debate. In fact, if every one of these things was brought forward, as I think they should have been, as their own bill, we would have had more time to debate each of those bills in their presentation than we will have to debate the entire act. And so it really feels like the government's failure to plan here is something that they are turning into an emergency for all of us. I don't think it's reasonable. I think we have seen with bills like C2 and C22 that rush and sloppy drafting has caused and put Canadians' rights at risk. And I'd like to know why the member isn't going to allow either legislators or the public sufficient time to really think through what is happening in this very consequential bill. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
I'd perhaps like to know, Madam Speaker, why the members opposite don't want to reach our NATO spending targets, which they've been saying for years we need to reach. They have said time and time again they want to accelerate things. You've had your chance to talk. Why don't you stand up and ask a question, Madam Speaker? If they want to talk, they should stand up and ask a question. Investing in Canada homes, delivering clean electricity investment tax, and introducing a productivity super deduction, accelerating the path and construction Alto high-speed rail. Members opposite have been saying for years that we need to accelerate. Now we give them the opportunity to put this through a Budgetary Implementation Act that is consistent with other Budgetary Implementations Act, and they're starting to balk.
Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Madam Speaker, can members speak to the guardrails in this bill in regards to making loans, advance payments, government guarantees, loans, credit, insurance, and grants? Is there any?
The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker.
For Calgary Crowfoot.
I don't know.
Order!
This bill covers a lot of ground and has only been debated for about 3 hours. If the member thinks that that's sufficient, does he believe that this is a debating chamber where legislators debate relevant legislation with an aim to improve it, or does he believe that this chamber is merely an audience for people to clap and cheer for those things that are put before it by this government?
The Honourable Minister.
I mean, the member's office has been clapping like seals for the last 10 years, so I think I think they've demonstrated what they believe this chamber should do. Indeed, Madam Speaker, they shut it down for an entire year, completely preventing legislation from getting through. Again,
Order. The Honourable Member is trying to. The Honourable Minister is trying to answer a question. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll be studying Bill C-31, where there is $500 million for Canadian culture and creators. That means that this is an absolute priority for us, arts and culture. We want to build a strong Canada, and arts and culture are a pillar of a strong Canada for us. So I'd like to ask the Minister the following. How has the cultural milieu received this, and why it's important to make such an investment? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I believe that the member talked about the file as well as the Minister could. But yes, the cultural community, producers, directors, reacted well to this announcement. This budget is rational, especially when it comes to cutting costs. Thanks to the Prime Minister's leadership, we've made sure that we are making investments close to $750 million in arts and culture, because it's important at this juncture to heavily invest in CBC Radio Canada, for example, in small communities like the ones represented by the Honourable Member, to help small communities in their theatre productions and to make sure that the federal government is here to foster all the talent we have in our country.
Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. More than 112,000 Canadians have lost their jobs in just a few months. Food banks are reaching record levels of usage. Families are struggling to pay their mortgages, their rent, and even their groceries. At a time like this, Canadians would expect Parliament to be debating solutions. They would expect their elected representatives to be examining every line of this massive omnibus bill and asking hard questions about it. Instead, the Liberals have decided to shut down debate after only 3 hours of debate on billions of dollars. If the government's plan is working, why are Canadians falling behind? And if the government is so confident in its plan, why is it so afraid of letting Parliament debate it?
Well, Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, their actions speak louder than their words. They wouldn't have put forward the amendment that they're proposing if they wanted to continue debate on this budget. They don't believe what we have to say, Madam Speaker, so let me quote Bloomberg as to what they thought about the budget. Canada's government is taking aim at competition in the financial sector, pledging to tackle fees, make it easier for consumers to switch banks, and reduce regulatory burdens for smaller lenders. The Council of Canadian Innovators said today's budget represents an important step towards building trust with Canadian innovators and the broader business community. For the first time, we're seeing the federal government embrace a serious conversation about economic sovereignty, and that shift in focus is both welcome and overdue.
Honorable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you. I find it interesting that the member from Madawaska-Restigouche asks how the cultural community received the announcements that were mentioned. We know that Air Canada, however, started to prepare to implement Section 17 of the Act even before the MPs started preparing for it and start studying it. In this gag order democracy, we wonder if Parliament was actually respected in this. We have here, we're not saying that everything in the bill is bad, but we have a 300-page bill. We want to carry out our work. We asked for a briefing with finance department officials, which is usually what happens. How long did it take to get this briefing? 3 weeks with no answers. But then the briefing finally happened at the end of last week when committees were sitting and most critics couldn't even be part of these discussions. So I know that there's been time allocation in the past. No one has a monopoly of time allocation. Everyone points the finger at the other people. But a time allocation now, when we've only just had a briefing and when the government ignored us for 3 weeks, what does that say about the level of arrogance since they've become a majority? The Honourable Minister. I don't want to lack any respect with regards to my colleague, but I find it a bit strange that he waited a briefing to read the bill. He could have read the bill for the last 3 weeks. It could have happened quicker, but I'd be surprised to hear that they haven't had time to read the bill. Questions and comments?
Honourable member, for London Fenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the minister believe that increased bureaucracy will ensure our brave men and women in uniform get the equipment they need faster? Again, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Nope.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy House Leader. No, the Deputy House Leader, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really interesting to hear the comments that are being made in this House, but I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to talk to regional mayors in southwestern Ontario and other leaders in our community who are seized with our economic development and the things that we need to do to continue to grow our region. And yet, and the one answer that we've heard is that the government is responding fast given the challenges that we're already facing. Maybe the minister can comment on the fact that we are in a situation that we've never been in before. We need to move fast and we need to work with everyone, including Parliament, of course. Why are the Conservatives so stuck on continuing to drag on debate when people are asking us to move fast, that our economy can continue to grow? The mayors of southwestern Ontario are asking for us to move at a speed dial. Can the minister comment on that?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, they are it's a great question, Madam Speaker. They are the ones that shut down Parliament for well over a year, about a year ago. Again, Madam Speaker, they want to hear answers, but all they do is heckle. They've been asking us to move faster and faster and faster. And when it comes time to move fast, they start squealing. It makes no sense. One of the members talked about food banks. We have an initiative to make the food plan in schools permanent. They've had no comment on that. They want to put money here, there, where it's not entirely clear. But then they stand up and complain that we should be going slower. So what is it, faster or slower?
Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Madam Speaker, although we are legislators, it is our responsibility as members of Parliament to carry out our fiduciary duties and responsibilities to the taxpayers of Canada to properly vet all of the legislation and spending of the government. And this opens up a huge abyss of extra spending. And, we're not against spending on national defense, as the minister tried to say. I'm trying to stop it. I actually want to make sure that we're spending money wisely, and I want to make sure that we're respecting the Canadian taxpayer. And in this bill, in the Defence Investment Agency Act and changes to the Defence Production Act, they're adding in this exclusion that the minister can actually exclude companies. They reduce the way companies can actually compete. They actually give the minister an out, that he doesn't have to give reasons why any corporation is excluded. And this is where it gets really interesting, is that they are giving the power to the minister, through order and council, to procure the incorporation of any or more corporations for the undertaking of carrying out any things in the Act, and they also have to give the power to the minister to remove any members, directors, or officers of a corporation. So would the minister agree with me that this is overreach by the government, that it stinks of far-left policies, and that this is actually the nationalization of some of our industries here in Canada, which we witnessed under Pierre Elliott Trudeau?
Right, the Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I don't know which Trudeau they're more obsessed with, Madam Speaker. Maybe it's a tie. What's clear here, and the member opposite seemed to suggest that he supported investments in the defense industry, yet their leader stands up consistently and talks about the deficit related to the spending in our defense policy. So what is it? Is it more money into the defense industry that doesn't come from the government, that doesn't make sense? Canadians expect us to invest in our defense. People pay taxes just so we can invest in our armed forces, which we're going to do. But they have spent weeks and weeks and weeks complaining about a deficit, the vast majority of which is invested in our armed forces and to hit our NATO targets, which they've been asking us to do for 10 years. So I would think the least he could do is stand up and thank us.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that people want to debate the content of C-31, but I'd like to remind everyone that we're in a debate on closure on C-31, where the government's decided to put time allocation on the debate. So I would put the question to the Minister. I'm asking him, how is it that for over 3 weeks we asked for a technical briefing from finance officials for a 300-page bill, and some sections, including Section 17 on air passengers, have absolutely nothing to do with budget, with the budget. And so I asked, how is it we weren't able to ask questions to officials to prepare our work for 3 weeks? We heard nothing. The minister answered, oh, well, all you had to do was read the bill yourselves, you bunch of lazy guys over there. It's a level of arrogance that's at the image of this government. Now, listen, I read the budget bills, Mr. Speaker. We spend a huge amount of time on that. It's very technical. It's legislative. We have a right to briefings from officials. We got it just a couple of hours ago, and now it's time allocation. So I'd like to ask the minister, does he think that it's adequate that we get no answer for 3 weeks for a briefing, and then just after his government imposes time allocation? Does he think that for future bills it would be adequate that we, the opposition, who want to do our job in a constructive way, that it be adequate that we get an answer at an appropriate time so that we can properly debate all of the legislative issues in the bills? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the answer is yes, but they have to be ready for the briefing. And all I said is that people can read in 3 weeks to read 300 pages. That's not asking too much, frankly.
Madam Speaker, I'm starting to understand why the Premier of Quebec called this minister a disgrace to all Quebecers when a day after he was made Minister of Culture, he said he was fed up with language debate. It's clear this minister is fed up with all debate based on his answers in this session this morning or this afternoon. The member from Red Deer asked a question about guardrails. He said, are there guardrails in this bill in regards to making loans and advance payments, government guarantees, loan or credit insurances and grants? And the minister said, yes. So I would ask the minister to please list those guardrails.
Honourable Minister.
What I said very clearly when I was appointed to this position, Madam Speaker, is that I was sick of the politicization of the debate around language, the politicization of that debate. And that's true. By making that debate political, we don't get to the heart of what we need to do to make sure that French is and remains the common language in Quebec. We support minority languages outside of Quebec, and we support minority languages in Quebec as well, and we have to do that in a way that's clear-eyed without making political hay on the backs of Indigenous people, immigrants, and other Anglophone minority communities or Francophone minority communities outside of Quebec. That's the point, and I think it's a very important point to raise because, listen, They're trying to make a ridiculous point in today's debate. The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, with great respect, sometimes very smart people like the minister say things that are much less intelligent than they are. And the minister's answer to my last question is in that category. And I'll explain why. The minister says that 3 weeks to read 300 pages, that's lots of time. You know, why would we have given you a technical briefing? Because 3 weeks, it's lots of time for 300 pages. And now he stands up in the House and he says, you know what? We're going to cut the hours of debate. We're not going to have debate. We're just going to debate this for a couple of hours. Because so the opposition can read the bill. He thinks that 3 weeks is enough to read a bill, but apparently just a couple of hours debate is also enough. So I want to know if the minister is aware of the contradiction, if he understands the contradiction between his government waiting 3 weeks to give a technical briefing and then imposing time allegation. And does he realize that this shows how arrogant his government is? The Honourable Minister. Well, it's not arrogant to suggest that he's asked the same question 3 times in a row, Madam Speaker. So if he was interested in the bill, he would have the opportunity now and in the following hours to ask me questions on the bill. I've agreed with him that, yes, as a member, like any other member, he has the right to a briefing, but I also said that he had 3 weeks to read the bill. I'd be surprised if all members had taken all that time to read the bill.
Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was elected for the first time, I wasn't able to speak a complete sentence in French. I've spent time learning French so that I can treat my Francophone colleagues with respect. We have highlighted that the government does not want to debate this bill. This minister not only doesn't want to debate this bill, but he also doesn't want to debate what he calls the identity debate in Quebec. The Premier has said that this minister is a disgrace to Quebecers. Can the minister please explain how, after alienating Quebec, he now wants to alienate all Canadians by putting an end to debate on this 330-page bill after just a couple of hours of debate? The Honourable Minister. Well, on the one hand, Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the member across the way for the quality of her French and for the efforts that she's put in place to learn French. I think she's setting an example for a lot of Anglophones here in this chamber and for people across the country who are learning French. So I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate her for that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister is responsible for heritage here in Canada, and I wanted to recognize as June 1 is in fact the day 1 of Philippine Heritage Month in the month of June. Winnipeg North is the center of the heart of the Filipino community in Canada. And I think it doesn't matter from coast to coast to coast. We will witness all forms of celebrations of our Filipino heritage. And given the minister representing heritage, if he could provide his thoughts on how important it is in recognizing Canada's diversity, when you take a perspective from a budget, just to share his thoughts on the importance of recognizing our diversity.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, first and foremost, Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish a great Philippine Heritage Month to everyone celebrating, and frankly to all Canadians, whether they're Filipino or not. This is a community that has grown, I think, to well over 1 million strong over the last few years. 1,000,001 if you count the member from Winnipeg North, who is appears to be an honorary member of the Filipino community, and certainly behaves as such, has been a fierce defender of their rights and magnified their struggle to be in Canada and to thrive as Canadian citizens. So I wish all of those celebrating a great Filipino Heritage Month as we celebrate this month of June, recognizing their contributions to Canada, present and future.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
confident in their ideas welcome debate. Governments that are uncertain of their ideas shut it down. Canada is now the only G7 country in recession. Jobs are disappearing, investment is leaving, families are falling behind. Yet instead of allowing Parliament to fully examine a budget that will affect every Canadian, the Liberals are once again shutting down debate. The government tells Canadians to trust its plan. Trust is earned through openness, accountability, and debate, not by cutting debate short. So why are the Liberals so determined to prevent Parliament from giving it the scrutiny Canadians deserve?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister.
Not that this is an example for anyone, Madam Speaker, but I would remind them that they shut down Parliament from 2024 to 2025. Here. Last time I checked, I was the guy standing, Madam Speaker, but thank you. Member opposites like to talk about the current economy, but I would note, Madam Speaker, that
The member for Calgary-Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Yes, members can't mislead the House. The Conservatives never shut down Parliament. We don't have the ability to shut down Parliament. The only party that shut down Parliament was the Liberal Party when they prorogued Parliament.
It is a matter for debate. The Honourable Minister can conclude his answer, or we can move to another question.
Correct the record.
The Honourable Minister going to conclude the answer, or we pass on? Or do we move on?
I'm glad to answer it, but I would note for members opposite, when they're talking about one of the strongest economies in the G7, I would ask them, and it's a good point what they're saying, I would ask them, Madam Speaker, to look about the issue that they talked about for years, GDP per capita, and they will note that it has jumped in the last quarter.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski et la Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are in a crisis in the media sector. The government put in place a tax that in the end they cancelled last July. They thought it would help them negotiate with the Americans on tariffs, so that was a failure. Then, in the economic update, there was nothing to help new Francophone news organizations. In my region, TVA has gone from 30 employees at the station to just 8 in our local station. So local regional information gathering is hurting, but there's nothing in the economic update to support those media. I'd like to ask the minister, what is he going to do? Because the crisis is just getting worse. The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's false. I would invite the member across the way to look at the proposals on the journalism tax credit, which are going to be looked at and applied in certain audiovisual sectors. That's a major investment in newsrooms. He just has to ask the group that he referred to, and they're going to say that this is really good news that's been well received.
Question from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. We're debating here the time allocation the government has been given on, which is shortening basically the debate on 332 pages of law. And they give us only 3 hours before. So for each 100 pages, we have only 1 hour of debate. You can imagine how shortcoming on the Canadians to be able to understand what's going on with these bills and how they can understand the consequences of what the government is providing.
Brief answer from the Honourable Minister.
I would simply ask the member opposite if he thought he needed more time, why would he put forward an amendment to kill it, Madam Speaker?
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Miller, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moves that in relation to Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and
for the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading. Shall I dispense? If a member participating in person wishes that the motion, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, request a recorded vote, please.
Sorry? Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Miller, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moved that in relation to Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in persons. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Gull-Masty.
Mrs. Gull-Masty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Letao.
Monsieur Letao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Ms. McKelvey.
Ms. McKelvey.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Mr. Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Mr. Watchhorn.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Cronus.
Mrs. Cronus.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Voix Madame.
Ms. Chartrand?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I wish to inform the House that my voting app did not register my vote, so I would like to have the vote recorded as yay.
Ms. Chartrand, yay pour.
Thank you.
Mr. Halan.
Yes, the Honourable Mr. Halan.
Mr. Speaker, my app wasn't working. I wanted to register my vote as nay.
Mr. Halan, nay contre.
C'est tout? Oui, d'accord. Alors, le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Come on, Jazz.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 161, 161.
I declare the motion carried.
I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised on May 25th, 2026 by the member for Mirabel concerning the application of Standing Order 69.1 to Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025. In the member's view, Part 4, Division 17 of the bill should be the subject of a separate vote at second reading and be referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for study. As it lacks a sufficiently close connection to the rest of the bill and could stand as a distinct legislative proposal. In support of this position, the member argued that these provisions, which introduce amendments to the Canada Transportation Act, relate primarily to the handling of air travel complaints and were not announced in the budget. Citing my predecessor's ruling of January 30th, 2024, the member maintained that the inclusion of measures in a budget implementation bill does not automatically constitute a sufficient and common theme, and that Standing Order 69.1 exists to protect members' right to vote separately on distinct legislative matters.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons also intervened on the matter, contending that provisions contained in Part 4, Division 17 were in fact announced in the 2025 budget, even if the connection was not immediately obvious, and that the provisions should therefore be voted on together with the rest of the bill. Citing a ruling delivered by Speaker Regan on November 6, 2018, the Parliamentary Secretary argued that broad and sometimes vague policy commitments in a budget document may become detailed and lengthy legislative proposals. He referred to two passages in the 2025 budget document in support of his position. First, to references concerning proposed investments in airports and ports, and second, to a proposed review of administrative monetary penalties and fines, including related to passenger rights. Additionally, the Parliamentary Secretary noted that Standing Order 69.1 does not apply to dividing bills for referral to committee. L'article 69.
Standing Order 69.1.1 gives the Speaker the authority to divide, for voting purposes, the question at second and third reading of a government bill, if that bill touches on more than one act and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions. There is, however, an exemption for budget implementation acts. Standing Order 69.12 reads as follows, quote, "The present standing order shall not apply if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation." Unquote. Therefore, the Chair must first determine whether these measures were announced in the November 2025 budget presentation or in the documents tabled with it. If they were not, the exception in Standing Order 69.1.2 does not apply, and the Chair may then consider whether the question should be divided for voting purposes. In this case, the Chair is satisfied that Bill C-31 has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget.
The Chair has reviewed the passages in the 2025 budget document brought to the House's attention by the Parliamentary Secretary. Page 100 of the 2025 budget indicates the government's plan to stimulate investment in airports and ports. While investment in airports may well have some effect on air travel complaints, the Chair is of the view that an air travel complaints regime as proposed in Part 4, Division 17 is a new matter, unrelated to this section of the budget document. Page 218 of the document describes administrative monetary penalties and fines for violations of certain legislation or regulations and mentions air passenger rights as one such example. In effect, Part 4, Division 17 of Bill C-31 in clauses 351 to 353 amends sections of the Canada Transportation Act that appear under the heading Administrative Monetary Penalties. The Chair agrees with the Parliamentary Secretary that there is, to this extent, a connection between the budget document and some clauses in this division of the bill. The Chair has two reservations about considering this a sufficient connection, however. First, the policy announcement on page 218 of the budget document concerns the review of fines and penalties, the result of which is to be announced in Budget 2026. Second, and more significant, is, in the Chair's view, Part 4, Division 17 is broader in substance, introducing new mechanisms for the management of air travel complaints and changes to the related regulatory regime, not substantially related to the contents of the budget document. Moreover, as the Parliamentary Secretary noted, these more detailed proposals were subsequently announced in the 2026 Spring Economic Update.
As my predecessor observed in a ruling on January 30th, 2024, at pages 20,323 and 20,324 of the debates, the budget presentation and economic statements are related but distinct concepts. The exception in Standing Order 69.1.2 is limited to budget implementation bills, where the provisions were announced in the budget presentation and related documents. The exception, therefore, does not apply to measures newly announced in an economic statement. Accordingly, the absence of these measures from the budget presentation or its related documents allows the Chair to now consider whether the question can be divided for the purpose of voting. In analyzing the relevant parts of the bill, the Chair finds that the provisions of Bill C-31 amending the Canada Transportation Act do indeed constitute a distinct legislative proposal. However, while the standing orders authorize the Chair to divide the question for voting purposes, they do not authorize the Chair to refer different parts of the bill to different standing committees, as the member for Mirabel requested. Consequently, as a reasoned amendment has been moved, 3 votes will be held at second reading for Bill C-31. The first will deal with the reasoned amendment. If it is negatived, on a second vote, a second vote will deal with Part 4, Division 17, or clauses 339 to 364, and a third vote will deal with all remaining provisions of the bill. The adopted measures will be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance unless the House orders otherwise. I thank all members for their attention. I wish to inform the House that because of the time allocation debate, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Ordre du jour. Orders of the day.
Government Bills Commons resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-31, Budget 2025 Implementation Act No. 2, and on the amendment of Mr. Bazan.
Resuming debate on questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith on a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member opposite asked about the Red Seal program, which I would note was actually brought in by a Conservative Prime Minister, John Diefenbaker, who brought the provinces together to recognize credentials across Canada, which is, of course, something that the Liberal government is currently having some trouble with around being able to ship wine across provincial borders. Frankly, we had also proposed expanding the Red Seal program to become a Blue Seal program so that we could get medical personnel and healthcare workers out of taxis and into positions where they could serve Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would say is that, of course, we support the expansion of the Red Seal program to include also a Blue Seal program. Thank you very much.
To correct the honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith is continuing on her questions and comments. Questions and comments, the honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important for us to recognize that within the budget, we actually have an allocation to support Canada's Red Seal program. We're talking anywhere from 80,000 to 100,000 new Red Seal workers, skilled jobs, good quality jobs. And the Conservative Party has not been clear on whether or not they'll even support it. They appear to be in opposition to even that measure. And I'm wondering if the member can be precise and indicate that she will support that program by supporting the budget.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, we support the Red Seal program. The issue is that it is one thing buried in a 330-page bill that we've only had 3.5 hours to debate, and which this government has just tried to shut down further debate for. So the challenge is that we've already seen bills come through with sloppy drafting that have infringed on the rights of Canadians, and we unfortunately have to take the bill as a whole. And I would note also that while the bill has provisions for a Red Seal program, it is not expanded to a Blue Seal program, that it would allow professionals to get into positions where they could practice their professions in Canada. Thank you.
A very brief question. Dernière question, the honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if there's only a minute left, I want her to just have the time to, if she had something further to add to the previous intervention or anything that was missed so far.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you so much to my colleague. I mean, this is the big challenge is we've had 3.5 hours to debate 330 pages. And it is especially at this time when Canadians are struggling, it is obligatory upon it's obligatory upon us to give them the time that they deserve. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to address the House on this budget bill today. It's also a pleasure for me that my second daughter is on the Hill today, Lily. It's great to have her here with us. And having my kids with me, Madam Speaker, it always reminds me how blessed I am. My kids really are the perfect combination. They have my wife's beauty, my wife's intelligence, and my wife's personality. That's the ideal combination, and I'm sure members would agree. But it's also in thinking about my children that I think about the future of this country. And I think about the kind of future we're building for them as they grow up, as they think about the jobs and opportunities that they have, as they think about what they will be able to pass on materially, and also the kind of quality of life that they'll be able to have more broadly. And I think for many members, providing a better life for our children is a powerful motivator of the work that we do. And so taking that perspective, it's very troubling to hear regularly about the challenges that young people are facing in this country. The fact that we continue to have this youth unemployment crisis, youth unemployment at 14.3%. Young people being frustrated by the inability to find jobs, by struggles to find jobs in their fields as well, and their frustration by the lack of action from this government. The government has no plan to address the youth unemployment crisis. We hear them re-announcing existing programs that have already existed for a long time, but no no plan to meet the new challenges that in so many ways are the results of their policies. And last fall, Conservatives put forward a constructive plan to address the youth unemployment crisis with very simple, specific interventions that align very much with what young people are asking for, what the business community is asking for, with what our country needs. Our plan is to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, to fix training, and to build homes where the jobs are. Unleashing the economy, addressing the fact that, that so much unemployment for young people is a result of the fact that businesses struggle to start, to grow, to expand. When businesses are optimistic about the future, they're hiring more young people because they're planning for growth. When businesses are more pessimistic about the future, young people are more likely to be let go because it tends to be last in and first out when it comes to young people on the work site. If you're worried about the future of your company, you're not going to fire the long tenured employees first. It's going to be those newer hires that are going to be let go. Also, as small businesses are under pressure, it's harder for them to invest in training and supports. Of course, when you're giving someone their first job, a lot of businesses want to do that, want to be able to help young people adjust to the workforce. But there's training, there's investment, there's cost associated with that. And when you're so close to the margin, it's very hard to do that. So we need to create a climate in this country where small businesses in particular can start, can grow, and therefore are able to hire young people. That's what unleashing the economy is about. Number two, fixing immigration. A poorly designed immigration system under this Liberal government has led to intensified competition for entry-level positions as newcomers who don't have their credentials recognized compete against young people who are just starting out. We should have an immigration system that is aligned with the needs and interests of Canada, that identifies specific skill gaps at the same time as we try to train Canadian workers to fill those skill gaps, and where the numbers are proportionate to what our country can actually handle. So unleashing the economy, fixing immigration. Number three, fixing training. There's been a significant problem in this country of misalignment between the training young people receive and actually what the labor market is looking for. And a big part of that is our push to recognize the value of vocational training, recognize the value of trade skills. University is a great path for some people. It's not the path for everyone, and there are many folks in this country who have pursued a vocational or trade path and have been extremely successful with that and are actually earning more, enjoying a higher standard of living than those who have pursued university degrees. So we proposed this pillar of fixing training as part of our youth jobs plan, saying that we should offer relatively more generous grants to those pursuing in-demand skills. Liberals actually went in the opposite direction. In their last budget, they did remove funding for students at private vocational institutions. And for them, I think it was sort of an ideological thing about wanting to go after students that are seeking grants at private institutions. But really, it's not about private versus public. It's just about the fact that this is where these skills are offered. There are certain kinds of skills where if you want to acquire that specific vocational skill, you can't do it at a university, or you're much less likely to find a program of study at a university for that. There are many kinds of skills where the way our post-secondary system is structured, you learn how to do those skills at a private institution. And yet this government is going after students, defunding students who are studying at those kinds of institutions. So our proposal to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, fix training, and then building homes where the jobs are. We need to do more to support those young people, people of all ages who are looking to relocate to find employment, because we have regions in this country of very high unemployment and regions of very low unemployment. So one of the things we have proposed to help young people and others relocate to find those opportunities is to offer an accelerated capital cost write-off for employers that are investing in workforce housing, to try to remove a barrier that exists, maybe that makes it more difficult for young people and others to relocate for those job opportunities. So it's a very simple plan we put forward last fall to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, fix training, and build homes where the jobs are. We put this forward wanting the government to implement it, and yet in some areas I've identified the government is moving in the opposite direction. We continue to see no plan to address the youth unemployment crisis as part of this budget. Now, one of the effects of high youth unemployment, we have pressure on young people to get more and more credentials that may or may not actually align with the needs of the labor market. We have high youth unemployment. We have high housing costs. All of these things make it so much more difficult for young people to launch themselves into the world. And when it becomes harder to launch yourself into adulthood, when it becomes harder to find a job, to afford a home, to finish your schooling, then you're going to be potentially hitting those key personal milestones later and later and later. And this is, I think, a big contributing factor to the fact that statistically now we know young people are having far fewer children than they tell pollsters they want to. In polls, on average, people say that they want to have about 2.2, 2.3 children. And yet the real fertility rate is about 1.25, which means there's a major gap between the number of children people want to have and the number of children that they're actually having. And I think a big part of this is just the challenges in getting started in life, the challenges in being able to hit those key personal milestones as early as you might want to, because it's so hard to afford a home, it's so hard to get a job. And this has long-term effects in terms of people's desires, in terms of family not being realized, and then also it impacts the fact that we have an aging population with not as many workers that are contributing into the system to provide for the benefits that our seniors who have worked so hard would like to see have available to them. So there are these consequences down the line of these problems impacting the challenges young people have launching themselves into adulthood. But we've also put forward constructive plans around that, not only to make it easier for young people to get into the workforce earlier, but also to make it easier for young families to achieve their goals in terms of the children they want to have. We have proposed significant reforms to parental leave to make it easier for people who are working to balance work and family life. We've proposed, for instance, more flexible parental leave, allowing people to pause and then resume parental leave. We've proposed allowing more learning on leave so that a person who is on parental leave can always study, take university courses, trades courses, other kinds of courses while they're also on parental leave. And we've also proposed to have an exception to clawbacks, allowing parents to earn income for caregiving while they're also watching their own children. These changes would make it easier for young families to achieve the goals that they want, to find a good balance between work and family life. So Madam Chair, as I've demonstrated, Conservatives are laser focused on trying to make life better, especially for those who are starting out, for young people, for those who are trying to start families and are just struggling to hit those initial milestones that will allow them to launch themselves well into their dreams, both in terms of work and family life. We're proposing constructive proposals to try to address these challenges. And we'd really like to see the government adopt some of those constructive proposals that we've put on the table. We'd like to see them take ideas from our Conservative Youth Jobs Plan. We'd like to see them take some of the ideas from our proposal on parental leave reform, making it easier to balance work and family life. And we've asked the government to implement these proposals. On Friday in question period, I asked the government about whether they would consider implementing some of our proposals around parental leave reform. We didn't get any answer from that. They simply came back with kind of partisan insults. Well, I would encourage them to have a look at these constructive proposals we're putting forward and maybe include them in our budget. And maybe if they didn't shut down debate after 3.5 hours, we'd have more time to get through these constructive suggestions and put forward more of these ideas to make our country better.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was attentively listening to our colleague. He is asking us to pay close attention to their proposals. I have a question. Budget 2026 referred to a number of different measures, reducing operational expenditures for the federal government, that the Conservative politicians don't seem to support this measure and others. I'd like to hear the colleague across the way. Does he intend to support the Budget Implementation Act that is going to address issues like the defense industry and economic development here in Canada?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that question didn't really relate to the specific budgetary policies that I discussed in my speech at all. I will just say, in response to that, the government is eager to congratulate themselves at every turn. Canada is in a recession right now. We're the only G7 country in a recession. And I would like to see a little bit more humility from government members, taking stock of the fact that their policies have led us here, taking stock of the challenges young people are experiencing. Look, I think we need a stronger national defense. I think we need control in our budget policy. I'll believe the results when we see the results. Right now, what we're seeing is recession and continuing challenges, especially for those that are just starting out, for young people, young families who are trying to get ahead.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. Of course, he spoke to one aspect of this 330-page bill that has 16 divisions plus the Defense Investment Agency. He was just asked a question about a different part, presumably, of the bill. Could my colleague speak to the difficulty of this House being able to address this bill in a meaningful way when we only have had 3.5 hours of debate and the government is trying to shut down debate on it, given the complexity and the length of the bill? Thank you.
The member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I would have been happy to speak for 3.5 hours on this bill myself. There's so much in it, Madam Chair, and I'm sure members across the way would have enjoyed that opportunity. But you know, the government is using their majority in pernicious ways right now, and we've seen this. You know, the previous reality of minority parliament forced negotiation among parties. And we got a lot done under the conditions of minority, actually. There were many cases in which Conservatives agreed to expedite certain ideas. We saw a lot of productive action at committees as well as in the House, but it required some back and forth. And then the government takes their majority through admittedly unscrupulous means, twisting the arms of various people to completely abandon all of their previous convictions. And now they're using this majority to shut down debate. They're using this majority to gut good work done at committee. For instance, their first action as a majority was to undo good work done at committee on protecting victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment in the military. Great work was done across parties at committee, and then the government immediately undid all of that work to make things less safe for those victims to fail to respond to what they had asked for. And now we have this massive Budget Implementation Act where, again, the government is bringing down this fist of a majority to undermine the good collaborative work that could have happened, that used to happen in this place.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member talked a lot about youth. When you take a look at it, back in 2012, youth unemployment was at 14.3%. That's the same percentage it is today, Madam Speaker. Yeah, if you do the comparison, we're actually investing, whether it's the Summer Youth Program, whether it's the Red Seal program. Back then, the Conservatives did nothing. I'm wondering why it is that the Conservatives did nothing when they had to face the same youth unemployment rate that we're facing today, and why should we listen to them today when they were such a disaster when the leader of the Conservative Party sat around the cabinet table back then?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan in 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the Parliament Secretary doesn't know what he's talking about. That's often true, but it's especially true in this case. Just to pick one example, he says on the trades programs, he says, oh, Conservatives did nothing. Look at us. We brought in these completion grants. Conservatives brought in completion grants for the trades. We brought them in 2009. We were the first, we introduced in our first budget, 2006, grants for trades workers. The Liberals canceled those grants, but then they re-announced that they were going to bring them back. Well, it's pretty rich for them to say, well, Conservatives did nothing, when all the Liberals have done is announce the return of a program they can't.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Everything's falling into order. Today I'll be splitting my time with the member for Regina. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today about the Spring Economic Update 2026 at a time when several families are still feeling the strain of the cost of living. It's essential for our government to continue to act responsibly in a practical and humane way, compassionate way. In Rosemère, Boisbriand, Saint-Eustache, and Deux-Montagnes, the people I represent are telling us what they're concerned about. They're telling us about grocery prices, housing, price costs, their children, their aging parents. They also tell us about their small businesses, their jobs, their retirement, their ability to make ends meet. These concerns are real, and they should guide our work here in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, the Spring Economic Update puts forward measures that aim to address these issues. It focuses on actions to make life more affordable. It focuses on building homes, supporting workers, strengthening our economy. It also recognizes the importance of investing in communities, families, seniors, women, and young people. As far as I'm concerned, a spring economic update should not just be about a series of numbers. In each measure, behind each measure, there are people. There's a family in Boisbriand looking for a bigger home. There's a couple in De Montagne who want to buy their first home. There's a senior in Rosemère who wants to continue to live in that community with dignity. There's an entrepreneur in Saint-Eustache who wants to keep their employees and grow their business. This is why, and it's for these people that we must continue to work. Madam Speaker, I want to start talking about the cost of living. Across the country, families are facing difficult choices. Costs have risen. Budgets are tight. People want to feel as though their government is there for them. Assistance, grocery support, and essentials support are critical because they provide direct support to the people who need it most. For some people, this support may seem modest, but for a family that has to, watch every dollar, for a single person, for a single mom, or for a senior on a fixed income, it can make a real difference. Affordability must remain at the heart of our priorities, Madam Speaker. Housing is also a major issue. In my riding, we have beautiful communities, Rosemère, Boisbriand, Saint-Eustache, De Montagne. These are places where people want to live, work, raise their families, and age in place near their loved ones. But for that to be possible, there needs to be more housing. We need accessible housing, accessible to everyone. Housing for young families, housing for seniors, housing for single people. We need to work with the government of Quebec also, with municipalities, organizations, and the private sector. The federal government cannot do everything on its own. It is by working with the municipalities, provinces, and territories that we will be able to build a strong Canada. But the federal government has an important role to play in accelerating construction, supporting partners, and contributing to concrete solutions. We need to build more, but we must also build smartly. Build near services, build near transit. I myself, Madam Speaker, have 2 electric metropolitan stations on my side, and you, Madam Speaker, you're on the other side of the Rem. It's certainly important that we build housing near this transportation grid. I think it's opened in the west part of Montreal as well. We need to build while respecting the quality of life in our neighborhoods. We need to build for today, but also for tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I also want to emphasize how important it is to support workers and businesses. In Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, our SMEs are essential. They create jobs. They support families. They take part in the vitality of our cities. They support our local events. They give life to our communities and our commercial main streets. But they also face massive challenges. The operating costs are high. Labor is sometimes hard to find. Investments are expensive. Entrepreneurs need stability, predictability. As my colleague says, the member for Lévis, it's important to have predictability from a financial standpoint and measures that mean we can continue to move forward. The Spring Economic Update supports growth, productivity, training, and investment. These priorities are important for Canada, but they're also very, very tangibly important for our local businesses. When a business in Boisbriand invests in new equipment, it's good for the local economy. When an SME from Saint-Eustache hires a young worker, it's good for the future. When a business in Rosemère managed to get through a tough period, the entire community benefits. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to talk about Quebec. Quebec has an innovative, diversified, and strong economy. We have qualified competent workers. We have skilled workers, dynamic SMEs. We have strategic sectors in areas of clean technologies, critical minerals, energy, construction, aerospace, agri-food processing in my riding. That's a major thing. And we also, in the Montreal region, you have to think about AI as well. The economic update recognizes the importance of supporting major projects, training, and supply chain for Quebec. This represents significant opportunities. But economic development has to always be carried out responsibly. It has to respect communities. It has to respect the environment. It must include Indigenous peoples, and it must create sustainable, good quality jobs. This is how we can build a strong economy and also a fair economy. Madam Speaker, as the chair of the Women's Caucus, here we are at 41% on our side. That's where we stand. In terms of parity, I also want to say that these economic decisions have a direct effect on women. When you're talking about the cost of living, we're talking about women. When we're talking about housing, we're talking about women. When we talk about food security, we're talking about women. When we talk about violence, health, care, safe sports, community services, and support for families, we're also talking about women. Women are at the heart of our economy. They are the workers, entrepreneurs, caregivers, heads of households, students, volunteers. The women are the leaders in our communities. We must therefore ensure that our economic policies address their realities. A single mother looking for affordable housing, an elderly woman living alone, or an entrepreneur who wants to grow her business, a young girl who wants to play sports in a safe environment, a woman leaving a situation of violence who needs a safe space. All of these realities have to be taken into consideration. It's a collective responsibility. And Madam Speaker, you know I am proud to represent Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I am proud to represent Rosemère, Boisbriand, Saint-Eustache, and de Montagne here in the House of Commons. These are strong, supportive, deeply compassionate communities. We have engaged families. We have seniors who've built our towns. We have young people who want to contribute. And we have extraordinary community organizations, volunteers who give their time without counting the cost of it. We have entrepreneurs who create jobs and local wealth. These people deserve a government that acts with seriousness, that listens to them, a government that understands that the economy is not just about growth, but the economy is about dignity, security, the ability to find housing, to feed one's family, to access a good job. It's about the chance to grow old in one's community. It's about the hope of building something better for one's children. And Madam Speaker, on international trade, I also sit on the International Trade Committee, and we recently went to Brazil and Argentina. Even there, our Prime Minister is resonating with people. Everyone's talking to us. Everyone talks to us about Davos and the Davos speech. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Even in Latin America, people are still talking to us about that speech from Davos. I'd be pleased to answer any friendly questions from my colleagues at this point. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Kawamachikamash, Nitassinan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I have a few friendly questions to ask her with respect to what she was saying about women, because the Bloc Québécois had put forward a number of measures to support women, specifically with respect to the reform of the EI system. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I can actually hear myself speak here because there's so much noise and screaming around the House. I'd like there to be a quiet environment so that I could actually express my views. I think the House has quieted down. The member may ask a question at this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a friendly question, as I said. With respect to women, reforming EI benefits for seasonal workers, stopping discrimination against seniors of all ages. And we know that senior women will often find themselves in precarious situations. There's the issue of healthcare transfers. A number of women work in the healthcare sector, and the government once again decided to reduce transfers to the provinces. I wonder why these constructive proposals that we put forward that are in the federal government's jurisdiction, why wasn't that considered in drawing up the budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. Yes, that is a friendly question. When we're talking about women, really it affects more than 50% of the Canadian public. And on this side of the House, I can say that we are particularly sensitive to this issue, and we are working hard together to push forward women's agenda and to work with our allies, men allies, and to make sure that women are always considered in any decision that is made. When we talk about housing, we consider investing to make sure that women who are in situations of domestic violence can leave those situations. We make sure that we focus on women. Now we're talking about the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Women generally manage the grocery budget. I can assure you we own a grocery store with my father, and mostly women are the customers. As senior women often live longer than men and often are left alone with more challenges to deal with. That kind of targeted support will help individuals and specifically as single women. There will be 2.5 minutes left for the questions and comments period. We will now move to statements by members.
Members, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Happy Pride Month. This month, we celebrate joy, courage, and resilience of queer, trans, and two-spirited communities across Canada. Pride is a celebration, but it is also a protest. It was born from people standing up and demanding dignity, equality, and freedom to live openly as themselves. That's why I am especially proud to congratulate Pride Corner in my constituency for 5 years. For 5 years, Pride Corner has rejected hate. For 5 years, they have brought people together in community and joy. To every queer, trans, and two-spirited person in this country, you are loved, you belong, and you are not alone. Happy Pride Month. Be proud, be loud, and let's keep fighting for a better future for all.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Mr. Speaker, on the 1st of June, we celebrate World Milk Day, an event recognised in more than 40 countries to pay tribute to our dairy farmers whose daily work feeds our families and sustains our regions. In the eastern townships, the dairy industry is a true pillar of the economy like elsewhere in the country. Behind every glass of milk, there are families working 7 days a week who innovate and who protect our food safety.
Role in making sure Canadians have access to a stable, high-quality local food supply. Today, I invite all my colleagues to raise a glass of milk in recognition of the farmers, workers, and families behind this important industry. À toutes celles et ceux qui contribuent à cette industrie.
I'd like to thank everyone who contributes to this essential day. Happy World Milk Day.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Seniors Month in Ontario, as well as Seniors Week in Alberta and British Columbia. As Conservative Shadow Minister for Seniors, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the seniors who built this country, seniors who worked hard, paid their dues, raised families, and helped shape the communities we all rely on today. As we commemorate this month of recognition, rising costs continue to surpass seniors with limited income. Many seniors are worried about the cost of housing, groceries, and just being able to live independently in their own home. Seniors deserve real action that restores affordability and respect for the contributions they have made. I also want to acknowledge the caregivers, volunteers, and community organizations across the country who continue to step up. to seniors from coast to coast to coast, we honor and we thank you for all your contributions to our country.
The honourable member for Sydney Glace Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Cape Breton artists who took home honours at the 38th East Coast Music Awards last week in Sydney, Cape Breton. Goldie Boutlier of Reserve Minds had an historic week, Mr. Speaker, winning Album of the Year, Breakthrough Artist of the Year, and Rock and Alternative Release of the Year. Morgan Toney from Wabmacook won both the Indigenous Artist and Fusion Release of the Year, and Elise Aaron of Glace Bay, my hometown, claimed Release of the Year. The Barrett McNeils received the Dr. Helen Creighton Lifetime Achievement Award, Emily Dingwall the Musicians Achievement Award, Nick McDonald Artist Management of the Year, Joseph Paris the Bucky Adams Memorial Award, Donnie McNeil the Technical Excellence Award, Celtic Colors Event of the Year, and the late Laura Mercer for the Stompin' Tom Award. Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton wasn't just the host for the ECMAs, we are its heart.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Speaker, today I rise to recognize an extraordinary demonstration of community strength right here in Canada. When a young girl went missing in North Toronto, Shomreem Toronto, a volunteer community safety and security organization, mobilized immediately. Shomreem coordinated its members alongside local law enforcement, community organizations, and thousands of residents who answered the call without hesitation. Strangers who dropped everything to help. She was found safe, and we send our deepest thanks to everyone who did help. What unfolded over those first critical hours, days, and weeks ahead is a testament to their professionalism and compassion. Ordinary people working around the clock, days and weeks, is a testament to their professionalism. It is not just a supplement to public safety. It is an essential pillar of it, and we should recognize that. Shomreem Toronto deserves the full recognition of this House, and this year they will receive a Community Heroes Award for it. Because those who know Shomreem's value understand it is as sacred as the life and universe they help save this time and every time before it.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, for 46 families in Whitby, the hope of owning an affordable home is becoming a reality. That dream is being realized thanks to the work of Habitat for Humanity GTA. I was honored to be there to break ground on Hickory Street in downtown Whitby for a project that will provide families a safe, stable place to grow, put down roots in the community that they love. This milestone proves what's possible when governments, community leaders, local partners, volunteers, and future homeowners all pull in the same direction. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, as well as the new HST relief on new home purchases across Ontario, our new government is helping Whitby unlock land, cut red tape, and build more homes for families in need. Because we believe that everyone deserves more than a roof over their head. They deserve a place to truly call home, and that's exactly what we're delivering with this project.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals on the Ethics Committee are blocking transparency around the Prime Minister's ethics screen. The screen was mandated by the Ethics Commissioner because of the Prime Minister's vast conflicts. Canadians deserve to know how the screen is working, including instances where potential conflicts are flagged, but where the Prime Minister's advisors decide against activating the screen. It is precisely those records that the Liberals are hiding from Canadians. The question is why? Is it because those records would show that the Prime Minister is involved in making decisions on matters in which he has a conflict of interest? Enough of the stonewalling. The Prime Minister needs to come clean, and he needs to come clean today by releasing all records related to the application of his ethics screen.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a remarkable achievement by a talented rider in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Darcy Rhino from Little Harbour has been honoured in the 2025 Society of American Travel Writers Canadian Chapters Awards. earning 3 distinctions for his outstanding storytelling. He received first bronze for Best Service Story for his piece highlighting a geocaching project that brings African Canadian history to life in Shelburne County. He also earned silver for Best Canadian Story for his exploration of Anticosti Island, and a bronze for Best International Story for his travel feature on cycling around Lake Constance in Europe. These awards are a testament not only to Darcy's talents, but also to his ability to share meaningful stories. His work helps shine a light on history, culture, and place, and also reflects the creativity and excellence found in our region. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Middlesex, London.
In March 1974, a 16-year-old girl from a Polish immigrant family went on a school trip to Greece. She was an adventurer with no fear, and on that trip she met a 19-year-old Dutch boy, also from an immigrant family. Back home, he asked her out on their first date and took her to the boys' athletic club where he was president. Even though he taught her how to drive a motorcycle, her parents approved of the nice Dutch boy. She graduated high school in June 1976, and 2 weeks later, on July 10th, they got married. From starting out farming Dutch sets together and losing their entire crop, and later farming with her family, they built a produce farm that became the first farm in Canada to market mini potatoes. They raised 3 children on their own and then welcomed a 4th when he was 14. They volunteer in churches and are an example of putting faith first in all they do. This incredible couple, Diane and Theo Root, are celebrating 50 years of marriage on July 10th, a milestone we seldom see. I'm incredibly proud to call them Mom and Dad. Thank you for your support and for always being an example of faith, family, and love. Jeremy, Anna, and I love you. Congratulations and happy 50th anniversary.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I say bottoms up because today is World Milk Day. This is the day to remind everyone about the importance of dairy farmers and processors in nearly every region of Quebec. The dairy sector is a major driver of rural development, employment, and the vitality of our regions and our local economies. Therefore, continuing to protect supply management is essential to ensuring stable incomes, supporting the next generation of farmers, preserving family farms, and offering high-quality products that are among the best in the world. On this World Milk Day, let us sincerely thank those who feed us with passion and make us proud. In closing, Mr. Speaker, a reflection is in order regarding ALTO's report on agricultural land and the risks of expropriation threatening nearly 1,700 properties. We're talking about 500 farms, many of which are dairy farms. This must be taken seriously in order to protect our production capacity, our food security, and the mental health of our farmers. Thank you, and cheers.
The honourable député de Nipissing.
The honourable member for Nipissing-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker.
The honour of presenting petition E6661 to the House of Commons. Since then, nearly 65,000 letters of support have been received, adding to the tremendous backing reflected in the petition. In addition, unanimous motions of support have been adopted by the provincial governments of Alberta and New Brunswick, joining similar motions previously passed in Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Nova Scotia. Together, these provinces represent nearly 60% of Canada's population. I would like to thank all those who have expressed their support, including the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs and the Senate of Canada. In this context, it was encouraging to hear the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence state on Friday that the government supports the establishment of an independent military honors review board. This board will re-examine the files of deserving Afghanistan veterans where new evidence suggests they meet the criteria for the Victoria Cross. Je tiens à remercier tout le monde.
I'd like to thank everyone who supported this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a recession, a distinction no other G7 nation shares. Despite facing the same international pressures as our allies, including American tariffs and global energy constraints, Canada stands alone in this regard. This government needs to take a hard look at why. In fact, the Liberal government routinely claims that Canada has the best tariff deal with the U.S. in the world. Just last week, appearing before committee, the Minister of Finance stated that Canada has one of the lowest tariff rates overall. So why is Canada in a recession? Poor domestic policy has driven a $20 billion loss in net investment over the past year, the loss of more than 100,000 jobs in the last 3 months alone, and inflationary spending that continues to drive up the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. I urge this Liberal government to recognize the gravity of the situation and take the necessary steps to pull Canada back from the brink of economic calamity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Argentan-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with deep sadness that we learned of the sudden passing of Claude Lemieux at the age of 60. Born in Buckingham in my riding, Mr. Lemieux left his mark on the history of Quebec, Canadian and international hockey through his talent, determination and immense competitive spirit. Drafted by the Montreal Canadiens, he helped win the Stanley Cup in 1986. Mr. Speaker, I was there, and established himself as one of the greatest playoff players of his generation. Over the course of his brilliant career, he won 4 Stanley Cups and left his mark as a player capable of making a difference in the most crucial moments. Quebec has lost one of its truly greatest sports ambassadors, a man who inspired generations of young hockey players through his passion and perseverance. On behalf of the citizens of Argenteuil and on behalf of all Quebecers and Canadians, I offer my deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of Claude Lemieux, as well as to the entire Montreal Canadiens family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister told Canadians he had a plan, but he didn't say that his plan was to plunge Canada into a recession. Every G7 country is facing global instability, economic headwinds, and tariffs. But Canada stands alone as the only G7 country in a recession. Canada stands alone as the only G7 country where our economy has contracted 3 out of the last 4 quarters. Canada stands alone in recession because of Liberal policies that have stalled our economic engines like natural resources, agriculture, and manufacturing. There are consequences, as more than 100,000 Canadians have lost their jobs over just the last few months. Canadians have already suffered through the last Liberal decade. They don't need any more economic mismanagement, deficit spending, and high taxes. Canadians want answers, not photo ops. That's why Conservatives are asking the Prime Minister to hold emergency debate on this economic crisis that his government has caused.
Yes.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate World Milk Day today on June 1st, I rise to recognize the hard-working dairy farmers who help feed our country and strengthen our communities. Having spent most of my life as a dairy farmer in Little Pond, Prince Edward Island, this day holds special meaning to me. Canada's dairy sector includes more than 9,000 farms and supports over 270,000 jobs in communities across our country. Our supply-managed dairy sector helps provide something no other country can give us, the ability to feed ourselves. At a time with increased global uncertainty, our food sovereignty has never been more important. So today, I invite all Canadians to raise a glass to our dairy farmers and thank them for the important role they play in our communities and our economy. I am proud to be a Canadian dairy farmer, the son of a dairy farmer and the father of another.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Canada has entered a recession, the only country in the G7 to do so. Our economy has shrunk 3 out of the past 4 quarters. But what does this mean? This means jobs are at risk, paychecks don't go as far, housing is out of reach, and 1 in 4 Canadians are now food insecure. We have neighbours who are saying that they're leaving our country in search of better opportunities elsewhere. Yet this Liberal Prime Minister says that affordability is the best it's been in a decade. Well, I hate to break it to him, but Canadians don't get to blow $200,000 worth of in-flight catering on the taxpayer credit card like he does. Canadians deserve fiscal responsibility today, where every tax dollar taken from them is respected. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are committed to cutting taxes, removing red tape, and ending the wasteful spending to finally get Canada building, hiring, and growing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Monsieur le Président, je me lève.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to a true mayor of the Confederation, Mr. Jean Augustine.
Today to receive the Pearson Center's Laureate Award, its highest honor, joining such past honorees whose leadership has helped make Canada a better country, including Jean Chrétien, Joe Clark, and Irwin Cotler. Born in Grenada, she immigrated to Canada in 1960 under the West Indian Domestic Scheme, the same scheme that my mother came to Canada. She worked in education and later served on the founding committee to organize Carabana, now known as the Toronto Caribbean Festival. Jean Augustine was the first black woman elected to the House of Commons in 1993 and became the first black woman to serve in a federal cabinet. She introduced the motion to recognize February as Black History Month, and she also introduced a motion to have the famous 5 monument erected on Parliament Hill. On behalf of the entire House, I would like to salute Jean Augustine for her life of public service and thank her for making Canada the modern and inclusive country we enjoy today. I hope all members will join us this evening.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The G7 countries are all facing tariffs and global instability. But Japan is not in a recession. The United States aren't in a recession. The UK isn't in a recession. France, Italy, Germany, they're not in recession. Why is Canada, under this Liberal Prime Minister, the only G7 country in a recession? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we are currently managing a tariff war with an economy that is much more integrated with the American economy, and the colleague across the way knows it very well. One thing is clear. In the meantime, we are creating jobs. We have been able to attract jobs in many different sectors in our economy. I'll give you a couple of examples. Whether it be 3,000 jobs with the agreement with Saab and Bombardier for building a new airplane, whether that be in Trois-Rivières, Kruger, 350 new jobs, or whether that be in Prince Edward Island, 250 new jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Mexico shares a border with the United States in a tariff war, and Mexico is not in a recession either. It's just Canada in North America that's in recession. And beyond that, mortgage defaults have gone up by 1/3 year over year. We have the highest level in 17 years. Canadian households are the most indebted in the G7. Today, Food Banks Canada showed that Canada is failing once again in a new report. 1/4 of Canadians are facing food insecurity. Why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession? The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has said, we are facing unjustified tariffs in the context of our free trade agreement with the United States. This week, we will be discussing that agreement with American representatives, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we're not waiting. We're protecting Canadian workers. We're protecting Canadian industries. We're working with the provinces to make sure that we can help these industries in a positive way, and at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we're building Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Group of 7 industrialized nations, they all face tariffs and global economic forces, but Japan is not in recession. The United States is not in recession. The United Kingdom is not in recession. France is not in recession. Germany is not in recession. Italy is not in recession. The only G7 country in recession is Canada. Why is it that Canada, under this Liberal Prime Minister, is the only G7 country in a recession today?
Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should do his economic homework. He should understand that Canada is the most integrated country in the world with the United States. They have declared a trade war on us. This side of the House understands that. We will control what we can control. That's why we're building new mines at Red Chris. That's why we're building new pipelines on Sunrise. That's why we're building 4 new mines in Saskatchewan, a uranium mine, a potash mine, and a copper mine. They should start to understand economics and try to help build this country instead of tear it down.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mexico shares a border with the United States and is as integrated with the U.S. as we are. And Mexico is not in a recession. Only Canada, in all of North America, only Canada is in recession. Not only that, since this Liberal Prime Minister took office, he's lost 46,000 jobs, 112,000 in the last 3 months alone. We have the second highest unemployment in the G7, a third higher than the U.S. The economy has contracted 3 of the last 4 quarters. Over $20 billion of net investment has fled the country. 5 consecutive quarters of investment dropping, mortgage delinquencies up a third, a 17-year high. Why are we the only country in a recession?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition should take note of some of the facts. For example, 3,500 jobs annually being created with our Joint Support Ships contract, 2,300 jobs to produce our AOP ships, 1,800 jobs for our fixed-wing research and rescue, 700 jobs for our remotely piloted aircraft system, 5,300 direct jobs for our River-class destroyers, Mr. Speaker. The list is very long. The Leader of the Opposition should stop running down Canada and join us. Join us in our efforts.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's the Liberal Prime Minister that's running down our economy and then running away from accountability for it. Where is he anyway? We've known now it's been 4 days since Statistics Canada reported that Canada is the only G7 country in a recession, and the Prime Minister has not answered one question, not in this House, not from the media, not from anyone. The guy who said you hire him in a crisis, well, now he's made a crisis. He's created the only G7 economy that's in a recession. Instead of running away from accountability, why doesn't he run in here and do his job?
That I think broke a rule. I mean, we're implying that somebody is not in the House when they could be. I would warn members against doing that, because at some point I might have to dock questions. The Minister of Jobs and Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when the global winds of uncertainty were blowing, what did this government do? We took immediate action to put things into place to protect workers. In fact, if their jobs were threatened, if their economies were threatened, if their sector was threatened, and Mr. Speaker, every time we take action for workers to protect workers, these guys vote against it. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, $6 billion to skilled trades workers, including apprentices in the pipeline right now to help make sure that they can complete their training and get those fantastic paying jobs. These guys are ignoring.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, with Canada being the only G7 country in a recession, there are very real human costs. Today they came to light as Food Banks Canada published a report giving this government a failing grade, indicating that 1/4 of all Canadians now live in food security. 1/4 of food banks have actually run out of food in the last year. Mr. Speaker, what is a single mother who can't afford groceries supposed to do when she gets to an empty food bank? How is she supposed to feed her kids?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Yet again, I think the Leader of the Opposition should read the entire report, because although, of course, people are struggling, in fact, what the National Food Bank said was that they're seeing some reasons for optimism, because the very things that they've called for, like automatic tax filing, like the introduction of the groceries and essentials benefit, like expanded dental care and investments in child care, they note as positive and bringing down the cost of living for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, I will point out they voted against all those measures.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberals are backtracking on environmental issues left and right. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie even resigned. But despite these setbacks, the Liberals keep saying that they're going to meet their greenhouse gas reduction targets. So we're wondering how. So last Thursday, the Bloc Québécois demanded the numbers the Liberals are relying on to claim that emissions will go down despite all the measures that they have sacrificed. The minister didn't have those numbers. Today, the numbers on those setbacks. Does the minister have the numbers? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. The Bloc likes to talk about setbacks, but maybe we could talk about what we've done to move forward. Well, we have methane regulations. We've strengthened them. That's 400 megatons of emissions that we are reducing. If we want to talk about what we're doing when it comes to electricity, and that's also something that Hydro-Québec has been calling for, that we can move forward with having a stronger, more resilient electricity network. We're doing the work and we're reducing our emissions at the same time. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, well, the minister clearly still doesn't have those numbers. We want numbers for this year, because it's this year that the Liberals announced a new pipeline, new LNG projects, that they've cut the industrial carbon price in Alberta. They've abandoned the emissions cap for the oil and gas sector. They've suspended the clean electricity regulations. They've scrapped the carbon tax, and the list goes on. Today, without numbers to measure the impact of those setbacks, how are they going to meet their targets? They say they're going to. How are we supposed to swallow that? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Well, if we want to talk about lists, because apparently they like lists, well, I talked about strengthening the methane regulations. I talked about work with the electricity network. I could also talk about what we're doing at the international level. We're a leader when it comes to investing in international climate funds. If the member wants to talk about something else, we could also talk about what we're doing for electric cars here in Canada. We're doing a lot of great work with investments in green technology, and we continue to fight climate change, and we will continue to do that. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. Mr. Speaker, all these setbacks don't even include those when it comes to environmental assessments, the protection of endangered species, and the list goes on. The Climate Institute of Canada says the government won't meet its climate targets. The Pembina Institute says the same thing. The former Environment Minister, who has since resigned, says the same thing. And all we're asking the government to do is to provide the proof. They say they're going to meet their targets despite these setbacks. Where's the proof? Well, they're unable to give us any, so how can we not conclude that Liberals aren't telling the truth? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois wants to talk about numbers. Let's talk about numbers. 30% of our land and sea territory will be protected by 2030. That's an investment in the nature strategy, $3.4 billion. There's a green energy tax credit that's going to benefit Quebec up to $80 billion to electrify or to improve our network, to help Hydro-Québec, to build the future with Hydro-Québec. We want to talk about numbers. Improved methane regulations that are going to drop regulations by 2030 by 75%. That is climate action from this government.
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
This grand illusionist Liberal Prime Minister is the only leader in the entire G7 that drove their economy into a recession. Liberals and their paid media want Canadians to believe this full-blown Liberal recession is just a technical one. But there's nothing technical about the single mom that's putting back groceries that just lost her job. In fact, this Prime Minister lost 112,000 jobs in the first 3 months of this year and gave Canada the second worst unemployment in the entire G7. If this truly is about global problems, why is Canada the only country in the entire G7 in a recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, although they seem to want to celebrate it, we are in a trade war. We do face some headwinds. But let's look at some economic facts. We are the second fastest growing economy in the G7. Non-U.S. exports are on track to double over the next decade. Foreign direct investment at twice the rate of our nearest G7 peer, and we now rank as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on building a strong economy for Canadians. They're full of bluster, rhetoric, and press conferences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, after 11 years of this incompetent Liberal government, there's nothing left to celebrate. The single mom who lost her job has nothing to celebrate. The 2.2 million Canadians going to a food bank have nothing to celebrate. 5 straight quarters business investment has declined. 3 out of the last 4 quarters, the economy has shrunk. $20 billion of investment has fled to the U.S. because of this incompetent Prime Minister since he took power. Instead of trying to make America great again, why doesn't he tell us why Canada is the only G7 country in a recession today?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, last elections, Canadians had a choice. They elected a Prime Minister with world-class economic and business credentials. We are going to build the strongest, most resilient economy in the G7. At home, we're investing. We're investing in infrastructure, defense, housing. We're cutting taxes. We're going to build a strong, resilient economy. On that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, it is nothing but empty parking lot press conferences, props, bluster, and rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country in the G7 in a recession. In Newfoundland and Labrador, parents are watching their children pack their bags to leave the province because this Liberal government is driving up the cost of living, killing opportunities and local jobs. This is a full-blown Liberal recession. Statistics Canada has confirmed that in my province, 1 in 10 workers are unemployed. Nationally, insolvencies are at their highest level since 2009, and household debt is the worst in the G7. If Canada's recession was just about global energy and tariffs, why is it that no other G7 countries are in a recession?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, while my colleague once across the aisle once again gets up and reads the same notes, I want to remind her that in our province of Newfoundland and Labrador, announcements made by this government are resonating. Almost $1 billion for small craft harbors. Not only does this support the fishing sector, it also creates jobs. An announcement last week, Ghost Gear, retrieval, $15 million, $5 million a year. The call is out for communities in our province to also participate in this. These programs are building economies, getting people working, and they're growing Canada strong.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the minister can quote all the empty, good news, Liberal promises that she wants, but the real data has already arrived in Newfoundland and Labrador, and the facts are already in, and they prove that we have the worst economy in the G7. While other nations grow, our economy is shrinking, and our young people are paying the price. With 1 in 10 workers unemployed at home, skyrocketing consumer insolvencies across the country, and increasing mortgage delinquencies, when will this Liberal Prime Minister stop quoting out-of-touch Liberal projections, face the facts of economic failure, and fix the mess that he's created?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, here we go again. The feigned indignation. It was in actual fact in our province of Newfoundland and Labrador. The apprenticeship program is investing in young people, Red Seal certifications, getting them to work on projects like Bay du Nord. Again, almost $1 billion in small craft harbors, getting people to work in rural communities. Instead of reading tired notes, I encourage this member to actually speak to people in our province and find out how important these jobs are.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The
last several months, these Liberals have repeatedly gaslit Canadians by repeating the PMO talking point, the fastest growing economy in the G7. But the reality is we have the only shrinking economy in the G7. This Liberal Prime Minister was touted as some kind of an economic genius, but all he's delivered is a shrinking economy and 112,000 Canadians who have lost their full-time jobs this year. If this is truly about global events, as they keep saying, why is Canada the only G7 country that's now in recession?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
We're learning in this House, we're learning that just because Conservatives say things over and over again with righteous indignation does not make it any more true. Canada's economy is facing the headwinds that every other economy around the world is facing. The Bank of Canada governor came to Public Accounts Committee today and cautioned the Conservatives at taking one indicator over another and prioritizing it too much. In reality, our economy is strong, which is projected to have the second fastest growth. Our non-U.S. exports are up. Foreign direct investment is at its highest point in almost 20 years, and wages have...
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Cavan.
I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, no Conservative will ever apologize for getting up and fighting against this bad Liberal government. Let's talk about some numbers that he says we're making up. From Statistics Canada, 112,000 Canadians have lost their jobs this year. From Food Banks Canada, 25% of Canadians are now food insecure. Wow. These are not fake numbers. This member should know that. These are real people who are suffering as a result of this Liberal government. If it's all about external events, as they keep saying, why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession? How about a real answer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me give that member a real answer. Canada's economy is strong and becoming more resilient under this government. And we will never apologize on this side of the House for being optimistic about the future that we're building in this country, together with all Canadians, with generational investments in housing, infrastructure, defense, innovation, and productivity. We're seeing the highest level of foreign direct investments in nearly 2 decades. That's good news. Canadians know it, and we'll continue building a stronger
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. People vote with their feet when they have no other way to vote, and investors vote with their dollars every single day. Right now, they are voting against Canada. More than 112,000 jobs have disappeared in just 3 months. Behind every one of those jobs is a Canadian wondering how to pay the rent, buy groceries, and keep the lights on. If the Liberals insist this is all because of global conditions, why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession? And when will the Prime Minister admit that his policies have driven investment and jobs elsewhere?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, last year, Canadian exports to non-U.S. markets grew by over 17%. Canada is expected to have the second fastest growing economy in the G7 this year and next. And the first 4 months of this year alone, we landed over $10 billion in commercial deals. Over the past year, Canada has secured more than 20 economic and defense agreements across 5 continents. Countries are choosing Canada, Mr. Speaker. We are ranked the world's most attractive place for investment, and we will build...
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals announced on Thursday that they were cutting the Canadian Consumer Protection Initiative. This is a fund that financed research on the cost of living, anti-competitive practices, and the list goes on. Between 2025 and 2027, we're talking about $7 million. That's penny pinching for a government that's handing out tens of billions of dollars to oil companies, but it reduces our agency's ability to do their work. When it comes to consumer protection, why is the minister defending big business instead of defending citizens? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we will present a new vision for competitiveness in this country. We obviously believe in the importance of civil society to protect consumers, and we are going to work with organizations to make sure that they have access to funding because their work is extremely important. At the same time, we're going to work with the provinces and territories because we know that when it comes to protecting consumers, that is largely provincial and territorial jurisdiction. We are going to find a solution, and I look forward to working with my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Well, Mr. Speaker, the cut to the Consumer Protection Initiative is not going to have any impact on public finances. We're talking about peanuts here, but it's quite a windfall for big businesses that are cutting corners. The Liberals are preventing consumer protection agencies from investigating, for example, price gouging in grocery stores. They also can't investigate contracts in telecoms or in the banking sector, airline pricing practices. They're literally helping big business protect itself from consumers who are informed about their rights. How can the minister justify this? The Honourable Minister. Well, we want to make sure that consumers are well educated on their rights, and we know that we need to do more to increase competition in the grocery sector, in telecommunications, and when it comes to all big businesses, where we know that sometimes there are monopolies that can be problematic. And that is why we are going to take a clear, aggressive approach when it comes to competitiveness while protecting consumers. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G7 country in recession. And yet, just a few days ago, the Prime Minister boasted that Canada had the second strongest economy in the G7. Well, he's misled Canadians. 112,300 jobs have been lost since the start of the year. Canada now has the second worst unemployment rate in the G7. Other countries are facing the same tariffs and the same international crises. Why is the Prime Minister the only G7 leader to have plunged his country into a liberal recession? The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have explained already, our government is working hard not only to protect our industries and our workers who are facing unjustified tariffs from the United States. We're doing that, obviously, with our partners in the provinces and territories. But we have a mandate from Canadians that we got in the election last year to build a more resilient economy, to build major projects for the future, the economic future of Canada. And that is exactly what we are doing from coast to coast to coast. Canadians are proud of the Prime Minister's work. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. The Minister is right. They got a mandate, but they haven't met that mandate. We're in recession right now. The Prime Minister said that he was the only one who could fix the problems with Donald Trump, but he hasn't fixed anything a year and a half later. Meanwhile, 87,000 jobs were lost in Quebec during the first 4 months of 2026, and nearly half of them were in the construction and manufacturing sectors. The Conservatives are calling for an emergency debate because we want to know what their plan is. We don't want to hear just empty words. We hear the government's real plan to see what they're going to do to help Canadians. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians can help the government and Canadians to support industry and workers, and we can come together to fight the tariffs imposed by the American government. We are always looking for positive contributions from parliamentarians here in the House of Commons, in the other place as well, Mr. Speaker, and we'll always be happy to work with the member across the way who asked that question and with all of his opposition colleagues, because we are there to support Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Acquia-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, the reality, unfortunately, is very sad for Canadians. Canada is in recession. Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. Canada has the worst food inflation in the G7, and Canada has the second highest level of unemployment in the G7. That's the reality, and that's the result of this Liberal Prime Minister for Canada. He was supposed to be a magician who was going to fix the economy, but his tricks aren't working. Why is Canada? Why is this Liberal Prime Minister in recession? And why are other G7 countries not in recession? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that Canadians know very well that Canada's economy is one of the most integrated with the American economy, and that we are facing headwinds and turbulence because of the unjustified tariffs that are imposed by the Americans. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, Canadians chose this government, because there is a lot that we can do and that we can control. For example, we're investing in one Canadian economy. That's going to increase our GDP. There's also major projects like the TGV between Quebec City and Toronto, increasing our ports, diversifying markets. That's what we're doing to support Canadians.
The honourable member for Louis Salon at Cowenhaka. That's all well and good, Mr. Speaker, but it's just not working. 1 out of 3 families is struggling to pay their mortgages every month. That's the truth. Under this Liberal government, 2.2 million people every month turn to food banks. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. This economist of a prime minister, that's 112,000 jobs lost. All countries the world over are dealing with economic crises. And Mr. Trump's threats. Why is Canada the only G7 country to be in a recession?
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
The Honourable Minister, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, the Canadian economy is highly integrated with the American economy. What I'm noting is over the last year, following this government's actions and those of Canadians, we've increased our exports outside of the U.S. by close to 40%. That's a major turnaround. Why? We're signing agreements. We're signing trade agreements, critical mineral agreements, security agreements, and that's exactly what Canadians expect, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Côte du Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamik, Témiscouata. Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. This is not just a graph. You have to look at parents having to open an empty fridge when the kids are asking what kind of food will be on the table. Our food banks are no longer have food to provide. If this were a global crisis like the Liberal Prime Minister seems to claim it is, why is it that our communities are facing these issues and not other G7 countries? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Nature. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just doesn't work. You know, we're hearing this on a daily basis. They're saying it's not working. In La Presse a few weeks ago, the journalist Maria Fournier was referring to a research study that's saying it is working. In fact, the groceries and essentials benefit is working. The food banks are saying it's working. We're helping Canadians on a daily basis. We're creating jobs on a daily basis. And in my colleagues' riding, we're drawing in investments. It is working. It isn't because they keep saying that it isn't working that Canadians aren't on board with us.
Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, known worldwide for their talent and creativity, Canada's cultural industries support hundreds of thousands of jobs nationally and drive economic growth. In 2023, China was Canada's 4th largest creative export market. During the Prime Minister's visit to Beijing in January, Canada and China committed to advance further opportunities for cultural exchanges and partnerships. Can the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and for Official Languages please update the House about his recent trip to China?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, last week I was in Shanghai and Beijing to speak with my counterpart, the Minister of Culture and Tourism, notably to discuss the importance of our creative industries and our cultural exports. Together, we agreed to increase our exchanges of cultural exports, specifically in the creative industries, and that's why I'll be following up that in the fall with a proper trade mission focusing specifically on those important drivers of economic growth, our cultural industry, as well as the creative industry. This is really important, Mr. Speaker, as we diversify our economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is now the only G7 country in a recession. The Prime Minister has spent the last year creating new bureaucracies, racking up debt, refusing to repeal job-killing regulations, Mr. Speaker. Food insecurity is up, job losses are up, income insecurity is up, insolvencies are up, and housing remains unaffordable. The rest of the world faces the same outside factors that this government is blaming for its failures, so why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it'd be a good question to ask some of the CEOs of these companies that are making massive investments in Canada, like Kraft Heinz, $250 million in Montreal, Bayer investing $45 million in canola research in Winnipeg. A couple weeks ago, I was at K&S Potash in Saskatchewan, $3 billion over 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Cargill, Saskatchewan, $350 million in a new crushing plant, Mr. Speaker. Imperial Oil in Strathcona, investing in biofuels. Mr. Speaker, are all these CEOs of these major international and national companies making a major mistake, or do they actually believe in Canadians like we do?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Believe in Canadians, they can talk to CEOs, we're talking to Canadians. This Canada-only recession means that there are 3 unemployed Canadians for every vacant job. It means that taxes, food, housing, and other essentials now account for more than 100% of an average family's income. Will this Liberal government admit today that its long-term, ongoing failure to build up Canada's economic resilience has driven Canada into the only G7 recession, and apologize and implement the Conservative plan to unlock our resource wealth and make life affordable?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government has delivered real affordability measures, including cutting the gas excise tax, Mr. Speaker, all while ensuring that we're reducing our projected deficit by more than $11 billion. Our trade agreements have opened up preferential access to 1.5 billion consumers across 16 trade agreements, 51 countries, and roughly 2/3 of global GDP. Mr. Speaker, those are the facts. Maybe the opposition could recognize truth when they see it.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Canada is the only country in the G7 in a recession. After 2 straight quarters of economic decline, the consequences are everywhere. 1 in 4 Canadians is food insecure. Millions of people are struggling to put food on the table. Canadians are cutting back and lining up at food banks, yet reports of the Prime Minister's lavish catering and elite events continue to pile up. The Prime Minister spent more money on airplane food for 3 flights than the average family would spend on food for an entire decade. How can the Prime Minister justify spending so lavishly while Canadian families are struggling to afford the basics?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member from Cold Lake rose to ask the question. It's important for her to remind her constituents that we're investing between $3 and $4 billion in her riding. We're making massive investments in the base there. She knows so. Mr. Speaker, we also announced a very progressive move to procure the Global Eye plane with Saab last week. 3,000 new jobs in Canadian aerospace and defence. 22,000 jobs in Canadian multi-mission aircraft. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. I know they don't want to hear it. They're too busy running down this beautiful country.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
The truth is the Prime Minister continues to spend lavishly while Canadians struggle to put food on the table. After more than a decade of Liberal inflationary spending, Canadians are being stuck with the bill while government racks up debt and pays for luxury perks. Food Banks Canada's newest poverty report card warns that too many Canadians have incomes not meeting the cost of living, and having a job is no longer a reliable path to stability. Let that sink in. Working Canadians now make up 1 in 5 food bank clients. The Prime Minister says this recession is a result of global economic crisis and tariff problems. If that's true, why is there no other country in the...
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's first European LNG agreement, more than $30 billion in investment secured, Mr. Speaker. The Nouveau Monde graphite mine project in Quebec, over 1,000 new jobs, shovels in the ground. The new Darlington nuclear project, Mr. Speaker, 18,000 construction jobs. The Contrecoeur port expansion, shovels in the ground. 150 Airbus A220s, the largest order of Canadian-built aircraft in Canadian history. As the Conservatives know, Canada is facing a trade war, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan. We are building.
Honourable member for York Centre.
The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. Instead, Canada is the only G7 country in recession.
That's right.
Not a technical recession, a full-blown recession with 2 consecutive quarters of contraction. Since this Prime Minister took office, 3 out of 4 quarters in contraction. While 2.2 million Canadians are at the food bank, this Prime Minister spends almost $200,000 on 3 in-flights catering. 200,000 could feed 10 Canadian families for a whole year. So will the Prime Minister own his economic failure, get a trade deal, build a pipeline, and stop spending like a Liberal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Prime Minister has been clear it's time to invest to build Canada strong. And I will point out that in that member's riding, that includes the Black Creek Sanitary Sewer, which will expand wastewater servicing capacity to the Black Creek watershed. This is just one of the many projects that we have underway to build Canada strong. We are investing in infrastructure, we are investing in housing, and we are making these important investments in communities across Ontario so that we can create jobs and economic prosperity for all Canadians.
For York Centre.
Lights are out on the north side of the House. No more excuses. Canada is the only G7 country in recession. So where's the fastest growing economy? Instead, we have the highest household debt in the G7, second highest unemployment, insolvencies at the highest level since 2009, and all these metrics got worse under this Prime Minister. But he continues to choke Canadian energy with his net zero fantasy. So will the Prime Minister take our advice, repeal his anti-pipeline laws, axe the industrial carbon tax, and bring back Canada's economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In every corner of this country, from coast to coast to coast, we are seeing work on incredible projects that strengthen our economy while creating good jobs. The expansion of the Port of Montreal, the Darlington Nuclear Facility, the Mercy River Wind Farm Project in Nova Scotia, the Scarborough Subway Extension, the Hamilton LRT, the upgrade of the Cambie Street Bridge in Vancouver. We are investing in Canada to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country in the G7 in a recession. Imagine hiring someone for a job that in the interview said that they would give the fastest growing economy in the G7, but they actually delivered the only economy in the G7 into a recession. It's the exact opposite result to the promise. What would be the consequence? I think accountability would be a good start. Instead of taking accountability, though, they're blaming the tariffs. If this were true, then why is Canada the only country in the G7 all facing tariffs, the only one in a recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important to remind everyone, yes, that we are in a trade war with the United States. This does present unique challenges for our economy, which is why this government has taken action to help Canadians with affordability. Notably, on Friday, 12 million Canadians will receive the Groceries and Essentials benefit. This is a $950 benefit for a single Canadian, over $1,200 if you're a couple, and upwards of $1,800 for a vulnerable family of 4. This will make a real difference for Canadians, and we're proud to support these commitments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
If these measures actually did anything for affordability, we wouldn't have the lineups in the food banks that we're seeing. This exact program is going to reach less than half of Canadians out there working jobs. I'm going to repeat the question. France facing tariffs, Germany facing tariffs, Italy facing tariffs, Japan facing tariffs. Why is Canada the only country in the G7 with our economy in a recession?
Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are working hard, and this government is working hard for Canadians. We have taken real action on affordability. This includes making the National School Food Program permanent, which represents savings of up to $800 for a family with children in school. We've made investments in childcare, in dental care, and continue to invest in the Canada Child Benefit. We are there to support Canadians as they face affordability challenges and as we face this tariff war with the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Hill South.
Canada is now the only G7 country in a homegrown, made-by-Liberal recession. This must be the new world order the Liberal Prime Minister keeps bragging about. 2 back-to-back quarters of negative growth and 3 contractions in the last 4 quarters. Food bank use has exploded nationwide and has doubled in just 7 years. 1 in 10 in the GTA now relies on food banks with a record 4.1 million visits just last year, more than quadrupling since 2019. And lower-income families spend over 100% of their income on essentials. If this recession is really caused by tariffs and global energy problems, then why is no other G7 country in a recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Instead of cherry-picking data, maybe that member should listen to the Bank of Canada governor who said, let's look at key indicators. Best net debt to GDP in the G7. Second fastest growing economy in the G7. Strongest fiscal position in the G7. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. On this side, we're going to focus on building a strong economy. On that side, to continue with the rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nunavut.
Last month, a group of us met Joe, a long-haul truck driver in Kavili-Hiktuk, also known as Hope Bay. We learned that he and his family have been stewards of the land for generations. Inuit in the area continue to manage the area. They have determined and will continue to help govern decisions regarding economic potential. The recent announcement of a new Inuit-led wind project at the Hope Bay mine shows what can be achieved through partnerships with Inuit organizations. Would the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources share how our government...
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Nunavut for her important advocacy in the riding, and they should start to listen to her a little bit more.
Yes, that's right, and treat her with some respect.
The Hope Bay project shows what we can accomplish when Inuit partners are at the table from the start. This $2 billion investment will create jobs, generate economic opportunity, and support long-term prosperity in Nunavut.
There's some commotion.
It's a very nice Donald Trump tie.
I don't know where it's coming from, but it's definitely in that corner. We're going to have to start over on this one. We're going to wait before we start from the top. We're going to wait till we're still on the answer. We're still on the answer from the Minister of Energy. Pardon? No, we haven't. So, from the top, the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, the Hope Bay project shows what we can accomplish when Inuits are at the table from the start. This $2 billion investment will create jobs. It will generate economic opportunity, and it will support long-term prosperity for Nunavut. Our government's $25 million investment in the Inuit-owned Hope Bay Wind Project will help advance and reduce diesel use and improve energy security in the Arctic. That's how we build Canada strong for all, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, the ugly face of Liberal weak on crime policy rears its head again. This time, a Toronto carjacker stole a $1 million Ferrari at knife point. But thanks to Liberal laws, he will serve the sentence in the comfort of his own home. This is the legacy of 11 years of Liberal weak on crime laws. This Prime Minister claims to be tough on crime, but Bill C-16 undermines mandatory minimums with a get-out-of-jail-free card. When will these Liberals get serious, take the crime crisis head on, and ensure that jail means jail for violent offenders?
Full Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we have made more changes to the Criminal Code of Canada than any other government. By strengthening bail provisions, lengthening sentences, Mr. Speaker, And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Auto theft is down across this country due to the efforts that we've made in resourcing law enforcement and making sure that our borders are stronger and in catching criminals. And I hope that the other place will pass the bail and sentencing bill as soon as possible. We're also reinstating minimum sentences, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary McKnight.
After 11 years of this Liberal government, violent crime is up 55%, gun crime is up 130%, and extortion is up 330%. Weak on crime Liberal laws continue releasing violent repeat offenders back onto our streets, and families across our country are paying the price. In Calgary, families are being threatened with extortion and having their homes shot at almost every week. When will this Liberal government get serious, take the crime crisis head on, and lock up repeat violent offenders and criminals?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we have taken action and we're seeing results. Just recently, Peel Regional Police arrested over 17 individuals linked to extortion cases, Mr. Speaker. That investigation took about 8 months, Mr. Speaker. We have brought lawful access legislation forward in this House, and you know what? If the Conservatives got on board and helped us pass that legislation, that investigation could have only taken a month, and we could have decreased the amount of victims that the Conservatives are creating in this country.
The honourable member for Brampton.
Mr. Speaker, my
West.
committee is living in fear. Sadly, the Prime Minister is just another weak on crime Liberal. Every day extortion calls are coming in. Houses and businesses are being shot at. Gangs are sending letters to police bragging about having thousands of extortionists ready to commit crimes. Last week, the Liberals tried to boast that Peel Police busted 17 members of an extortion ring targeting businesses in Brampton, but half were already on Liberal bail. When will this Liberal government get serious and ensure that violent repeat offenders are in jail?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, that is false. Half of those individuals are not on bail, Mr. Speaker. We have changed provisions. We've made it so that people can be easily removed from this country. Many of those individuals are being removed, and others are being charged, and trials will be held. We've seen trials across this country in extortion cases, Mr. Speaker, and people have gotten hefty sentences. But if our bail and sentencing bill was to pass, Mr. Speaker, then the sentences will be even stiffer.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby Mallardville.
Mr. Speaker, the newly announced Mia Yaltwa Halid-Zogam-Hoon National Marine Conservation Area Reserve is a major step forward for marine conservation, Indigenous stewardship, and coastal communities in British Columbia. Can the Minister of Environment tell the House how this initiative will help protect our oceans while creating benefits for local and Indigenous communities?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I was able to go to Clemtu in British Columbia's beautiful Central Coast, along with the MP for Vancouver Quadra, where we established Mia Yaltwa. It is a new marine conservation area reserve, the first under our nature strategy. It was established in partnership with 6 First Nations, the province of British Columbia, along with the federal government, and it's going to be conserving the sister to the Great Bear Rainforest in the Great Bear Sea. It is larger than the island, Prince Edward Island. It is a beautiful place where we protect biodiversity, create economic opportunity, and advance recognition.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. No matter how the Liberals spin it, this is a full-blown Liberal recession. Investment is leaving, jobs are disappearing, and the economy has shrunk for 2 straight quarters. They can blame tariffs and global conflict, but every G7 country faces those pressures. In London, this comes as no surprise. London has been the canary in the coal mine. With unemployment at 9.2%, the worst in the country, Londoners saw the warning signs first. The Prime Minister can quote projections, but Londoners are living the reality. Will he stop denying this recession and reverse the Liberal policies that caused it?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, will they continue to run down Canada? What we're doing is we're building. We're building in Quebec with Nouveau Monde Graphite. We're building new nuclear right here in Ontario. We're building new mines in Thompson, Manitoba. We're building 4 new mines in Saskatchewan. We're building new pipelines in British Columbia and Alberta. And we're building new mines and LNG in British Columbia. Maybe they should start trying to help build this country instead of tearing it down.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canada signed a police cooperation agreement with China behind closed doors. The RCMP reportedly revealed that Canada cannot publicly disclose details of the MOU without Beijing's approval. The Foreign Affairs Minister said she spoke frankly with the China Foreign Affairs Minister about the human rights abuses, foreign interference, and transnational repression activities last week. China has a history of weaponizing shared intelligence, such as Operation Fox Hunt. Will the minister be frank with Canadians and tell us if she asked China's permission to release the MOU, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me be frank with this House and with Canadians. Canada has entered into MOUs with China on combating crime in various forms since 2010, and as has historically been the case with this agreement, the advice of Canada's intelligence agencies are always followed. I had a productive exchange with China's Minister of Foreign Affairs on areas of mutual interest. I raised issues relating to transnational repression, human rights, security domestically, as I will always stand up for Canadian values.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jagrup Brar, Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals for the province of British Columbia. It being 3:13, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mrs. Thomas relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Is as follows. Mrs. Thomas, seconded by Mr. Au, moved that given that one, the Liberal-appointed CRTC recently ordered online streaming services to pay 15% of their annual Canadian revenues to the government, up from the current 5%. 2, this tax increase will be passed on to consumers who are already struggling with the rising cost of living. 3, the tax will discourage business activity and investment in Canada. 4, the tax is a trade irritant with the United States ahead of the upcoming CUSMA review. The House call on the Liberal cabinet to use their power under the Broadcasting Act to reject the CRTC's streaming tax increase and eliminate the streaming tax. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Kana.
Mr. Kana.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Mallet, Kapiskasing, Timmins, Mushkegawak.
Mr. Mallet, Kapiskasing, Timmins, Mushkegawak.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. McCulley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean Calgary Center.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Belanger, Sudbury East, Manitoula, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Belanger, Sudbury East, Manitoula, Nickelbelt.
Ms. Cobania.
Miss Cobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Coronis.
Mrs. Cronus.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Que tous ceux
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Ms. Oshelvsky.
Ms. Oshelvsky.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethe, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethe, Mississippi Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Gulmasty.
Ms. Gulmasty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nor Mohammed.
Mr. Nor Mohammed.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Letao.
Mr. Letao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Briard.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. McKelvey.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ilfson.
Mr. Ilfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-de-Mille-Île.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-de-Mille-Île.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Idlow.
Miss Idlow.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschaines-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschaines-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord, Kaoashikamak, Nitassinan.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord, Kawichikamak, Nitassen.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Retour à Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Where are we now? La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Thank you. I wish to have my vote recorded as nay, please.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Yeas contre 193, 193.
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by another 12 minutes for a total of 42 minutes. Okay. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, we'll give it a moment here. We have to move on to routine proceedings, and I'm hoping to do this as quickly as possible. So if members could leave quietly, those who wish to leave or have to leave, we can move on. If members could leave quickly and quietly, please. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 55 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Here, here. 55?
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 28th report later this day. That's great.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-231, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Here, here. Good job.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It being later this day, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented in the House earlier this day be concurred in.
Here, here.
All those who oppose the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions that I'd like to present today. The first petition is E7157. It's been signed by 1,443 Canadians. These Canadians are alarmed by the fact that the Iranian regime is carrying out executions of political prisoners, protesters, and Iranians who are exercising their fundamental freedoms. Detainees face imminent risk of execution after unfair trials, and they are calling on members of Parliament here to politically sponsor individuals imprisoned in Iran who face risk of execution. They are urging the Government of Canada to recognize and back political sponsorship efforts and to establish a framework for political sponsoring of individuals facing execution or several human rights violations abroad, and to take immediate diplomatic and international action to pressure the Iranian regime to release political prisoners and on behalf of the petitioners. I also rise to present petition E6834, signed by 1,444 Canadians. These Canadians are concerned by the anti-Palestinian racism they see on clear display with this Liberal government. The petitioners note that since the beginning of the ongoing genocide in Palestine, over 21,000 Palestinian children have become disabled since October 7th, 2023. They are calling on the government to create a special program to issue emergency temporary residence permits for wounded children, parents, and their siblings. They urge the government to change impossible biometrics requirements, making them more in line with other emergency programs. And finally, they ask that the government work with NGOs and healthcare facility to coordinate care. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to rise in the House to table petition E7108, signed by over 15,000 Canadians, 14,000 Quebecers, which calls out the fact that the Liberals don't understand that state and religion are two different things. Petitioners remind that all animals must be well treated. However, ritual slaughter requires that animals be conscious when they are killed, which causes suffering that is unjust to those animals. These citizens criticize the government for giving financial aid to those slaughterhouses that wish to follow kosher and halal practices, and note that this goes against state secularism. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to stop financially encouraging kosher and halal practices, ensure that animals are unconscious before they are killed, and require that measures be taken to protect animals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a certified electronic petition signed by over 1,080 Canadians. The petitioners are calling on the government, specifically the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, to halt the proposed closure of the Mactaquac Biodiversity Facility. The petitioners note that this facility plays a critical role in preserving endangered wild Atlantic salmon populations and supporting local ecosystems. Therefore, they request the Minister of Fisheries keep the Mactaquac Biodiversity Facility programs operational and consult with the Wolastoqey Nation in New Brunswick, several chiefs of whom are here in the nation's capital this week, regarding the future of the biodiversity facility. We want them to reaffirm Canada's commitment to the Atlantic salmon conservation and ensure that all salmon at the facility are released. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
I'm proud to rise today to present petition E7284. This petition, which was signed by 1,160 concerned Canadians, calls upon the President of the Treasury Board to remove public proposals in the legislative review of the Access to Information Act, which seek to dampen transparency and accountability, such as those altering the definition of official record to exclude emails and text messages. The petition also calls on the President to wholly and transparently seek input from the Independent Information Commissioner of Canada regarding any proposed amendments in the Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Mission-Matsqui-Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to table several petitions, notably on the salmon allocation policy in British Columbia. British Columbians are fearful that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans is going to take their cultural rights away through amending the salmon allocation policy and removing recreational access for coho and Chinook salmon specifically. Therefore, petitioners are calling on the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to leave this current salmon allocation policy alone and uphold the cultural rights of all British Columbians to this common property resource. The second petition I would like to present today is on behalf of concerned Canadians who are worried about the state of human trafficking in Canada. Human trafficking continues to rise. Too many people are victimized as a result of our weak laws on this subject. Therefore, petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to strengthen the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act to address these shortcomings and put an end to human trafficking in Canada. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the third petition I would like to present today is on behalf of Canadian organic growers. They are specifically concerned about the policies of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada and the closing of the research program at the Swift Current Research and Development Centre. If the Government of Canada truly wants to double its exports abroad, attacking the organic agricultural sector will not get them there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition in support of Conservative Bill C-218, also known as the Right to Recover Act. Canadians are rightly concerned about the Liberal government's plans to expand euthanasia to people whose only medical condition is a mental illness. With this petition, they are urging the government to change course and to not expand euthanasia to even more people, instead turn to offering more services and more accessible health care. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of 27 signatories in London Fanshawe for this petition of the concerning of the reduction in Canada Post services. Whereas Canada Post and the Liberals are taking an axe to long-treasured postal services, eliminating good jobs, eliminating door-to-door deliveries, and lowering mail delivery standards, and possibly removing the closures of post offices and door-to-door delivery. So on behalf of the signatories, they ask that whereas Canada Post offers a public service that needs to be protected, therefore we, or the undersigned citizens, residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to stop and reverse the decision on the cuts to the Postal Service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners note that in the petition I'm honoured to present today, that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has pointed out that the impacts of climate change hit disproportionately on those portions of the world that have contributed least to the problem in the global south. And they particularly, in petitioners, point out that the damage that's going to be done will also reverberate to Canada, that the climate impacts through extreme weather events and loss of food production will contribute to 100 million more people globally living in poverty by 2030. Petitioners ask that the Government of Canada ensure that the limited amount of global finance should be expanded so that we can do more as an industrialized country that did contribute to the problem, and they ask that the Government of Canada focus on adaptation measures at least equally with those measures to reduce emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table this petition today that is signed by residents of Parksville, British Columbia, and created by Jasmine Tomzik of Parksville as well. Mr. Speaker, she highlights that in this petition that healthy soils, clean water, and biodiversity are essential to food security, climate resilience, national sovereignty, and the long-term sustainability of Canadian agriculture. That regenerative and agroecological farming practices can rebuild soil health, increase biodiversity, recharge aquifers, reduce erosion, capture carbon, and prevent pollution from entering rivers, lakes, and oceans, and that regenerative food systems strengthen farmer livelihoods, support community well-being, enhance climate resilience, and improve individual and public health, and that many farmers want to adopt regenerative practices but face financial, technical, and transitional barriers without adequate public support. Therefore, she's calling on the Government of Canada to develop and fund national regenerative agriculture strategy that prioritize soil health, biodiversity, water protection, and climate resilience, and provide long-term funding, incentives, and technical assistance to support farmers transitioning to regenerative and agroecological practices, integrate soil health, water protection, and biodiversity outcomes into federal agricultural programs and climate policy, and expand farmer-led research extension services and knowledge sharing on regenerative practices suited to diverse regions of Canada. And lastly, strengthen policies to reduce soil erosion, pesticide use, agricultural runoff, nutrient pollution, and plastic waste affecting freshwater and marine ecosystems, and support resilient and democratic local and regional food systems that improve food security, rural economies, and community well-being. Thank you.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to questions number 943, originally tabled on April 27, 2026, and the government's responses to question 1056 to 1072 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions...
Is it the pleasure of the House that these questions be tabled as documents and that they be tabled immediately?
Il en est ainsi convenu et ordonné.
So ordered.
I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Request for emergency debates. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to rise and make a brief intervention.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call on you to call for an emergency debate in the House to react to Statistics Canada's report indicating that the Liberal Prime Minister is the only leader of a G7 country to have brought his country to a recession. We learned that in 2 consecutive quarters, there's been a contraction in the Canadian economy, which is an official definition of a recession. That's not it. That's not all. Canada has lost 112,000 jobs this year, 45,000 since this Prime Minister entered into office. We have the second worst rate of unemployment in the G7, a third higher than in the U.S. There is an increase in the number of people who are defaulting on mortgage payments, 2/3 a year, the highest in 17 years. And Canada has the heaviest debt load for households in all G7 countries. If it were only about global effects, Canada would not be the only G7 country, nor the only North American country in a recession. These are liberal effects that have caused this recession, liberal recession, I might add. And it's an emergency in the lives of everyday Canadians for that single mom who has to put grocery store items back on the shelves because she cannot afford to pay for them. It's an emergency. It's an even worse emergency if she goes to a food bank and the food bank itself says, we have no more food. It's an emergency for a father who has to sit down with his kids and say, I've lost my job. I will have to sell the home. It's an emergency for a young couple who can't buy a house and build a family. That is the human impact. The human impact of this liberal recession. The Prime Minister has not said a word since Friday when this became public. Zero, nothing. He was supposedly a genius in the field of economics, a banker, and he has nothing to say to the fact that he brought this country into recession. I would ask that he come to this House of Commons to engage in a real debate as to how we can overturn this.
Declare an emergency debate on Friday's Statistics Canada report showing that this Liberal Prime Minister is the only G7 leader to take his country into recession. The agency revealed that Canada's economy has shrunk now 2 quarters in a row. That is only true of Canada. It is not just one data point, though. The economy has shrunk 3 of the last 4 quarters that this Prime Minister has been in power. Investment has dropped 5 quarters in a row. We've lost 112,000 jobs in the first 3 months of this year alone, 45,000 net job losses since this Liberal Prime Minister took office, promising to create jobs. We've won a 1/3 increase in mortgage delinquencies to the highest level in 17 years, as Canada's households are by far the most indebted in the G7, and 3 million Canadians will have to renew into higher mortgages over the next 2 years. You know, we cannot blame global effects when it is only Canada that is in recession among G7 nations, nor can we say that we're in an especially difficult position vis-a-vis the Americans because we're in North America, because our friends in Mexico are also not in a recession. It is only this country under this Prime Minister that faces this liberal recession. And you might say, well, all right, the economists should be concerned about the word recession, but is it really an emergency in the lives of Canadians? Well, for that single mother who has to return items as she goes to pay at the grocery checkout because she has no more money left in her bank account, it's an emergency. It's an even bigger emergency if later that day she drives to one of the food banks. 1 in 4 food banks in Canada actually ran out of food. What does she do then, Mr. Speaker? What does she do then? She start calling friends and family and asking if they have any surplus food in their fridges? What about the father who has to go home tonight to tell his kids he's lost his job and has to sell the home? For him, just like for that mother, this is an emergency. And the Prime Minister couldn't be bothered to say a single thing about this emergency since he learned of it on Friday morning. He has been in hiding. He refuses to take a single question from the media or in this House of Commons. And today, once again, he's banning the media from asking him questions, expecting they'll just cover photo ops of him wandering around a construction site. Not good enough. This is an emergency in the lives of people who have empty fridges, empty stomachs, and empty bank accounts. And they expect the Prime Minister, who promised that he was a great economic genius, to get in here and explain how he managed to be the only leader in the G7 to cause a recession.
The leader of the opposition knows, because he's been here a long time, and I've mentioned it many times, we cannot suggest that any member of this House may not be here. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't meaning to do that, but he may continue.
Mr. Speaker, it is his duty to stand up and look Canadians in the eye and explain how it was that he managed to become the only G7 leader to take his country into a recession, and tell us how he's going to reverse the liberal policies that put us into this mess. We as Conservatives are here to be collaborative, to provide solutions, to repeal the anti-development laws that have suppressed our energy sector, to take all taxes off home building so our young people can afford to buy a home, to cut taxes on energy, including no tax on gas for the rest of the year, to save Canadians 25 cents a litre, $20 a fill-up, and $1,200 by Christmas. These are real solutions that we could be taking in order to rescue people from the Liberal recession, but it's going to take an emergency debate to wake up this Liberal Prime Minister from the slumber and get him to do his job.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. I crois que le député de Louis Saint-Laurent qui...
I think the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Aquia-Wenhak, has a question of privilege. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to table the question of privilege I have. Mr. Speaker, I speak today on a matter relating to the misleading comments spoken by the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Industry, the member from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, on Friday morning, that is during question period. Friday morning, Statistics Canada published data on the GDP for the first quarter of 2026, confirming that Canada's GDP had shrunk by 0.1%. This is following a contraction in economic production in the latter part of 2025. Economists agree that there is such a thing as a recession if there's a negative growth in the country. That is, that there's been a contraction in the economy for 2 consecutive quarters. Actually, it's the 3rd out of 4 where we're seeing such a thing, a contraction of the Canadian economy. In simple terms, Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a recession. Naturally, this has been a concern during question period on Friday, and it will continue to be a concern in the coming days and week, whereas we, the Conservatives, will continue to put pressure on the Liberal government for it to prepare a plan to pull Canada out of this recession that it itself is responsible for. In response to my questions on the matter, the Parliamentary Secretary said, "Let's be clear, Canada is not in a recession," end quote. To be frank, Mr. Speaker, I was I found this somewhat disconcerting that the member would have said such a thing. But I question him on this very point. The parliamentary secretary maintained his position, saying, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat it once again, Canada is not in a recession," end quote. But the parliamentary secretary did not stop there, went even further and said, "Statistics Canada never said that we are in a recession," end quote.
Particularly submit to the parliamentary secretary has deliberately misled the House with his comments. To mislead this House intentionally is a well-recognized ground for contempt of Parliament. Our authorities, including paragraph 3.16 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, lay out a three-part test for establishing when a prima facie case of privilege can be found in such cases. Firstly, the statement must in fact be misleading. As I just discussed, the Statistics Canada that were quite clearly satisfy the consensus definition about when a country's economy has entered into recession. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing technical about seniors who have to visit the food bank, about unemployed Canadians fretting over how to make their next mortgage payments, or about hard-working parents worrying about how they will feed their kids next week. As for the second part of the three-part test, that the member making the statement knew at that time that the statement was incorrect. And I think we should recognize that the individual making the statement was not just some parliamentary secretary who happened to be in town on Friday and was available during question period to read the note prepared by someone else who knows nothing.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary, the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, is an economist, a well-renowned economist. In fact, he was a minister in the Couillard government in Quebec. He balanced the budget. This is a serious individual, and Mr. Speaker, this is why I was really quite disappointed, I'll be quite frank, and saddened to see that this man with such experience did not recognize the facts. Before being appointed as the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, the parliamentary secretary was lead economist at Valeurs Mobilières Banque Laurentienne. He was the Minister of Finance in Quebec. He was appointed by Prime Minister Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland to the Bank of Canada's board. This parliamentary secretary, in other words, knew full well that 2 consecutive quarters of contraction in the GDP is the very definition of a recession. He would have been well aware of the fact that denying the recession would have been false. Indeed, as an economist in a bank, he was used to frequently commenting on economic trends. For instance, in La Presse, October 2009, he said 71% of Quebecers are living in the past. The parliamentary secretary was quoted in recognizing the recession, saying that it is 2 quarters that determine a recession, and he, in fact, in that very same article said that very thing.
The member must have intent to mislead the House in making his statement. One must look at the context of the exchange. The parliamentary secretary were rising in the question period to stick-handle questions about that very day's economic headline. Obviously, an embarrassing story for the Liberals, whose very premise for forming the government was anchored in the supposed promise offered by the Prime Minister resume. Well, the parliamentary secretary was doing his best to defuse a political crisis for the Liberal Party leader. Au-delà de cela, Monsieur le Président.
But aside from that, Mr. Speaker, we must also look at the additional exchange I had with the Liberal parliamentary secretary when I really focused on this point. And I'll quote myself, does my colleague know of Statistics Canada? It just so happens it is a Government of Canada department. It recognizes that Canada is in a recession. Not a department, but it reports to the Government of Canada. The parliamentary secretary was told clearly what the problem was, and he dug in his heels. Mr. Speaker, it is clear the parliamentary secretary knew full well what he was doing when he made that very calculated statement in the House of Commons, despite all evidence to the contrary.
Canada is in recession was misleading. The parliamentary secretary making the claim was well positioned to know it was misleading. And his objective in making that comment was clearly to mislead the House in order to protect his fellow economist, the Prime Minister. As such, Mr. Speaker, I believe there is a prima facie case of privilege here, and should you agree, I am prepared to propose a motion to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for its deliberation. Je vous remercie, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie.
I thank the member for Louis Saint-Laurent à Kiawenrak. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-31, Budget 2025 Implementation Act Number 2, and on the amendment of Mr. Bazan.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure I join the debate today on Bill C-31, part of the Budget Implementation Act. Remember, in this budget, it's from November 4th of 2025, so it does seem a little bit weird talking about a budget when we are in a different year already. But nevertheless, there are some comments I'd like to get on the record about the budget. Obviously, you can't talk about the Budget Implementation Act without discussing the current economic situation that we have in Canada. Canada is the only G7 nation that is in a full-fledged Liberal-led recession. And how did we get here, Madam Speaker? And over the last 10 years, I've been in the House since 2019, and I've seen time and time again this Liberal government bring in legislation, bring in regulations that curtail growth and development in our energy sector, whether it be Bill C-69, whether it be the shipping ban off the West Coast. All of these have led to less and less investment and development in our country. And this is the actual end result of an anti-growth, anti-development Liberal agenda, Madam Speaker. We see that our country has shed 112 jobs in the first 3 months of this year. Madam Speaker, that's 112,000 people that had to go home to their families and talk about how they were going to pay the bills for that month. These are not just numbers, these are Canadians' lives that we're talking about. And that's why this recession and the Liberals' obsession with not even admitting that there is a problem, the first step to addressing any crisis or any issue is to admit that there is an issue. That has not happened with this Liberal government, Madam Speaker. They try to keep the grand illusion, as we say time and time again, this Liberal Prime Minister is just another Liberal, and he's an illusionist. He's all an illusion about what the economy looks like to him. He wants to continue to make it appear to Canadians. As he said himself a couple of weeks ago, affordability has never been better in Canada. I have not heard that from one single constituent of mine in Regina Louvain over the last couple of years, that affordability is on the right track. The Prime Minister keeps trying to mislead Canadians by saying that. And when you go to the grocery store, I know this Prime Minister doesn't, but when you go to a grocery store, you do see these people going and grabbing things off the shelf, looking at the price, putting it back. You see people driving, rolling their shopping cart past the meat counters, looking at the price of meat, and not buying meat because they can't afford it. That is a literal, everyday occurrence for people who are trying to get by in Regina Louvain right now. And I want to talk about some things that weren't in this Budget Implementation Act that we do see now that the Liberals bring forward. One is the new streaming tax is not in this budget. They did not tell Canadians that they were going to tax their streaming services in the budget in November 4th of 2025. Also, the Sovereign Debt Fund was not in the budget that we're talking about. I don't know where they're going to find the billions and billions of dollars to put into the debt fund and put Canadians even more in debt, have larger deficits, which will then cause inflation to even be worse, especially food inflation, Madam Speaker. You know what else was not in the budget last year? Selling airports. There's a conversation around selling off airports across Canada to keep giving out more and more money to I don't know who would want to purchase the airports, but I bet you it's probably someone that the Prime Minister knows. I wouldn't say maybe even a company the Prime Minister knows quite well, like possibly Brookfield airports all across Canada. Is that a possibility that they have not talked about in the budget last year, Madam Speaker? And one thing that is very close to our heart in Saskatchewan, one thing that was definitely not in this budget was the fact that the snowbirds are going to be grounded, Madam Speaker. The fact that they had someone from Saskatchewan on that cabinet table and he didn't fight to keep the snowbirds in the air is absolutely appalling. They're an iconic symbol to this country, and they've been around for generations, for 60 years, and under these Liberals, our snowbirds are going to get grounded until, well, they say 2030, but this government has never met a projected deadline that they've never met a deadline, so I'm very scared of how long those snowbirds will be grounded, Madam Speaker. And that's something each and every one of those members should listen to their constituents, because I know people are reaching out and saying this is something that should never be done. Our snowbirds should be in the air, should be flying, because they're a national symbol of hope and an iconic symbol. So I hope this wrong-headed decision will be reversed and will keep our snowbirds in the air, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, going on to some of the other things that we've seen in the last couple of days, and I just saw this, the new food bank reports in, and this is the title of the new food bank report. After 11 years of this Prime Minister's Liberals, life has become completely unaffordable. Food Bank Canada released their latest poverty report card warning that, and this is the quote from the release, Madam Speaker, that something has fundamentally shifted in Canada after finding 1/4 of Canadians are food insecure. Can you believe that, Madam Speaker? In our country, with all of our farmland and all of our agriculture, that 25% of Canadians are food insecure, and you have Liberals standing up here in question period. I must admit, question period is probably my most frustrating hour of the day, every day, Madam Speaker. We sit here and we ask questions about how Canadians are going to be able to afford their next meal, how Canadians are going to be able to pay for rent. Some people are employed, Madam Speaker. They spend 120% of their income on food and rent. And day after day, we sit here and ask questions on behalf of Canadians, and Liberals get up and they're telling Canadians they've never had it so good. That is actually what they say every day. Well, there's a program, and then one of the Canadians, which someone's just a Liberal is heckling across the way, they do say that. We have the grocery, they think having a grocery benefit is a good thing. That means you're failing. That means the economy is going down the dumpster because you have to give food stamps to Canadians. The fact that you have to give out food stamps is not a measure of success. You guys should wake up over there. It's actually a sign of how bad you've governed this country over the last 10 years. And another report came out on childcare, because this is one of our Liberal friends' favorite comments around childcare. Do you know that childcare report came out in childcare spaces in Saskatchewan? 92% of people say it's hard to find childcare in Saskatchewan since these Liberals brought in their daycare program. 92%. They promised to make 255,000 daycare spaces. They've missed that. They've only done 65% of that. In the GTA, there's less childcare spaces now than in 2019, and there's a lot more people, Madam Speaker. That's going backwards. Before this program, there's a 5 to 7% increase in childcare spaces a year in the GTA. Now, some years, there's actually gone backwards, and there's less childcare spaces. That's what happens when you make promises and you can't commit and fulfill them. They actually called Saskatchewan a childcare desert because there's so few spaces right now. And it's not, in Saskatoon and Regina it's bad, but you go out into rural Canada, rural Saskatchewan, rural Alberta, there is hardly any childcare spaces for anyone, and especially the ones, because they're government run, Madam Speaker, they have very strict hours, so the people that need childcare the most sometimes, people that work shift work, they can't find a daycare because the government ones have kicked out all the private daycare that were open before and worked different hours. So now even if you got on the list and waited 2 years to get it to the child care program, They don't work the hours that you need them to work anyway, Madam Speaker. And that's what happens when the government takes over, where there's actual more private sector solutions, Madam Speaker. And I find it very funny that they always bring up in their answers and question period, just go back to our frustration on this side. They talk about daycare, they talk about programs where parents would prefer to actually feed their own kids, Madam Speaker, if they wouldn't be taxed to death, and they can make enough money to feed their own kids instead of having a government program do it, Madam Speaker. They talk about the benefit, the grocery benefit, where they're bragging about giving people food stamps. Madam Speaker, if you cut government waste, decrease taxes, and let more economic engines run in this country in the energy sector, we lost $60 billion in investments in the energy sector this year, Madam Speaker. And that is why this Prime Minister is an illusion, and the fact that he is the only leader in the G7 that has led his country into a recession, he can't blame anyone but himself. He wants to know what the problem is with Canada right now and why we can't get anything done and why we can't grow. He should look in the mirror. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Gaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's just absolutely shocking and very disappointing to hear the member opposite disparage our government's $10 a day childcare program. This is such an important program for families, for women to be involved in the workforce, and to hear them talking about private options being referable just shows how out of touch the Conservatives are. But my question to the member opposite is that the American president caused a global war against Iran that is at risk at causing a global recession, the highest increase in oil prices ever. Will the member opposite criticize the American administration on the record?
Honourable member for Regina Lewis.
I think it's the House of Commons in Canada, but I want to go back to his comments about daycare. You should be ashamed of yourself with your daycare program. Madam Speaker, the member should be ashamed of himself and for his daycare program because he's created very few spots. They've actually misled Canadians, which they do all the time. And we brought forward solutions at committee actually to make the daycare program better, where you could use a voucher like and pay for a private sector daycare or a government sector daycare if it works. See, we believe in actually giving people choices and not force them in one thing. And I would love for him to go to Hamilton and see how many people are actually looking for daycare spaces and they can't get them because their program caused private ones to shut down, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-L'Île.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill does not meet a number of urgent needs in Quebec, as well as elsewhere in the country. For example, it doesn't consider the tariffs imposed by Donald Trump on all steel and aluminum products. That affects 25% of products and a large proportion of exports in Quebec. We are saying that there should be a wage subsidy in the most heavily affected sectors. What does my colleague think of that? What would the Conservatives do in such a position?
Thank you very much. We have a steel mill in Regina as well, Interpro Steel, and it employs a lot of people. So steel is very important to us. What I say to that is, I think the Prime Minister should have kept his word. He was the one that could deal with Donald Trump. He promised to get a deal done by July 1st of 2025. He misled Canadians, and he can't get the deal done because he's all talk and no action. So the biggest disappointment I have with this Liberal government, Madam Speaker, is the fact the Prime Minister misled Canadians, said he'd get a deal done with Donald Trump, said he could handle him, and he did not get any of that done.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mission, Mascouy, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, 112,300 job losses in the first 3 months of this year alone, with 485,000 more Canadians unemployed since the member from Nepean became the Prime Minister. What is the economic impact of a Prime Minister who doesn't take our job losses seriously in Canada?
Questions. The honourable member for Regina Levant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that speaks for itself, Madam Speaker. The fact that the Prime Minister is so out of touch. He refuses to recognize that there has been a recession in Canada. To the point, Madam Speaker, where this Prime Minister has not talked to anyone about a recession since Friday. He's been in hiding. He's in the Witness Protection Program, Madam Speaker. He won't let the media take questions. They can take some pictures of him in some meetings, but that's about it. So like I said on the onset of my comments, the first step to fixing a problem is recognizing that there is one, and the fact that this Prime Minister is trying to bury his head in the sand and not realize that he has taken Canada down the road to a recession. Unlike all other G7 leaders, Canada is the only country that is in an official recession now. The Prime Minister should open his eyes, realize that there's a problem in this country, and that he has to get to work to fix the economy.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. A very brief question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, you want to hear something discouraging, you listen to a Conservative. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister has been Prime Minister. Last election, just over a year ago, a great deal has been accomplished, and a great deal will continue to be accomplished. Whether the Conservatives want to recognize that or not, that's up to them. At the end of the day, we will continue to work for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
9 seconds to the Honourable Member.
I think the biggest issue that we have is that this Prime Minister is so out of touch, and the fact that Brookfield can make 19% growth in their portfolio, but Canada can't grow their GDP, shows who he's really here for. He's here for Brookfield.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui Abbotsford.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Avant de commencer, je vais partager mon temps avec le membre de Maribel, je crois. Mirabel, pardon. But before I begin, the BC High School Sports hosted the schools rugby championships in Abbotsford last week. There were thousands of young boys and girls from across the province that competed in 7s and 15s. Our very own in Abbotsford, the Yale Senior Girls Rugby Team won the provincial championships, and the Robert Bateman boys team came second in the province, and the WJ Mowat girls, the Yale boys, and the Abbey Senior boys all did phenomenally well. We are blessed to have the infrastructure to host such an event in Abbotsford, and it truly does lift up the profile of our local economy, but the ability to host major sporting events creates lasting memories for so many young athletes. So, as the Member of Parliament for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford, special congratulations to all the phenomenal athletes on the Yale girls team in particular. You ran an amazing game of running rugby, and you totally dominated your opposition. It was just a joy to watch. So my plug is to the Minister of State for Sport. You have $700 million to hand out to sporting organizations. On a per capita basis, Abbotsford produces more Olympian athletes in the sport of rugby and more national team players than any other community in this country, and I hope to see some of those infrastructure dollars there to improve our aging recreational infrastructure. Now to Bill C-31. A Canadian and Madam Speaker, just your voice is a little loud before I begin. Madam Speaker, just you're heckling a little too much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or your voice is a little loud. Thank you. Before I begin, a Canadian venture... I love you. A Canadian Venture Capital and Private Equity Association report found that in the first quarter of 2026, Canadian venture capital investing dropped to its lowest level in nearly a decade. Venture capital investment fell nearly 77% quarter over quarter. For every dollar of foreign direct investment coming into Canada, $2 have left, the largest capital exodus in Canadian history. Since the Liberals came to power, Canada has lost $1 trillion of investment, largely into the arms of our American friends. It is very unusual for Canadian businesses to go through this significant a period of negative growth as we're experiencing right now. So as we reflect on Bill C-31, why not take some actions to protect small businesses? I believe small businesses have largely been ignored by this government. Many business organizations across Canada are calling for some changes to the tax code, like the small business deduction threshold, which has been set at $500,000 since 2009. The threshold has not kept pace with inflation, rising input costs, or higher interest rates. This creates like a cliff effect where growing businesses are pushed into a higher tax bracket, discouraging investment and expansion. Business organizations have requested that the government increase the small business deduction threshold to $700,000 and index it to the CPI year after year. This would allow our truly small businesses in Canada to take advantage of the 9% tax rate and that really do make a difference in our economy. Let's support our small businesses. Secondly, another thing the government could have done in the last year that would have made a huge difference in the lives of our entrepreneurs. It could have addressed the small business GST threshold. This was created in 1991 and it's currently set at $30,000. It was originally designed to limit GST collection to large businesses. Over 2 decades later, the threshold value has been eroded by inflation, and more businesses are now required to register, collect, and remit GST than originally intended. I believe the government in the last year could have changed their policy and increased the threshold to $60,000 to reduce red tape for truly small businesses, the ones that go to work every day and pay lots of taxes in Canada. Including these measures in C31, along with other GST, HST adjustments, would have provided SMEs with real financial relief. Yet nothing has changed in the last year. The Liberals are still looking for big headline wins while forgetting that most people in our private sector do in fact work for small firms. They're forgetting about small businesses who don't have lawyers who can apply for complex programs that they just don't have the time to do because they're actually running a business. Let's give an example, the tariff rebate programs. At a time when Canadian small businesses have faced real economic pressure because of American tariffs, the government has not come forward with meaningful support to help them. They promised that the tariff revenues would be reinvested to help the sectors hit the hardest, but that promise has simply not been met. The Regional Tariff Response Initiative was supposed to be the vehicle for that support. Instead, it has become a case study in poor execution. The Minister of Small Business has consistently framed the program as accessible and supportive, but in reality it has created more red tape, cutting out local small businesses. In January this year, the National Post reported that 80% of businesses weren't even aware that this program existed, and only 8% said they intended to apply. And in British Columbia, 7 out of 10 businesses weren't even eligible for the program itself, despite paying those tariffs. CFIB President Dan Kelly called the Regional Tariff Response Initiative, and I quote, totally useless. The challenges facing small businesses are not unique. I heard many of the concerns from business leaders across the Fraser Valley earlier this month at the Fraser Valley Economic Summit in Abbotsford, when more than 200 leaders from business, local government, Indigenous communities, educational institutions, and industry came together to discuss the future of our regional economy. Throughout the summit, speakers and participants spoke about the need for transportation corridors, trade-enabling infrastructure, industrial land, workforce development, housing and energy systems. They talked about how Canada can improve, they said, how can Canada improve productivity if businesses cannot access those infrastructure dollars? The Fraser Valley is one of Canada's most important economic regions. The region is expected to grow by nearly 47% by 2050, bringing new opportunities for investment, job creation, and agricultural exports in particular. Realizing that potential will require governments to focus on the practical conditions that allow communities to grow and succeed. We see this reflected across multiple sectors of the economy, including financial services. Canada benefits from having some of the largest and most stable banks in the world. However, there remains a significant gap between the country's largest financial institutions and smaller local providers. A local example is True Cooperative Bank, formerly First West Credit Union, which began its federal continuance process in 2018 and did not receive final approval until 2026. If Canada wants greater competition in financial services, we need to create the conditions for strong, Canadian-owned mid-sized institutions to grow and compete nationally. This is in line with the policies of every political party in Canada. Free trade between our provinces. More economic exchange between Canadians. It took 8 years to get federal approval from one of the most established cooperatives in British Columbia. That is not acceptable. So if Canada wants greater competition in financial services, it needs to look at red tape and prioritizing the private enterprises that are willing to take the risk, put up the capital to expand and offer better services to Canada. We could say the same thing about open banking right now as well. And the same policies apply to infrastructure. The government has announced in C31 or in the budget last year the Build Community Strong Fund as a major investment in those fields. The program does allocate $6 billion directly for regionally significant projects, including climate adaptation and flood protection infrastructure. I implore the House of Commons not to forget Abbotsford and the Fraser Valley when they think of the allocation of that money. In my riding in the Fraser Valley, the Trans Mountain Pipeline sends 37% of its oil across the flood zone into the United States. That's billions of dollars into the coffers every single year to the Government of Canada. The recent Enbridge pipeline expansion goes right through the flood zone as well. We have a major border crossing. We have an international airport, and we have Southern Rail Line that brings billions of dollars of Canadian goods into America every year, benefiting our country. Yet we have not received any infrastructure dollars to protect one of the most important economic regions in all of Canada since the floods in 2021. So again, I ask the government, don't forget about the Fraser Valley. You need it to accomplish your goals. Canada needs our region to build up better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I hit on two particular points. One is the member talks about more trade between provinces, and he expresses some frustration. Literally within a couple of months of being the Prime Minister, the newly elected government just over a year ago, was able to take down the national barriers, has met with the premiers, territorial, Indigenous leaders, and continues to encourage provincial jurisdictions to be able to take down provincial barriers that are in place. I think that is something in which the member needs to recognize. In a federalist system, you need collaboration and cooperation, and I'm wondering if he recognizes that in that federal system, you have to work with other jurisdictions. From a federal perspective, this Prime Minister has taken down those barriers. We did it in legislation just prior to last summer.
The Honourable Member for Mission Muskie Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, the Conservatives voted in favour of removing all federal regulations on interprovincial trade. But the fact of the matter is, the Prime Minister promised that there would be free trade amongst the provinces in Canada. What we needed in that moment was federal leadership for the Prime Minister to say to the provinces and territories that if you don't remove your barriers in professional services, financial services, and transportation, there will be consequences. The Prime Minister was not willing to expel the necessary political capital to remove the provincially related barriers to interprovincial trade in Canada. That is a failure on his leadership and a promise broken that he made.
Hear, hear. L'Honorable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Usually, with Conservatives, they talk about decentralizing and they say they want to protect provinces' powers, even if that means cutting transfers to provinces. So here's my question to my colleague. What he's saying that in areas of jurisdiction which are exclusively provincial or Quebec's, for example, professional orders, what he's saying is that federal leadership means threatening provinces, imposing conditions on them, and then saying if on, say, a Tuesday morning you don't do what the Prime Minister wants, we're going to stop funding. Have the Conservatives gotten new DNA since last week?
Constituents. Why is it easier for a small and medium-sized enterprise in his province to trade with the southeast United States? Sorry, the northeast United States. Why is it easier for a Quebec company to do business with America than a company in British Columbia? I believe in a federation where it is easier to do trade amongst Canadian provinces first before a foreign country. And if the Bloc Québécois continues taking that position, they are going to minimize their economic impact and the ability of their provincial enterprises to grow accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Brandon Sewers.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to congratulate my colleague on an excellent excellent speech outlining some of the significant concerns that we have about this bill, number one, about the Liberals' budget, number two, and about the expedited process by which the government is trying to ram this through with their newfound majority government. We have concerns. I think Canadians have concerns about the economic outlook of this country. We have concerns about the approaches that this government is taking by not only using time allocation here in the House, but also shutting down committees. I wonder if that member has a bit more to say about the concerns that his constituents are relaying to him about the heavy-handedness of this brand new manufactured Liberal majority government.
The honourable member for Mission Mascui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd say my constituents right now are very apprehensive. They've heard a lot of mixed messages from the Prime Minister. On one hand, he says we're at economic war with the United States and will take heavy-handed language here in Canada. And the next day, he'll go down to America and he'll say, we need to make America great again. They really don't know what to make of the rhetoric. But what all of the businesses in my region talk about is maintaining our market access to their American partners. We have, like many Canadians, like Canadians across this country, have long established business relationships with their American customers and partners. We need to secure that while also looking at opportunities abroad. That's a good thing, but make no mistake, we cannot replace the American relationship. And the Prime Minister needs to be clear on that point because it's causing concern by the many Canadian businesses that are reliant on their American partners. We have to maintain that market access first and foremost, and that's going to require more political leadership and the government being transparent about what type of deals they're actually cutting with the American administration and whether or not that serves Canada's interests well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. On passe maintenant.
Thank you. And now,
On passe à l'honorable député.
and now, the member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On est un peu condamné à pas s'entendre aujourd'hui.
Today, with the member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford, well, on this side of the House, we appreciate hearing Madam Speaker's voice, but Mr. Speaker, could you please? I agree that there is too much noise in the House. Could we please stop making noise? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative colleague is openly asking in this place how it is that it's easier for a business in southern Quebec to do business with New York than to do business with British Columbia. That reminds me that geography must remain compulsory for high school students because there is a continent which separates us. Moreover, there are interprovincial barriers. My colleague belongs to a party, and some of his colleagues have blamed bilingual signage and signs as an interprovincial barriers. So they claim that we should remove interprovincial barriers as they are defined in Western Canada. Otherwise, they should suffer the ire of the Prime Minister. Those aren't the strongest claims we've ever heard here. Now, the lights are off behind me, and there's a reason for that. It's because this is a dark afternoon. Why? Because there's a 300-page bill before us. It's incredibly technical and contains many amendments which warrant debate, thorough debate in this place. But the government is asking us for carte blanche. The government wants to impose a gag order. They want to ram this through very quickly. And why? Because this government has become arrogant. It got its 50% plus one majority, which it feels is totally fine to have that as a majority. This government is imposing gag order after gag order. It is kiboshing committee work. Even when it comes to dangerous drivers, you know, the chair of the Transport Committee has even participated in events where those who are responsible for the dangerous drivers scandal are present. Now, As to C-31 and this gag order, I think parliamentarians have been disrespected. We asked for a technical briefing because the bill is really about all kinds of things, not just the budget. And that was confirmed by your ruling on Section 17. We asked for a technical briefing. We did not get a reply. A week passed, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Then just last Thursday, a technical briefing was organized at the very last minute while many committees were sitting, so some party critics could not even participate. Now today, we're told that we should debate this as quickly as possible, even as parliamentarians were not given the necessary resources and tools to study it. And the Heritage Minister is here representing the budget and the budget debate today. And the Heritage Minister has told us that we didn't need a technical briefing. You should be shocked and outraged, Mr. Speaker, that this is being said in the House of Commons that you administer. Now, today, the minister tells us, well, there's a time allocation motion. We're going to debate this all within a few hours. Now, I understand that the Heritage Minister is more intelligent than some of his remarks here in this place, Mr. Speaker. But they can't take us for fools. What's problematic about this bill? Well, I could go on for hours and hours listing what's wrong with the bill. It expands oil and gas subsidies. Also, hydrogen made with methane will be able to be considered clean hydrogen. But in Quebec, we believe that it needs to be made with renewable resources to be considered clean. Last week, in pre-budget consultations, we heard from industry experts. They told us unequivocally that, in scientific terms, hydrogen made with methane cannot be considered clean. So why is the government doing this and hiding this in a 300-page document that we will barely be able to debate in this House? It's because they're chummy with big oil. They subsidize them. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie just walked out on them for that reason. And their lack of consideration for these issues is formalized in this bill. We know that they can do what they want. We know that they have a majority, but we're just asking for debate. We know that some Quebecers and Canadians wouldn't support this, but in this democracy, we're not allowed to debate this. Also, there are limits to who will be able to make complaints to the procurement ombudsman. And military spending is about to become more significant than ever. So procurement will become more important than ever. That means that we need to protect people. That's what an ombudsman does. An ombudsman protects the people in a democracy. So this government is not going to cut the position of ombudsman, but basically they're taking away all of that position's powers. That warrants debate. Also, Section 17, that we wanted a separate vote on. It had nothing to do with the budget, which was not mentioned in the budget speech. It regards the backlog of complaints by air passengers. And now the government is handing that file over to private firms, which may be chosen by airlines. And what we know, Mr. Speaker, is that Air Canada was already preparing to choose those complaint management firms even before we parliamentarians had seen the bill. So this goes beyond time allocation motions and blocking committee work. No, it goes beyond that. We're in a situation where airlines learned about the content of the bill before we parliamentarians did. That's incredibly serious, and that's what we suspect occurred. President Trump increased tariffs. He started calculating them differently in early April. Now there are 25% tariffs on a significant amount of goods. And many of Quebec's imports are affected by this. And in the economic update, the government did not take that into account. So the calculations that they used and the numbers that they used were not the right ones. There were no measures to help businesses which would be significantly affected by the change in calculation of tariffs. We are the ones who told the Prime Minister, who informed him in April that the Americans' calculation of tariffs had changed. He seemed surprised. He told us that he would get back to us with a response during the economic update, but he did not do so. So we're still waiting. There is nothing in this bill to help businesses protect the employment relationship that they have with workers who will end up unemployed. What we're asking is for a measure that would cost the same as a wage subsidy and that will allow sound management of employment insurance without increasing businesses' contributions to EI at a time when things are tight. There are not even any temporary measures. There's nothing for seniors in the Budget 2025 Implementation Act. There's nothing to buy back countervailing duties which are paid in advance to the United States. And eventually, our lumber industry wins a few years later because people rule in their favor, but we need something to help with the countervailing duties to give the lumber industry some breathing room. And what about the $733 million Quebec wants for the influx of asylum seekers and refugees? And what about the $814 million owed to Quebec for the carbon tax rebate? So this bill is poorly thought out, incomplete, and could lead to true controversy and problems. So much so that the government is trying to shirk debate on it. We might not vote on this bill until the fall. This government is running this place like a business. They want the government to be less accountable, less transparent. I stand with all those who think that our parliament could and should do better. We will now interrupt the member to move to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his remarks. In the previous legislature, I tabled a bill to institute a national school food program. The Bloc Québécois voted in favor of that bill, and as you know, we now have a national school food program everywhere in Canada. But in the last budget, the Bloc Québécois voted against making that program permanent. We also have the groceries rebate, which would help some seniors. It would help seniors weather these tough times. Why does the Bloc Québécois sometimes vote for measures which will help families and then all of a sudden do a 180 and vote against those same measures when it comes time to actually voting for the measures that will help people? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, is this a joke? That can't be a real question. This is a 300-page bill. Now, 7 or 8 of them are good and have solid measures, but on the whole, they should not be boasting about this bill. This is a tired old Liberal government strategy. They hide a few positive things in a largely terrible bill and then boast about it, and then they say we're voting against good things. If they really support said measures, the positive ones, then we should be able to vote on them separately.
For Cloverdale, Langley City. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing serious economic challenges. Jobs are disappearing, investment is leaving, and families are struggling to make ends meet. Yet the government has chosen to shut down debate on a massive omnibus budget bill that affects every region in the country. I would like to ask my Bloc colleague this. Regardless of our differences on policy, does he believe Canadians are well served when the government limits debate on legislation of this size and importance? What message does it send when a government facing so many economic challenges seems unwilling to allow Parliament the time needed to properly examine its budget?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, if we had more time to debate this bill, we could have debated certain sections, and it would have been in the favor of the member for Bathurst. We could have voted on these separately, but since there's a muzzle, we can't do this. But jokes aside, time allocation blocks things, and they say that the opposition is acting in bad faith. And then the government says they don't have a choice, and they impose this muzzle. It's not there to table the bill and then reviews technical briefing, and then as soon as you don't respect the agenda for debate, then they come Friday morning, they cut the debate because they're really quick after they want to act quickly after doing nothing for 3 weeks. This is not the spirit of what time allocation should be.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's. Excusez-moi.
Sorry?
Je vous ai pas...
I did not see the honourable member. I apologize. Politely, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's is allowing the member for Drummond to rise. No, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you very much there, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from across the way. I wanted to ask the question regarding Quebec because you've built a real economic leverage through your sectors like aerospace, your sectors like battery and clean energy. I want to know if the member agrees that...
For South Shore St. Margaret's to speak through the chair.
Thank you very much there, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would agree that scaling back federal investment like the Conservatives propose would weaken that advantage, like I had said before, in aerospace, batteries, clean energy, and go hand in hand with the next generation of job jurisdictions that actually invest in growth.
The honourable member for Mirabel. And if he's quick, the member for Drummond will have the opportunity to ask a question. It's nice that she's talking about aerospace. There was development. We're happy to see that. But for years, the federal government has refused to have an industrial policy for aerospace. We don't have one. And now there are members in my region that go around to unions and tell them people don't want one. Even the industry doesn't. And then at Finance Committee last week, they said, we want one. We need a strategy. And we don't have a supply process. What we have is enough. And it's not normal that we have, when we want to order planes, we're not sure if we need to bring them from Sweden or the U.S. We need a strategy. So I think there's a basic issue that needs to be looked at here because we have an electoralist government and they never really think long term. Moving on with the member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin today by saying that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. So this afternoon, I'd like to talk today regarding the Territorial Lands Act and the amendments to that, economic development, nation building in the north, and as Vice Chair for Rural Caucus. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to speak to the proposed amendments to the Territorial Lands Act that is contained in Bill C-31. At the outset, I want to be very clear in this, saying that changes are necessary to this initial act. They will strengthen Canada's sovereignty, our security, and our economic future, while deepening our partnership with the Inuit and supporting northern and rural communities across this country. So I'm speaking today as Vice Chair for our National Rural Caucus, and I want to underline something that's very fundamental, that rural, remote, and northern Canada is very much a part of this country's nation building and what's actually happening. There will, and we will, be there to allow it to continue to happen. And today, we're finally making some of these communities feel like they're finally at the table. Today, I'm going to focus on how these amendments support Indigenous self-determination, responsible economic development, as well as long-term nation building in the north. So in terms of a global, changing global economy, so the global economy, as we know, is rapidly evolving. Countries are competing for secure supply chains of critical minerals, minerals essential to clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and national security. Canada, and particularly northern and rural Canada, has an enormous opportunity here. But with that opportunity also comes responsibility. As competition intensifies, Canada must ensure that its natural resources are developed responsibly, that they are developed strategically, and in a way that aligns with our national interests. That includes making sure our rules reflect some of today's realities. Hence is why we're putting together this amendment, or putting forward this amendment, Mr. Speaker. So Nunavut in rural Canada, we're at the center of nation building. So the Arctic is more than important than ever to our sovereignty and to our economic growth, and also to our national security. So Nunavut is the heart of our future here up north. And I want to be honest about something, Mr. Speaker, that projects that will define Canada's next century, like our critical mineral products, energy corridors, our ports in the north, roads and infrastructure, are not being built in downtown cores. They're being built in rural, they're being built in remote, and in northern communities. So for far too long, these communities, powered by our economy, are always without having a full voice in shaping that. And that, with this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is changing. And it must continue to change. Like mining is already the cornerstone of Nunavut's economy. It creates good-paying jobs, supports local businesses, it builds infrastructure, and it strengthens communities. In 2025, mineral production in Nunavut was projected at $3.74 billion, demonstrating that importance not only to the territory, but to Canada as a whole. In terms for rural and northern Canadians, this is what economic inclusion looks like. It looks like jobs close to home. It looks like infrastructure that lasts generations. It looks like communities that are growing and thriving. And why do these types of amendments matter? Well, Canada's free entry system remains an important strength. It has supported exploration and investment for decades. But today, there is a gap. So the current system does not allow Canada to act when mineral rights could be used in ways that conflict with some of our national interests, whether related to economic security, sovereignty, or critical infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, Bill C-31 will address this gap. It introduces a targeted national interest safeguard, which will allow the Governor in Council, on the recommendation of the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs, to act in specific cases. So examples of this includes canceling existing mineral rights when necessary sometimes. It includes preventing new rights in sensitive areas, temporarily closing lands to protect some of these strategic priorities. It also includes ensuring notification and fair consideration of compensation. Mr. Speaker, that is not about overreach. This is about responsibility. In terms of strengthening our investments through this amendment, I want to address this directly, Mr. Speaker. This does not hurt investment, it strengthens it. Because a free entry system remains in place, as it always has. These measures are targeted, they are limited, and only used in exceptional circumstances where national interests are at stake. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they also provide something that investors value deeply: certainty. They make clear that Canada has strong rules, that Canada has a stable framework, that we have the ability to protect strategic assets. For rural and northern economies, that certainly is essential. It ensures that investment continues, that projects move forward, and that communities benefit. In terms of supporting some of our nation building and where it happens, Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of a broader effort to support nation building, especially where it's actually taking place. I'd like to remind everybody, again, that nation building in Canada today is happening. in rural, remote, and in northern regions. It's happening with our energy corridors, it's happening with mining developments, it's happening with our port and transportation hubs, it's happening with clean energy infrastructure. I have a clean energy project in my riding right now in South Shore St. Margaret's with our Mersey Wind project, which is a new direct competitor for Nova Scotia Power. A larger scale clean energy in our area that we haven't seen before yet in Nova Scotia. It's also like projects like the Kivalik, I want to make sure I'm trying to pronounce that correctly, Kivalik Hydro Fiber Link. It's also projects like the Grays Bay Road and the Port Project, and it's also about Iqaluit Hydro Project. These are transformative projects, and when we look at transformational things, they don't happen overnight. They don't happen with 1 year. They don't happen with 2 years. These are transformational projects that over the next decade, we're going to really see the benefits and we're going to reap the reward. They connect with communities. They create jobs. These projects also help strengthen sovereignty, and they also reduce emissions. And importantly, they ensure that rural and Indigenous communities, they aren't just participants, but they're leaders and partners in Canada's economic future. The amendments to Bill C-31 also help ensure that mineral tenure does not interfere with these nation-building projects. In terms of Indigenous partnerships, like we were talking about before, having Indigenous people at the table as leaders, I'd like to talk about Indigenous partnerships and the devolution processes. So this legislation is also grounded in respect for the Inuit self-determination, with respect to modern treaties, and also with respect to Indigenous leadership. So engagement has taken place with the government of Nunavut, as well as one of their partnerships and Indigenous partners alike. These amendments support a broader path towards Nunavut's devolution, the historic transfer of land and resource decision-making to the Nunavut Mi'kmaq. This is also about ensuring, Mr. Speaker, decisions are made closer to home by the people most affected. A forward thinking. So when we're also looking in terms of safeguards for some of these processes, Mr. Speaker, this is also a forward thinking measure to this amendment. It ensures that Canada's resources are developed responsibly, strategic infrastructure can move forward, Inuit priorities are respected, and rural and northern communities benefit fully. Our sovereignty and security are protected. That's about preventing risk, while also unlocking opportunity. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we're at a turning point. Global demand is rising, competition is intensifying, and Canada has what the world needs. But success also depends on getting it right. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, it depends on recognizing that rural, northern, and Indigenous communities are not on the margins of our economy, but they are at the center. Thank you.
Before we move to questions and comments, I just want to mention the following order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do... No, c'est pas le bon, là. No. Okay. Rewind. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment, the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. First, the Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, on taxation, and secondly, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, on employment. Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and it's wonderful to work with her, a new colleague, but my boy, she's doing great work, and I know how good she is also representing a rural region, rural riding, just like me. And you know, in the last spring economic statement, $1 billion for small craft harbor, and I know that she was a big part of this investment. But when she was talking about some amendment that we're doing in this bill, and she was talking about mining, I had a lot of mining industry in my region back in the days, but it closed. You know, there was 2,000 people laying it off at a mine in my region back in 2013. But now with these new amendments that we're putting forward in this new process, we see new mine project coming into place. So can she tell us if amendment like that would also help us, help her in riding with new project of this kind? Thank you, Mr.
Well, member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I really want to thank my colleague from Bathurst for that, and it's this weekend, actually, on Thursday, will be an announcement, and I'll be at the AGM for one of the Nova Scotia mining associations. I want to also talk, when we're looking at mining, in regards to what some of the mining associations are saying about our federal budget update. I'd like to read into the record the following quote from the Mining Association of Canada that applauds the federal budget, which contains many measures that will enhance the competitiveness of Canadian mining and accelerate investments in critical minerals. Budget 2025 responds directly to several requests from the Mining Association of Canada and follows through on a number of mining-related commitments.
The honourable member, I think we have to move on to the next questioner. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the dubious record now of having the worst food affordability amongst all G7 countries. We see in our communities young people struggling to find a job. People can't afford to buy a home. We see a tremendous backlog in, of course, in the healthcare system. Yet we see the Liberals stand up and tout their credentials on the economy. My question to the member opposite is, does she think that it is good for public policy to bring up an omnibus bill like this and not allow for enough debate to happen in the House?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Yeah, I'd really like to thank my colleague and let him know that's exactly what we're doing right now, is debating this bill in the House. In regards to my statements that I was talking about today on the Territorial Lands Act, I'd like to also discuss the free entry system. And that act remains in place. These amendments are a safeguard in some of the exceptional cases involving Canada's economic security, sovereignty, and other national interests. And I'd also like to talk about the pact with Arctic sovereignty for the proposed changes within this amendment, allowing for Indigenous economic reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. C-31 is 300 pages. There was little consultation with the opposition, and it was only 3 weeks since the bill has been tabled. There's a strong probability that journalists or others had more information than members of Parliament, and there's really important issues in it. It's an act that will expand subsidies to the oil industry, and it could be it goes against what Hydro-Quebec is saying in terms of clean energy. And my question for my colleague who has just told Conservative members that we are debating C-31 in the House now, it's true, but the Liberals have taken time away from our debate with this muzzle. So do you think such important issues could have deserved more consideration from experts and opposition members? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and also to my colleague from across the way there. I'd also like to remind my colleague, too, in terms of some of the measures within this bill and how they are providing temporary and immediate relief, expensing for eligible manufacturing, processing buildings. They want to talk about debating here in the House today. Instead of complaining about the length of time to the debate, they should actually be asking some of these debating questions. I also want to discuss and let him know that clarifying these expenses also qualify as Canadian exploration expenses. And within my bill, we're also, or not my bill, but within the bill that we are debating today, that we're also implementing a crypto asset reporting framework. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, on passe maintenant à l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my dear colleague for South Shore St. Margaret's for having shared her time with me. Unfortunately, I don't agree with her position, and we won't have much time to debate this because of the time allocation.
And I'm going to throw in Bill C-30 because I wasn't allowed to speak to Bill C-30. We rushed through it so fast that I didn't get a speech at second reading. But C-30 and C-31, back to back as omnibus budget bills, both of which have had a reduction of debate due to the newly minted majority Liberal government. We weren't given the normal amount of time to have debate before moving to the vote at second reading. So, Mr. Speaker, that has been, as I'm sure that Speaker recognizes how often I've raised this concern in the House. It's accelerated. It's becoming de rigueur. It's almost every single bill that we're told we've had enough time to talk about it. Now move on. Now, what I want to focus on in the time I have now, and there are many things that one would focus on in two omnibus bills. The one we're debating today, C-31, is 331 pages long. I lugged it around with me all weekend, but there's only one part of it that I want to raise now, but there would be more, and when we get to committee, perhaps I'll get an opportunity there to try to say a word or two. But let's just go back. These are budget implementation acts, both of them, C-30, which is now past second reading, and C-31 that we're debating now. So one would think there's a very strong connection to the budget. That's what the point is. These are implementation for the budget. So if you go back to the budget, now in Bill C-30, the part I want to talk about, and in C-31, are significant changes to the Pest Control Products Act. Now, we remember November 4th and the 2025 budget. It was all about Build Canada Strong. There was much in it. There's one line about the Pest Control Products Act, which is now the subject of changes in both C-30 and C-31. Here's the one line from Budget 2025, quote, "The government proposes to amend legislation to remove cyclical pesticide reevaluations to enable modern risk-based oversight." Now, according to Prevent Cancer Now and Eco-Justice, one of the country's leading environmental law groups, this is not about modern risk-based oversight. This is about reducing the regulation of pesticides, reducing environment and health and safety controls that can actually affect human health as well as the environment in ways that I found completely shocking. Now, if I may, Mr. Speaker, because the debate on Bill C-30 was shut down after 3 hours. That's why there wasn't time for every member or even every party to make a speech. I did manage to ask when it was first tabled, I did manage to ask the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance how it was that there was these provisions to so weaken pesticide oversight and pesticide reviews, and wouldn't it be possible then to have the section of the bill, which was Bill C-30, which was found in Division 8, wouldn't it be possible to pull Division 8 out and have it go to a committee to be studied, a committee on health or a committee on environment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said he'd look into it, but I heard nothing further. And so far as we know, this is going to the Finance Committee, not a Health and Safety Committee. But just because I haven't had an opportunity to speak to this in the House, and it does relate to C-31, because it's more of the same. But what C-30 does, which is astonishing, is say that if a minister has decided that a pest control product, in other words, a pesticide, this covers herbicides, insecticides, rodenticides, all manner of products that are intended to kill living things, so insecticides and herbicides being the most common. If there is a registration that the minister decides, I'll summarize it, that the pest product is so dangerous that it can't be used, that usually is the end of the matter. But now, because of Bill C-30, which is, as I said, after 3 hours of debate, pushed through to second reading, now the Cabinet can override the Minister of Health or the Minister of Environment if they can, I'll read it, if they consider it, quote, necessary to do so to protect national economic security, regional economic security, or national food security. Now, when you go back to the original budget, the only justification, they've thrown in this justification here and there, sometimes it's referred to as they have to make these measures because they want to move to, as I mentioned before, modern oversight. In other places, it's referenced as though we can bring down the cost of groceries if we use more pesticides. There's no evidence for this, none whatsoever. But in any case, Bill C-30 does something that I find, having worked on pesticides in this country as an environmental lawyer, and before being an environmental lawyer as an actress, I've worked on pesticide issues in this country since 1975. No government has ever attempted something as reckless as this, that a decision of the minister responsible that a substance is too dangerous to be used can be overturned by cabinet. In cabinet's discretion, if it seems that it affects, astonishingly, national economic security, regional economic security, or national food security. These are the kind of cuts to regulations that Margaret Thatcher engaged in that led to mad cow disease. You don't cut corners on health and safety. You don't cut corners on pesticide regulation for national economic concerns overriding a Minister of Environment or a Minister of Health. It's quite surprising. So having been unable to speak to Bill C-30 at second reading debate, now we come to Bill C-31. So I have to say I was astonished in reading Bill C-31 and its 331 pages to find that it too takes aim at the Pest Control Products Act. This time it's found in Division 13 and changes to the Pest Control Products Act to reduce the mandatory review every 15 years to look at a substance and see has the situation changed, let's have an evaluation. They're routine, but the bill we have before us today changes the review so that a minister, and this gets murky. Mr. Speaker, as someone who practiced law, one of the things you hate to see in new legislation is changing definitions, because most legislation, by the time it's gone around for a couple of years, and this legislation's been around for decades, the meaning of the words is clear. So there's not a lot of room for uncertainty and not knowing what you're dealing with. But in this legislation, we suddenly have a discretionary initiate an assessment, and then if the minister is convinced that on the basis of the assessment, the health and safety and environmental risks of a registered pest control product have increased significantly, then the minister may have an evaluation or a reevaluation, but the minister may also decide at any time to stop the reevaluation. So there's no certainty, and certainly from a public health point of view and from an environmental point of view, this fundamentally weakens the regime with which we use chemicals and products that are, by definition, these products are intended to be toxic. They're intended to kill things. It's not an accident. That's their purpose. So the notion that the language maintains that we're no longer going to have cyclical reevaluations undermines science. That's the bottom line. So the Eco-Justice, one of Canada's preeminent environmental law groups, finds that this is not to quote from their website, but that they consider this must be amended, that we must maintain cyclical reevaluations and uphold science-based decision-making. But in the 1 minute I have left, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, one member here present presented a really important petition, and I'm wondering if these things aren't connected. Is there a pro-pesticide bias emerging from this government that connects with cutting the Swift Current research at the agriculture station in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, which was the country's preeminent researcher for many years in organic agriculture? Does the current government dislike the idea of organic agriculture? Does it want to promote pesticide-based agriculture? So again, here we are, Mr. Speaker, in my remaining 20 seconds. This bill has had, as far as I can count it, about 1.5 days of debate. Its first day of debate, most of the debate time was occupied by the farewell speech from the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Here we are, Mr. Speaker. Time is up, but we have to let Canadians know this is unacceptable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, The average number of days that a house will sit would be around 130, 135 days, let's say, in any given year. Currently, there's, let's say, 35 or so pieces of government and Senate legislation that's before the House. You take into consideration the number of opposition days that are given, dozens plus of opposition days. Then you take a look at the number of days in which you can actually have debates. Surely to goodness, the leader of the Canadian Party has been around for a good number of years now. She has seen that time allocation is sometimes a tool that's necessary in order to pass tools. The other option would have been, given the performance of the Conservative Party and their commitment to defeat the legislation, is that if we didn't have time allocation, the bill would never pass. The member knows that. Would she not at least concede that fact?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I won't concede it because it's not true. The reality is the Conservatives have been more than obliging in helping this government pass very much legislation, including Bill C-5, including things I found astonishing. And the reality is that now with the new Liberal majority, we're seeing time allocation when it's not needed, pushing things through before they're properly studied. And in the end, and I offer this from my heart as a warning to the majority Liberals, this will come back to bite you.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shudder to ask this question after the very kind praise from my colleague towards the Conservatives. But I can't help but recall, in light of her criticism of the Budget Implementation Act, of which I think there's a great deal to criticize, that she actually supported the Liberal budget based on promises from the Prime Minister on what this government would do. Now, I don't actually criticize my colleague for this, but I wonder if she might have any cautionary words for others that are similarly given all these big grand promises by the Prime Minister and the Liberals about what happens with those when it comes to actual legislation they put forward.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
My friend from Elgin St. Thomas, Middlesex, I did, and I stand here as the only member of the opposition that voted for the Liberal budget, because not only was I given oral promises, the commitment against putting forward investment tax credits for enhanced oil recovery was in black and white and printed in the budget, reversed within 10 days of that vote. So yes, I would have voted against the budget had I known they didn't intend to keep words that were printed in the budget. That's quite something. That's a new record. Some governments forget what they said they were going to put in a budget, and 2 or 3 years later, they haven't done it. But I've never seen a promise in a budget reversed, and neither had the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, which is why he's going to be leaving this place.
Député de la Pointe de l'Île.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. With all of the money being given to oil and gas, and we see even more of that in C-31, I think my colleague will agree that it's becoming impossible for the government to meet its greenhouse gas reduction targets. And this will consider the production of hydrogen through methane as a form of clean hydrogen. But in Quebec, green hydrogen has to be produced through renewable energy. What does my colleague think of that? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I entirely agree with what the Bloc is saying. Unfortunately, this is a tragedy. I am very disappointed because it's very clear that with the current policies, it is not possible for the government to meet its Paris targets. And that will have enormous impacts. We are facing major challenges, but this government has shown that it's not interested in the future. I don't understand how this is possible for someone who understands that this is a crisis. I don't understand how he can be making these decisions.
Nous avons 15 secondes pour un bref commentaire.
15 seconds, a brief comment, please. Mr. Speaker, does my colleague think that the Prime Minister understands this crisis? And if so, why is he acting like this? The honourable member, 10 seconds, please. In 10 seconds, I can say only that I do not understand. I don't understand this inconsistency, and we need to ask the Prime Minister why he's doing this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to be speaking on behalf of the people of Saskatoon West, and I'd like to advise you that I will be splitting my time. So this Bill C-31 is the second Budget Implementation Act from the 2025 budget, and if you're paying attention, that's back to November, I think, so that's, what, 7 months ago that we talked about this, so the government still hasn't learned how to get stuff through the House, but here we are. So this budget was huge and technical, and it was packed, and I think between the two different implementation bills, it's well over 500 pages, so clearly it's an omnibus bill. Clearly things like this need to be studied. Things like this need to go to committee. They shouldn't be rushed, but I fear that that's not going to happen here. This will be rushed through by the government. I'm sure of that. And the question I have to ask when I'm looking at this is, does this make life better for residents of Saskatoon West? And I think the answer, looking at this, is no. You know, there's not enough here to lower grocery costs, reduce home prices, or make our streets safer. And, you know, on the subject of balancing the budget, this doesn't even come close. In fact, if you look at the deficits run by the previous Prime Minister Trudeau, this budget is more than double the deficits that were run by the Trudeau government, which is unbelievable considering that supposedly our Prime Minister is this economic genius. It's hard to believe. And of course, everybody understands that more borrowing means more inflation, and the subject of that is an interest cost. And even in this budget, the interest costs paid by the federal government are going to exceed the amount of money that we provide for health care in our country, and that's just a very bad thing. So this budget has massive spending increases. Canadians are worse off. And Bill C-31 is bringing more bureaucracy, more CRA powers, more complicated tax rules, and more Ottawa control. And there's no real fixes for when I knock doors. This past week I was out talking to folks in the riding, and the things that I heard at the doors were, number one, lower food prices, affordable homes, safer streets, lower taxes, and a government that stops wasting money. These are things that I heard over and over again, and this budget, Bill C-31 here before us, does not address any of these things. It does not help the issues of the people in Saskatoon West. Now, I'm going to focus a bit on housing affordability. People need homes that they can afford. And Ottawa has numerous failed bureaucratic programs. And this Bill C-31, it tinkers with housing a bit. There was the elimination of GST for first-time buyers, but keep in mind that's only 10% of all buyers. So it's a very small fraction of home buyers that are impacted by that reduction of tax. I don't know why they didn't take our advice and reduce it from all homes under $1.5 million for everybody. That would have actually made a difference. And you know, on the subject of first-time buyers, here's a fun fact: 39% of first-time buyers are over the age of 35, and that component is rising right now. So just think about that. Just about, you know, getting close to half of first-time buyers are 35 years old. I mean, you know, back in the day, 35, you already had your family. So this is a very big concern, and that group it's just growing. And the other thing this budget does is it creates a massive new bureaucracy, $13 billion bureaucracy for housing. It's the fourth bureaucracy we have in our country for housing, and it, in my view, is completely unnecessary. And really, this whole thing misses the point, because as the budget here tinkers with housing, the real problem is that houses are too expensive to buy and ultimately too expensive to build, because every level of government adds more costs, delays, more rules, added fees, and red tape. And this needs to change. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was a home builder for 11 years, and honestly, I believe I built more homes than the Liberals ever did. My customers wanted homes that were safe, durable, efficient, and well-built. That's what they wanted. And that's what I delivered, and many home builders across the country deliver that all the time. But how does this come to be? Well, part of it is building codes. Building codes are part of what drives the way that houses are built. And in our country, we have the National Research Council, which is a federal-funded agency that develops building codes. They do research. They come up with all of the different ideas on new changes and things that should be put into the building codes. And then it's offered to the provinces to adopt, because building codes are a provincial issue. But the federal government, through the National Research Council, does develop these building codes. And that sounds like a good thing. However, there's a big problem in this, and that is special interest groups are able to get their pet projects into the agenda, and often those end up in the building codes that we see, because there is a lack of a cost consideration when these codes are developed. So, you know, we can have a million good ideas, but every good idea adds cost. And so, in this case, the Canadian Home Builders Association, when looking at the latest building codes, which are the 2025 building codes, they did some math and tried to figure out the cost impact of these building codes. And they determined that the changes in the building codes, 2025 building codes, was going to add $56,000 to the average house. $56,000 to the average house in Canada. And that's not all. It gets worse, because there's also energy upgrades that were specified. And if you add those in, it adds another $60,000. So the total of that is about $114,000 that they estimate. And so no province has yet adopted these building codes. And in fact, the home builders are suggesting to provinces that they don't adopt these building codes because there's so much confusion and frustration and so much added cost. And the budget does nothing to address this core issue, which is driving housing costs. Because imagine adding $114,000 to the cost of an already expensive house in our country. It makes no sense. Now, in my view, the problem here is a lack of focus on costs in building codes. You know, the government's good at putting what they call a lens on things. So you've maybe heard the term a climate lens or a gender lens. What we're missing is a cost lens. We don't think about cost when we do things like this. Why not have clear cost-benefit information for changes for the building codes? Not to weaken building codes, not to block safety improvements, not to stop accessibility, not to tell technical experts how to do things, but just to simply say, show your work. Let the consumer decide. There's currently no explanation of what a change will cost, who will pay for it, what housing types are affected, what benefits are expected, what are the trade-offs, what assumptions were used. Now, you know, one small change may not seem like much, but many small changes stacked together, that's how you end up with $114,000 of changes from a building code. Now, of course, these costs get passed on to builders, but ultimately they get passed on and paid by the buyers and the renters, the people that actually use the housing. And of course, this matters in Saskatoon West. It matters whether it's downtown, whether it's an older inner-city neighborhood or a rental-heavy area or a newer subdivision. And housing challenges are different in each community because older areas face different problems. They might have aging infrastructure, irregular-sized lots, drainage, utilities, infill constraints, things like that. But this budget missed the point on housing. What the budget tried to do was give people a little bit to help them deal with these very expensive costs of housing. But what it should have done is actually get to the source, get to the root of the problem, which is to actually lower housing costs, and certainly to prevent these massive increases of costs to affect the next houses that are built. That's what the budget should have done, and that's not what it did. So what is needed? Well, I think the National Research Council needs to get serious about cost. Because every change that they do adds cost of one nature or another. So how could we do this? If we had some sort of a housing cost and impact summary where for every change, these summaries would explain what the proposal does, what problem we're trying to solve, what housing types are affected, the estimated cost for a typical house, who is expected to bear that cost, and what are the benefits of this, what are the drawbacks, and what are the implications on timelines of construction, complexity, administrative burden, things like that. Other information would be also helpful to know is a public registry of proposals. Who pushed for this particular change? Clear information about committee roles, members and affiliations, things that could be kept so that people could understand who was pushing this. Was this being pushed by a particular company? Did they have some kind of an agenda? That's very, very useful and helpful information. And why is this important? Well, because industry lobbyists and special interest groups push their products and desires onto Canadians through this system of building codes. And Canadians need to know that. But keep in mind, the federal government does need to stay in its lane. This is a provincial jurisdiction area, so we have to make sure that the federal government provides the information but allows the provinces to make those decisions. So what did the government do? They tinkered with housing instead of actually solving the problem. They could have tackled the hidden costs. They could have made better and more affordable homes. So, Mr. Speaker, C31 is a missed opportunity for affordability. Conservatives will continue to put forward solutions so that homes can be affordable and they can also be better built. And we don't have to necessarily add $114,000 of costs. We will continue to push hard for affordable housing in this country, and unfortunately, this budget and this bill missed the mark on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a structural engineer, I spent a lot of time with the building code, so it was interesting to hear the member's speech, which focused quite a bit on building code across Canada, the national code. One of the issues in Canada is that we have individual building codes for each province, so there's no standardized code, which really impacts our ability to standardize housing design and to scale modular housing. And I want to also remind the member, as he knows full well, that building codes are a minimum standard. So it's kind of interesting to be talking about reducing minimum standards even further. I want to talk about the need for increased energy efficiency in building codes because, yes, that does increase the initial purchase price, but has a far better life cycle cost of that house. So the member spoke about a cost lens. I was wondering if he would also think that that should include the life cycle cost when you include energy efficiency. Thank you.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Speaker. And that's a great question, actually, because there's two things in there I want to talk about. First of all, this is exactly my point. When a cost, if it's for whatever the reason, if it's a climate issue, if it's whatever it is, there should be a benefit. It should be easy to understand what the benefit is on a per house basis. And so that's exactly what I'm asking for here is it would be helpful to have that information so you could actually make those decisions. The other thing that the member mentioned was the way that building codes are different across the country. And I agree that that is not an ideal situation. But I would also suggest the reason it is like that is because the building codes that are created are not, they're so difficult to work with. The provinces choose not to implement them, or they choose to cherry pick certain things because they don't have the information, they don't have what they need to know, and that's why I think it's important to make sure that that information is there, and then provinces can actually use it.
Député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the member for Saskatoon West on his speech. I have a question for him. This government is passing time allocation motions to get its legislation through because it doesn't want too much debate to shed light on its failures thus far. This government and this Prime Minister were elected on the promise to stand strong in the face of Donald Trump and his tariff threats and economic threats. Mr. Speaker, I will give my colleague all the time he needs to enumerate the victories that this government has gotten from Donald Trump since this government came into office. I give him all the time he needs to list all of those victories. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, well, I guess given the Prime Minister's comments over the last few days, I guess we now have MAGA Liberals in the House. It's quite interesting how the government is unable to actually follow the normal process of putting bills in the House, having them debated, having them go to committee, having them go through the normal process that all bills go through. And, this is where important questions need to be asked, where, witnesses can come in and help us to understand what's going on. And of course, the government doesn't want any of that. They want to be able to shove these bills into the House and then do time allocation, which for those following at home just simply means that it cuts everything off, cuts off debate, and forces things to go through the House in a very quick manner without all of the due process that you should have. And that's a shame, Mr. Speaker, and it's something that is not helpful for processes like this.
Honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you. I have a question for my colleague. Thank you so much for that really interesting speech. The member mentioned that, my colleague mentioned that he's knocking on doors, and what our his constituents are talking about are lower grocery costs, making our streets safer, lower taxes, lower affordable housing. I'm hearing that at the doors also. And I'm sure that all of us are hearing some of the same things at least. Why do you think the Liberals would create this bill that is basically ignoring what Canadians are really asking for?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that great question. I'm sure that Liberal MPs are hearing the same thing. They're hearing about food prices, they're hearing about housing costs, they're hearing about safety on the streets, all the same things that we hear about. It's pretty uniform across the country. And it's a very good question why that doesn't make its way into something like a budget bill. There's tiny little smatterings of it in here, but most of this is about other things. And it's a real shame because what this government is doing is actually not impacting Canadians, the average Canadian, the way it needs to. Average Canadians are still struggling. We've heard recently that food bank usage is up, and actually a quarter of food banks are running out of food. These are real problems faced by real Canadians every day, and none of those things are addressed properly or even close to in any way in this budget. And it's something that's a shame, and it's something that because we don't have the time to actually go to committee and study this because we're probably going to get pushed to end this quickly. We'll never have a chance to understand that. Canadians will never truly know what's going on in this budget. And it's just something that I think is bad. It's a shame, and it's a shameful way for this government to act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's an honour to rise here today to speak on Bill C-31, in the heart of our national security, our economic resilience, and our sovereignty as a nation. Canada has long stood as a proud and reliable partner among the world's leading democracies. Our work within the G7 and our enduring commitment to NATO reflect not only our values, but our understanding that collective security and cooperation are essential in an increasingly uncertain world. If Canada is to remain a credible and capable partner abroad, we must ensure that we are equally strong and prepared at home. For too long, Canada's defence procurement system has been fragmented across multiple departments, slow to engage with industry, and overly complex in its execution. The result has been delays that stretch not months but years, sometimes even decades, before critical equipment reaches the Canadian Armed Forces. This is simply not an administrative issue, it's a matter of sovereignty. A nation that cannot equip its armed forces in a timely and effective manner risks undermining its own ability to defend its territory, protect its interests, and respond to emerging threats. That is Bill C-31, and it is, that is this, Bill C-31, and why it is significant. The creation of the Defence Investment Agency represents a decisive step forward in modernizing Canada's approach to defence procurement. First, Madam Speaker, this agency will consolidate procurement processes that are currently spread across government. By removing duplicate approvals and cutting necessary red tape, will accelerate timelines and provide much-needed clarity and predictability to our industry partners. With a centralized process for review and approval, the procurements will move forward more efficiently. And with specialized expertise housed within a single agency, we will ensure that defence acquisitions are managed with the focus and precision they require. I'd like to take a moment to talk about how this is important within St. Catharines and within Southern Ontario. We've seen through the threat of tariffs, the trade war with the United States, the impact on the manufacturing sector within Southern Ontario. St. Catharines, Niagara, relies on the automotive industry. It's something that we've relied on for about a century. And that threat is there, and we've heard it from our American partners. And the Prime Minister is right in terms of ensuring that we step up and meet our NATO commitments, and using that commitment to build and ensure the strength within our manufacturing sector. I had the opportunity to tour a company in St. Catharines called FBT. And for FBT is a multi-generational company that's been in business for quite some time. And they saw the writing on the wall a few years back as they primarily did business with the automotive sector and have switched its processes within house to focus on defense, on nuclear. They still do some automotive. But in touring that facility a couple times, they are advanced manufacturing, high precision, and ready to take it to the next level. They're expanding and able to meet the needs that Canada is putting forward in our defense sector. They employ a great deal of provide a great deal of high-paying jobs within St. Catharines. and a lot of long-term employees there that speaks to the good work that they do. And a lot of tool and die shops and other companies within the Niagara region can learn a lot from this company. And with this type of agency in place that can see procurement move quickly, a lot of companies can retool. They can be dual use and work within what we've laid out in the Defence Industrial Strategy. And we don't have to go far from FBT in St. Catharines as I look across the street from FBT. And there is Ontario Shipyards that's sitting there. At the moment, they're currently undergoing a $130 million refit of a Canadian Coast Guard vessel, the Terry Fox. St. Catharines, and I'm sure others in this place may look to a place in southern Ontario and question what I'm about to say, but St. Catharines has a strong tradition of shipbuilding. It's one of the industries that it was founded upon, the Welland Canal being older than the railway itself in this country. And St. Catharines was the heart of that. And we need to get back to that. And with these changes, with speeding things up, I would like to see more development, more opportunities for a shipyard that has been vacant for far too long. We've seen the benefits in Quebec, in Nova Scotia, and in British Columbia, with ships being built there, government contracts. And with us getting to our NATO commitments, I'd like to see that next step happen in St. Catharines. The defense, the agency, back to the agency, will align with the defense procurement more strategically with Canada's economic and industrial objectives. Every dollar invested in defense is an opportunity to create careers, grow Canadian business, and drive innovation in sectors such as aerospace, shipbuilding, and advanced manufacturing. By leveraging procurement as a tool for economic development, we will strengthen our domestic industrial base, reduce reliance on external supply chains, and position Canadian firms to compete on a global stage. And we even saw that in southern Ontario in Kitchener with the Canadian military ordering a new service rifle that, I believe it was the Danes that ordered tens of thousands of these rifles as well to be in line with our European allies. The opportunity is there. It's something the Prime Minister has worked very hard to build relationships with like-minded allies. And to see, even in just one announcement, the benefit to southern Ontario and see those supply chains throughout southern Ontario benefit from this defense industrial strategy is a good thing to see, and something that I know my colleagues across southern Ontario are concerned with the loss of jobs, especially in the automotive industry. Our approach includes continued investment in dual-purpose infrastructure, projects that serve both our military and broader Canadian public, ensuring that our defence spending delivers tangible benefits across society. The Defence Investment Agency will ensure earlier and more meaningful engagement between the Canadian Armed Forces and our defence industry. By bringing industry into the conversation at the outset, we enable a clear understanding of operational needs, realistic timelines, and available technological solutions. This proactive approach will allow Canada to anticipate future requirements and build capacity at speeds and scale that modern security demands. Finally, this agency will strengthen Canada's alignment with key allies, including the United Kingdom, Australia, and France, countries that have already established dedicated procurement bodies to streamline their defence investment. This alignment will make our joint procurement initiatives more efficient and enhance our ability to collaborate within NATO. Our commitments to NATO are clear. We must meet the benchmark of 2% of GDP in defence spending, and we must contribute meaningfully to the Alliance's long-term objectives, including the 5% investment pledge by 2035. By reforming these procurement systems, we are not only meeting these commitments, we are reinforcing Canada's role as a dependable and capable ally. At the same time, these initiatives positions Canada to play a leading role in broader multilateral efforts, including Europe's Readiness 2030 plan, which seeks to strengthen defence supply chains and industrial cooperation amongst allied nations. There is no contradiction between sovereignty and cooperation, On the contrary, in an interconnected world, they are mutually reinforcing. By strengthening our domestic capabilities, we enhance our independence. By aligning with our allies, we amplify our strength. Madam Speaker, Canada must be ready not only to meet the challenges of today, but anticipate those of tomorrow. This reform is an important step in that direction. And it seems I have a minute left, but it is good to see, and I know many of my colleagues went to the CANSEC conference within Ottawa to see the business that is happening. I know the Prime Minister announced a significant investment with Saab that will see substantial economic benefits, not only within our aerospace industry, but beyond, to strengthen those supply chains that have been shocked, those supply chains that, and companies that are concerned that have no orders on the books, will have an opportunity to grow, will have an opportunity to meet that new demand, and feel safe in the understanding that Canada's government has their back, is willing to move forward, and willing to ensure that industries that are under attack are protected under this defence industrial strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for that speech. Just in picking up exactly where he left off, I'm quite curious about protecting defence industrial capability. You know, we heard a lot from that member and from the Prime Minister about Saab and the agreement on surveillance planes. We're all wondering when the government is going to make the decision on our next fighter jet capability. I understand there have been promises from Saab about Eastern Canadian jobs, very little about that if the Gripen is to be produced in Canada for Western Canada. Meanwhile, many good jobs in Winnipeg are based at Magellan Aerospace, which makes the entire tail fin component of the F-35. Wondering if that member is going to advocate just as strongly for aerospace industry jobs in Manitoba as he is for those in Eastern Canada.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think we're falling into an old debate in a system where we weren't spending enough in defence. We were all concerned about not everyone getting a piece of the pie. We're in a situation now where if we're at 2%, which we are, going to 3.5%, there's an opportunity not just for the manufacturing sector within Ontario, but also in Manitoba. We've seen announcements across the country. The old saying, a rising tide lifts all boats, is something that we can see right now. And though I can't speak and have no insider information on what will happen next with our next fighter purchase, I know that it will benefit not only just one area of the country, but from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech today and for discussing the automotive industry for a small portion. I know that there's great concern in the county of Simcoe as host to Honda and as well as Toyota. There's really the big two now in Canada. I would just like to ask the member that we have a government that wants to buy Canadian, support Canadian. Where we're at when we're bringing up to 50,000 Chinese EV vehicles into Canada here that aren't going to be produced here. The battery plant has been canceled, $15 billion investment. Does the member opposite feel that the government's buy Canadian policy and then at the same hand getting Chinese vehicles imported here is going to help manufacturers here in Canada?
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. And St. Catharines has had a General Motors factory in our city for, I believe, about the last century. So it's something that I do hear from constituents and something they're concerned about. Down the road in Niagara, a battery separator plant construction is continuing, and we'll see it open in 2027, which will be transformative. The amount of Chinese automobiles he's talking about is such a small segment of the market that we've seen increase in production at Honda and Toyota, and I know they've suspended plans for further expansion, but their production is strong, and we look to see more of that in the future. And Buy Canada, I talked about many of those projects. Buy Canada is about the Government of Canada buying. Government of Canada isn't buying the vehicles that he's talking about, and would be excited to be working with companies like General Motors to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Madam Speaker, I want to respond in terms of Winnipeg or Manitoba's aerospace industry, whether it's Magellan or it's Standard Aero. You can talk about the Winnipeg Airport Authority and the work it's doing, WestJet. You can talk about the Canadian Forces Base that's located, Air Force Base Command that's located. Manitoba is in fact very aggressive in looking at how we can expand that industry, and we've received a very positive response. I would love to do a comparison between what we have done over recent years, in particular ever since we've had the increase. So I wouldn't support the member from Portage Perry or other members of Parliament trying to discredit what I think is an important opportunity. There is no regional preferences being provided. It's something that's important. We should be supporting federal cooperation and ensuring that there's a sense of equality. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in regards to having a more collaborative approach in building a stronger, healthier Canada.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's amazing everyone woke up when the Honourable Member asked a question. But we even heard from the Minister today talking about the significant investments that are happening in Cold Lake, Alberta, billions of dollars. And we're going to see that across the country. It won't just be with one project, one item of procurement. This bill will help, as I said, raise all boats. Thank you.
Please, you debate resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'll be sharing my time with the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. And before I begin my speech, I just wanted to send a quick congratulatory note for the North of North, who won multiple awards at the Canadian Screen Awards. I'm happy to speak on behalf of Nunavut regarding Bill C-31. Thank you, and I'll be speaking regarding the Territorial Lands Act contained in Bill C-31. These amendments are essential. The Territorial Lands Act helps govern how Crown lands are managed in Nunavut, a region that is central to Canada's long-term vision for the North to the development of a resilient Canadian economy. The amendments will strengthen Canada's sovereignty to protect our national interests and support sustainable economic development for Nunavut. As the Prime Minister has made clear, the North is going through a period of profound change and unprecedented opportunity. The Arctic's vast resources and growing marine access are creating new possibilities for trade, transportation, and economic growth. Meanwhile, the world is becoming more dangerous and divided. Last March, the Prime Minister described the assumptions that shaped decades of Canadian defense and security as shifting rapidly. Quote, climate change is causing our Arctic region to warm nearly 3 times faster than the global average, a shift that great powers are actively looking to exploit, end quote. And countries around the world are competing for access to the critical minerals needed for clean energy and advanced technology. In this time of global uncertainty, Canada must be prepared. We must build strength here at home. We must bolster our security and build a stronger Canada. And we must take full responsibility for defending our Arctic sovereignty. Canada is moving from reliance to resilience. We will no longer depend on any one nation. We will build a stronger, more independent country. We will take measures to build and keep the North secure. We are working with territorial and Indigenous partners to seize these opportunities and boldly develop the full economic potential of the region. As announced by the Prime Minister, quote, at the center of our plan are the 140,000 Northerners and Indigenous peoples who will have stronger, more sustainable, and more connected communities, greater opportunities, and a lower cost of living, end quote. Okaktitiyi, the stakes are high, and we need to act. That is why we are proposing these important amendments to the Territorial Lands Act. If we are going to responsibly develop Canada's critical minerals, clean energy and transportation and trade corridors needed to strengthen our economy, Canada's national interests must guide our decisions. We cannot allow our resources to be taken up or used in ways that undermine our security, sovereignty, or economic future. Okaktitiyi, let me explain what these amendments would do. The Territorial Lands Act sets the framework for making decisions about land use, mineral exploration and development, and environmental protections on Crown lands in Nunavut. However, the current framework does not provide a clear tool to address solutions where mineral tenure would interfere with Canada's national interests. Bill C-31 would address this gap. If passed, the amendments would allow the Governor and Council, on the recommendation of the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs, to act when it's in the national interest. This could include stopping mineral claims on certain lands for a period of time, canceling existing mineral rights, canceling prospecting licenses, and in some cases, preventing specified parties from reapplying for those licenses and mineral rights permanently or for a period of time. The proposed amendments would also establish clear processes around notification and compensation. The minister would be required to notify any affected mineral rights holder and determine whether compensation would be warranted, and if so, how much. The legislation would also allow regulations to support implementation of these measures where needed. Okaktitiyi, these are targeted measures intended for limited circumstances. As global interest in Canada's resources grows, we must ensure access to those resources is administered in a way that protects Canada's national interests. The goal of these changes is to ensure mineral rights on federal Crown land in Nunavut are protected in partnership with Inuit for the benefit of their communities and to safeguard our country. Okaktitiyi, Nunavummiut are at the heart of a strong Arctic, and protecting our sovereignty in the north relies on partnership with the people who live there. That is why the amendments for the Territorial Lands Act were informed by engagement with Indigenous partners and the government of Nunavut. In fact, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated asked the government of Canada to address these potential risks on federal Crown land in Nunavut, just as they are doing on their lands. That request helped inform these proposed amendments. Following discussions with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the government of Nunavut, Budget 2025 included a commitment to pursuing amendments to the Territorial Lands Act. Between December 2025 and March 2026, the government engaged with 5 Indigenous groups with asserted or established rights in Nunavut, as well as with the government of Nunavut on the proposed amendments. We have heard clearly that Indigenous rights must be respected, and we will continue to work so these amendments align with territorial laws as Nunavut moves forward toward greater decision-making authority through devolution planned for April 2027. Our discussions with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the government of Nunavut showed broad support for measures that would help address risks to Canada's national interests. We believe the proposed amendments strike the right balance between economic opportunity, Indigenous partnership, and national security. Should these amendments pass, our work will not stop. The comments raised through the engagement will continue to inform the work ahead, including Nunavut devolution, implementation of the United Nations Declaration Action Plan, and the ongoing review of federal laws across government. Several provinces and territories are also taking steps to modernize how mineral rights are managed and to address similar security and sovereignty vulnerabilities resulting from Canada's mineral rights free entry system. Nunavut should not be left behind. Canada needs modern tools that reflect today's economic and security realities in partnership with provinces, territories, Indigenous partners, and rights holders. The proposed amendments complement other security-related initiatives being advanced across the federal government, including Public Safety, Natural Resources Canada, National Defense, and Global Affairs Canada. Ultimately, this work is about partnership. It is about working alongside Inuit, Indigenous governments, territorial partners, federal partners, industry, and communities to build a stronger and more secure North together. It is about protecting the safety and security of everyone in Canada. Inuit are at the heart of Arctic sovereignty because the North is where they live, work, and raise their families. As such, this is about making sure Inuit have the ability to help shape decisions about the future of their lands and resources in ways that create lasting benefits for their communities and future generations.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable... Oh my God. I am sorry. The Honourable Member Langley City, Fraser Township, or the other way around.
Oh, good. I want to thank honourable colleague for her speech. The Liberal government is going to be adding somewhere between $70 and $80 billion in additional debt to their already sky-high deficit, accumulated debt of over $1 trillion. If I take the middle point and add 4%, apply 4% interest to it, that's 3%, $3 billion every year just in additional interest payments on an already very, very high number. So how does the Liberal government justify adding tens of billions of dollars of debt to the national debt when so many Canadians are already struggling with the cost of living?
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. Here's how I portray that question. Canada is investing in Canada. Canada is making sure that it can defend itself, and it's doing so with measures that will help make sure that this includes Nunavut and keeping the Arctic secure. Here, here.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the billions in subsidies giving to oil companies and also the environmental evaluations. Do you think this will be good for climate change? Does it not threaten the whole basis of our environment? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I thank the member for his question. I think that is why it's so important with this speech specifically that we continue to highlight that we need to work with Indigenous partners. Indigenous partners we know have been stewards of these lands for generations, and working closely with them will help to make sure that we have a balanced approach to making sure that we can build Canada strong.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I must applaud the member in terms of just her contributions, whether it's the Northern Prairie Regional Caucus and beyond, the National Caucus, and in regards to just being that powerful advocate for the North. And I very much appreciate her many contributions. And if she could just maybe highlight, she had asked a question earlier today, which amplified just the strength and the potential of the north of Canada's north. And if she can just provide some further comments on that issue.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
For the wonderful opportunity to share more about the strengths of Nunavummiut. I mentioned in my question about Joe, who's from the Kittlemeot region. He's a long-haul truck driver, but he's also, as I mentioned, him and his family have been stewards of the environment, of the land for generations, and for him to strike a balance between economic opportunities that will help with economic prosperity for Nunavummiut while keeping balance with protecting the environment, making sure that they still have access to caribou, to marine mammals. Like, these are great strengths that Inuit in particular have in the Arctic, and I'm sure that are replicated in the many First Nations and Métis stories that we need to keep hearing in the House of Commons, so that when we're talking about Canada, we're also lifting up Indigenous peoples, given that June 1 is the first day of National Indigenous History Month.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, as my colleague was saying, things have gone backward on climate policy. The end of the carbon tax, the end of the industrial carbon tax in practice, the inclusion of methane-produced hydrogen as clean hydrogen, new oil and gas subsidies, and so on. And that includes new pipeline funding. But despite all that, the government is saying that as of this year, it will be able to meet its Paris obligations. Well, we would be willing to believe that, but we want to know, what numbers is the government basing this on? There don't seem to be any numbers. My colleague was until recently part of the NDP caucus, and so I would think that she would have been interested in seeing these numbers. So from her new side of the House, is she putting pressure on the government to make those numbers public?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Nunavut. 5 seconds.
I'm always going to make sure that when it comes to us doing our work as parliamentarians, that we have transparency, of course. I know that, for example, when I asked my question about protecting the environment, I talked about how important the Inuit-led wood project is in HoC Bay.
And I'm terribly sorry, but I do have to cut it. We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today we are debating the 330-page Budget Implementation Act, Part 2. And all I can say is, here we go again. This act, which puts in place measures to implement what was announced in the update, is just more of what we have become accustomed to from this Liberal government. The Liberals keep building bureaucracies and spending at speeds never seen before, faster than the previous Trudeau government. Any fiscal room that was generated by higher than expected revenues went immediately out the door. For more than a decade, the Liberals have preached that deficit spending will drive the growth in the economy needed to produce good-paying jobs for Canadians. For a government that is desperately trying to convince Canadians it is different and will achieve the results Canadians have been waiting a decade for, the spring economic update proves very little has changed. Every dollar that comes into the economy is another dollar to subsidize itself. The Liberals have caused the regulatory burden in Canada to balloon and suppress innovation and growth. Inaction is a choice. A perfect example of this is the sections in this bill that create the Defence Investment Agency as a standalone entity. The powers it is granting to an unnamed minister are broad and sweeping. The exceptions to competitive procurements are vast and can be used as much as the unknown minister chooses. Exceptions are likely to become the norm. No one will argue that defence procurement has been in major need of reform. Onerous rules and layers of bureaucratic processes have only grown. Pace that meets the operational needs of the Canadian Armed Forces has been sorely needed. One could expect, then, that over the 11 years the Liberals have been in power, they would have worked to overhaul and reform the systems and rules around procurement. One could expect it, but they would be wrong. The Liberal solution to the bureaucratic bloat seems to be the exact same as it was a year ago. Then it was in C5, this time last year, that the Liberals claimed they needed extraordinary powers to bypass regulations and roadblocks that got in the way of major projects. They have yet to use any of those powers to designate a project in the national interest to advance our resource development. I don't bring up C5 to talk about the lack of results from this government on resource development. There's more than enough examples to talk about this elsewhere. I bring up C5 because it was originally drafted in such a way that would have allowed the government to bypass not only certain acts of Parliament to build projects, but virtually any act of Parliament. Allow me to list a few of the acts they sought the ability to bypass before it was amended at committee, Madam Speaker. The Access to Information Act, the Canada Labour Code, the Conflict of Interest Act, the Foreign Influence Transparency and Accountability Act, the Investment Canada Act, and the Lobbying Act, just to name a few. The only reason this was prevented at the time was because of the minority government that Canadians had elected. A year later, and now we have the same story. Procurement has become slow, costly, and unable to deliver the lethality and operational readiness our armed forces need. To give you an idea of the state of operational readiness in our armed forces, we can use the Department of National Defense's own annual results from 2024-25. Less than 60% of our maritime fleet is serviceable and ready to go out on operations. Only 51% of our land fleets are sitting at the ready and are well maintained so troops can use them. And only 42% of our aircraft in the Canadian Armed Forces ready to serve and having the proper maintenance. Years of waiting for the government to deliver while rules and processes grew without any reform. The solution, according to the Liberals, is not to bring about reform or transformation, but rather to grant an unknown minister near unlimited power to bypass competitive procurement rules. He or she will be able to bar anyone from being allowed to compete without ever having to provide a reason as to why. This unknown minister can draw $1 billion from the Consolidated Revenue Fund without ever needing to go to the Treasury Board to purchase shares in companies and fire entire boards. They can use exceptions to competitive procurements to no end, never having to justify or report it to anyone. These powers can be delegated to the CEO, undermining the entire point of having a single place for accountability. So a year ago, we had C5, and the same story, the same solution was presented. In this case, however, the Liberals are seeking the ability to just go around the rules without ever having to explain why to anyone. This is rife for abuse. If power is to be given, the case must be made for how it will be balanced with accountability. This Budget Implementation Act allows the same failed thinking that got us here. No case for reform and no change in approach. As I said, Madam Speaker, inaction is a choice. Proud Canadians in my riding of Carleton Trail Eagle Creek were looking for a signal that something better was on the way. Instead, they see that the Liberals, under this Prime Minister, haven't changed their approach at all. Deficit spending still has not produced the results the Liberals have been promising. The interest on our debt will total more than $50 billion. Nobody on that side of the aisle seems to be interested in what we could do with our economy with that $50 billion every year. These interest charges will continue to rise and total more than a projected $80 billion by 2030-31, with no course correction in sight. Instead, the Liberals continue to announce even new ways to deficit spend. Enter the Sovereign Debt Fund. We recently learned that the estimated interest payments to borrow the money for this fund will be $750 million annually. And they have yet to even tell Canadians what the return on their money might be. Canadians have been waiting. They continue to pay their taxes and play by the rules. They have kept their end of the deal, Madam Speaker. Saskatchewan and Saskatchewanians have kept its end of the deal. In return, this government is supposed to deliver on the results they promised Canadians, all while avoiding real change. Instead, after more than a year since the previous election, they have opted to tinker with the margins or make small changes around the edges, and they have not been willing to change the approach that they have taken to our economy. Their spending, their Defence Investment Agency, all follow the same failed logic of the previous 10 years. Simply allowing them to have more power and more authority to avoid the bureaucracy they created and accountability is not the solution. Conservatives will wait to see who will be named as minister and whether the Liberals will use their manufactured majority to continue a pattern of avoiding accountability at committee when this bill is referred to it. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Then comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the government over the last year, when Canadians, just over last year, when Canadians elected a new Prime Minister, a new government, our Prime Minister and the government as a whole has made it very clear in terms of how it is that we want to build a stronger and healthier country. The member made a lot of reference to Saskatchewan, understandably so. Coast to coast to coast, we have a government that's committed to building the infrastructure, getting the investments. When I think of the provinces out in the prairies, I think of whether it's the LNG, the pipelines. In Saskatchewan, we can talk about the copper, the mines, the potash, the canola, and so forth. We have a government that's really focused on building up Western Canada, and I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to just how important it is that we continue to support the major building projects that are underway.
Honourable Member for Carleton Train Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I believe that underway is the key word in that phrase because the first 5 projects that this government announced were well underway. That was more performative than anything. What I would say, Madam Speaker, is C31 is proof that in year 11, the Liberals continue to put forward legislation that keeps the same failed logic that we have come to expect, believing that an 11th try using deficits to fund jobs will bear the fruit they desire is wishful thinking. I heard someone else say the issues are real and the consequences of bad policy making are being felt across the country by Canadians. It truly is time that this government holds up their end of the deal and changes course from the reckless deficit spending they have become known for. Thank you.
Honourable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Madam Speaker, I know that her province, Saskatchewan, obviously has key trade links with the U.S., but Saskatchewan was quite pleased to see that there was an agreement with China on canola. Nonetheless, our number one historical partner has been the U.S., and currently this government is not doing anything to fix the problem or the problems that have been caused by the many measures taken by President Trump that have hurt our economy. So I'd like to hear from my colleague. This government is acting like it's the savior of the Canadian economy at this time when we're threatened by Donald Trump, but actually things don't seem to be going well. Does that worry her?
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and that could be a very short answer if I wanted it to be, and the answer is absolutely I'm worried. I'm worried about the fact that we have a government in power who has created the mess that we have in our economy, and then wants all of us as Canadians to believe that they have come up with the solutions and that they are the savior to the problems that they've created. So yes, I'm worried because they continue to introduce the same failed policies that got us to this place after 11 years, and I don't see them changing, and that's deeply concerning. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Every dollar spent on interest is a dollar that cannot be spent on the future. Canadians will pay more than $50 billion this year simply to pay the interest charges on federal debt. That money produces nothing. It creates no jobs, builds no infrastructure, and improves no public services. Could my colleague share her thoughts on the long-term consequences of forcing Canadian families and future generations to carry the cost of today's reckless deficits?
Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think we're already seeing what the devastating effects are for Canadians today, and without a change in policy, without a change for this government to continue to implement deficit spending and believe that somehow things are going to get better for Canadians, that's concerning because that's just going to continue to repeat itself long into the future if they don't get control of the deficit and their deficit spending. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country. That's not what I have on my list. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is certainly my pleasure to get up today and put a few words on the record about the disastrous situation in which we find ourselves with the government moving time allocation on Bill C-31. You know, I think some of my colleagues today have covered the challenges here pretty well. And this is a habit that we see from this Liberal government relatively frequently. Of course, we've got members opposite making comments that this is a new Liberal government. Of course it isn't. The vast majority of members of the government benches on that side are certainly people who have been in cabinet and parliamentary secretary roles for a very long time. And so the argument that this is a new government of any way, shape, or form is a bit fictitious, Madam Speaker. But nonetheless, the government continues to perpetuate this myth to the Canadian public, which we find very unfortunate. Similarly unfortunate is their inability to control their own spending. You know, the Liberals go on and on about how they're going to create more jobs. Everybody in Canada is going to do better with just one more deficit, Madam Speaker. One more is going to do it. I promise you, say the Liberals, one more deficit, this will be the one. That's going to get Canadians ahead this time, and we're going to make it. And we have yet to see that after 11 long, tired years of this failed economic strategy to see that reap any real benefits for Canadians. In fact, more Canadians now are lined up at food banks than at any point in recorded history. That is a shockingly bad statistic, and one that these members fail to take accountability for. It is a bit alarming that they seem to think that, you know, the few programs that they've put forward, some of which are tweaked with this Budget Implementation Act, are going to make any substantial dent in those enormously long lines at every single food bank across the country, many of which are actually running out of food. We're a bit shocked that the Liberals can't, you know, eat a little slice of humble pie. Of course, they can't find that at a food bank because they're out of food. But if they could make one for themselves and take a little bite, it might be good for the Canadian public to see that for the first time from this tired 11-year-old Liberal government. They might actually come to appreciate the efforts that they're undertaking, maybe slightly more, because right now they seem to hear from this government that life's never been better. And I don't know any constituents in Brandon Souris, that believe that that's true. And on top of that, then you go and blow another $60 billion deficit, or whatever they manage to pitch that down to with the spring economic update, it's shockingly high for a government that committed in the last election to spend less to invest more. What happened to that, Madam Speaker? No idea where that slogan went to die somewhere in the Liberal backbench. Perhaps the member for Laurier St. Marie took that with him when he walked out with the Environmental Caucus. Not sure where that's going, Madam Speaker, but nonetheless, we are concerned about the spending that this government continues to perpetuate. And if that wasn't bad enough, Madam Speaker, now we have a government that doesn't even want to debate their spending or answer questions regarding their spending. You know, the Prime Minister failed to stand up and answer any questions in question period today. He did. He failed to stand up and answer any questions today in question period. That's fair game to question why exactly that is, Madam Speaker. He also failed to take any questions from the media all weekend long, including today, and particularly on Friday when it was announced that this country has, in fact, dove into what is unquestionably meeting the definition of a recession. And, you know, for someone who is the member, the parliamentary secretary to the finance minister, often stands up and loudly proclaims the Prime Minister's economic credentials. If he's such an expert, why doesn't he want to answer questions about the economy? Not from us. You don't respect Parliament. You don't want to answer questions in question period more than once a week because it's too much of a bother for you. Okay. But to the media then, the Liberals always profess to have a greater respect for the National Press Gallery than Conservatives, they claim. And yet it's our leader, time and time again, that's out taking questions from the media. I was with him today when he offered a press conference offering not just critiques of the government, but also our party's proposed path forward to deliver a better economic path for this country that might get us back out of this recession. Nothing from the Prime Minister. Nothing at all. What a shame. Nothing from the Finance Minister either, Madam Speaker. Where is the Finance Minister? Why isn't he answering these questions to the media, if not to the House of Commons? And I would just add that I am splitting my time with the esteemed member from Airdrie Cochrane. A prop? The member for Winnipeg North knows better than that. I know he doesn't like what I have to say because he's a member of that tired, exhausted, spent Liberal team that's been in the front couple of benches for the last 11 years. They have no new ideas. They have no vision on how to spend smarter to actually get this country into a proper economic footprint. We're the only country in the G7 that slipped into a recession. That's not a proud legacy for the member for Winnipeg North, and I feel badly for him, except for the fact that he can't admit it. None of them can over there. They can't admit their mistake, and that's unfortunate for Winnipeggers, it's unfortunate for Manitobans, and it is definitely unfortunate for the country of Canada, Manitoba. It's perhaps time for some fresh blood from Winnipeg. Oh, and we've got the member for Elmwood Transcona, who is fresh blood as a Winnipegger in this House. What an excellent member of Parliament he is, and I can't wait to see all the contributions he's going to make to this Parliament over the course of its duration. But you know, Madam Speaker, to get back on track here, we're talking about finances, and it is terribly, terribly concerning what that member and the entire Liberal cabinet has done to the finances of this country over the course of the last long 11 years. You know, they said, oh, budgets will balance themselves. Do you remember that one, Madam Speaker? That was a good one. And what happened to the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity? I loved that one before I got elected to this place. Still no definition from Liberal members as to what the heck that means. No concept. And what's happened to the middle of class since they appointed that ministry? Well, the ministry got abolished pretty shortly thereafter because it was such a tire fire. And unfortunately, now all the middle class is at the food bank. So, and they've run out of food. So that's pretty much sums up the Liberal record on middle class prosperity, Madam Speaker. It's been an abject failure. And now they don't want to even take questions on it. They've moved time allocation on this bill so that they only have 3 hours of debate on a bill that's, as my colleagues have mentioned, over 300 pages long. We're going to ram through votes so that they can go off for the summer and spend like Liberals often do. And, I guess we'll see. Maybe the 11th time's the charm. I doubt it. I really doubt it. But perhaps this time, the significant deficit put forward by this government and this minister and that failed front bench will have better luck than budgets will balance themselves, better luck than spend less to invest more, and better luck, hopefully, Madam Speaker, I'm praying, than the former Minister of Middle Class Prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to taking the members' questions opposite.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I must say that it was interesting listening to the member opposite's statements. I find that at the end of the day, he has not really recognized the true value that's before the House today. What we're talking about is a budget implementation bill where it's a reflection in terms of what I believe Canadians want us to see. That's, for example, we can talk about the grocery essential rebate. We can talk about the excise tax benefit, which is suspension of 10 cents a litre till September. There's all sorts of wonderful things, small items, but also big items. Big items in which Manitoba is benefiting for the first time in generations. The member wasn't even born, Mr. Speaker, when I could go as far back until when Churchill was being talked about. For the first time ever, we're talking about the Port of Churchill. I'm wondering if he supports that particular initiative.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly haven't been, I was born in times when Liberals failed to meet their commitments to Manitoba. There's no question about that, Madam Speaker. The member mentions the Port of Churchill. There's no mention of a dollar figure for Churchill. If they support the Port of Churchill Plus project, how much are they spending on it? We don't know, Madam Speaker, because it's not mentioned in any of these documents. And that's the only major project that this Liberal government has come up with for the province of Manitoba. They've got 6 members. One of them represents the North. This is all they could come up with, is no budgetary figures for the one project they've got referred to the major project office. That's a shameful legacy and record for the Liberal members from Manitoba, and a shameful record for this government overall.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that this economic update did not take into account President Trump's increasing tariffs by 25% on all products which contain aluminum and steel. That affects 25% of Quebec's products sold to the United States. So Quebec is the province which is the most affected by these tariffs. How would my colleague feel about a wage subsidy? What would he suggest as a solution?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member down the way for the question. There's no question Donald Trump's tariffs on Canadian products are an absolute disaster. And unfortunately, what's an equal disaster is this Liberal government's failure to live up to their election commitment to negotiate a deal with his administration. That's what this Prime Minister touted himself as the big economic expert who was going to fly in and, quote unquote, get a win for Canada. Well, here we are, well over a year into his prime ministership, and no deal with America. And so my friends from Quebec, as well as every other province and specific industries, are facing the brunt of that because of that failed promise from the Liberals. Conservatives don't believe in wage subsidies in particular. I think we would rather negotiate a deal where we can continue to have tariff-free access to the American market. Our leaders put forward a plan to boost Canadian natural resources, not just oil and gas, but in the critical minerals sector, and use that as leverage to negotiate with the Americans for tariff-free access to their market. That's something that we would love for the Liberals to pillage from us. So maybe the Minister for Canada-U.S. Trade wants to take that when he's on his next junket down to Washington. We'd be glad for him to take it, glad for him to finally get some success on this file, and glad to help our friends from Quebec and their impacted industries by Donald Trump's disastrous tariff policy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane.
I'd like to ask the member something that's absolutely related to this, and it's this: that we hear this talk about the investments that we're kind of yet to see, but that the Liberals claim they're going to make and in our armed forces, and they claim that it's going to mean huge increases in recruitment for the Canadian Armed Forces. But we see the way they treat our veterans. We see the cuts, the massive cuts that have been made. And I wonder if the member would like to comment. I know he represents many veterans in his area. If he would like to comment on what he hears from veterans and whether they would recommend people get involved in our armed forces based on how our veterans are treated by this government.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question and also for his important work standing up for the veterans of this country. No higher purpose, as I see it, really exists in this Parliament and in this country than standing up for those who have put on a uniform and put themselves in harm's way for the rest of us. So I thank the member for Airdrie for that. The member for Winnipeg North, I love this question because, yes, the office in Brandon was temporarily closed and moved to Shiloh. The Liberals made hay on that when they were in opposition. They have since closed the Brandon office that they reopened. I wonder if the member for Winnipeg North knows that. It closed last year permanently. They gave up the lease, and the entire staff has been moved out to Canadian Forces Base Shiloh.
Okay, we are resuming debate. The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane. Oh, whoa.
Without wanting to get too much into that debate, the members over there who are heckling right now should understand that is exactly what did happen. So they're over there. That's a very hypocritical action that they've taken there for sure. Now, Speaker, I stand obviously today to address this bill C-31, the Division 16 under that bill, and I can't help but feel a sense of concern amongst Canadians about what we're seeing here. It seems that this Liberal government makes announcement after announcement after announcement and plan after plan after plan, but it never actually implements anything. And I think at times people have been tempted to see some promise in some of the announcements and things that they hear. But Canadians are now starting to realize that once those announcements are made, nothing happens afterwards. And the fear here is that this pattern is going to continue. There's concern around this so-called Defence Investment Agency. The express purpose of this agency is to expedite the process for procuring new materials and new supplies for the Canadian Armed Forces. But the new agency has been announced with no real framework on how it would work. And this bill attempts to address the powers of the new minister who will oversee this agency, but it leaves an awful lot to be desired, and it leaves many gray areas that have members of the Canadian Armed Forces and Canadians more generally very concerned. To start, there's many grave concerns about accountability. This seems to be a troubling pattern with this Liberal government, but there seems to be some real grave concerns about the accountability of this new agency, and the Liberals refuse to indicate who this new minister will be. But there's provisions in this bill that give this new minister immense power to, for example, sole source contracts on a wide variety of things without any oversight. And based on the sheer number of spending scandals that have been tied to this Liberal government over the past more than a decade, how Canadians feel even remotely comfortable with the Liberals giving their ministers more power to spend without any oversight. Division 16 allows the Liberals' new agency the authority to spend on more consultants, despite the record number of bureaucrats that they already employ to do the same work. It's well known that Liberals have abused the use of contractors and consultants to pay their own insider friends. And people are left to wonder, how will this be any different? The division also provides extremely loose definitions for what will be counted as defense spending under this new agency. It allows the minister untold powers to sole source products and materials, even if they're only just very remotely connected to matters of national defense. And Canadians need to have a clear understanding of what the Liberals are setting up in this agency, especially after they have misused so many taxpayer dollars on so many other occasions. You know, especially when the Liberals use what can sometimes be seen as good causes, and this would certainly be one of those, and they claim they're in the national interest, but they use them to pay out their friends and to turn projects into slush funds. They did this with things like the Green Slush Fund, the Arrive Can app, SNC Lavalin, and most recently with Prescribe IT. And so then how can Canadians who are eager to see investment and rebuilding of our Canadian military feel secure that Liberals will establish a new agency and grant a minister of this agency so many powers to take loans, advance payments, give government financial guarantees, give grants, establish corporations, and buy shares, and to do this all with no oversight in place? The Liberals have done absolutely nothing that would warrant the trust of Canadians. Yet, they're marching ahead with new ways to pay themselves and their friends, and they're trying to shroud it as defense spending. So I wonder, can the Liberals give this House even one example of past military procurement projects being held up or drawn out due to transparency and funding? Is it that they really, that they're suggesting that there's too much accountability in spending, and that's what's prevented the government from investing in the military? Too much accountability, and that's what's preventing them from investing in the military. I doubt that they can make that argument. But if that is not their argument, then why introduce these provisions buried in the back of a division in an omnibus budget bill? This reeks of corruption, and Canadians are not being satisfied with the answers that they're getting. There are ample examples in this bill of this new agency being granted the power to bypass procedural fairness in contracting and procurement processes. But to what purpose could that be? How can avoiding open competition for procurement projects and being able to sole source contracts without explanation possibly result in the best use of taxpayers' funds for our military? C-31 grants the new minister of this agency the ability to spend up to $1 billion within this agency without any checks and without any reporting mechanisms in place to show Canadians what was purchased for the spending. Clauses in this bill actually grant this unnamed minister the ability to purchase shares of corporations using taxpayer funds and to replace members, directors, and officers at their own discretion. Once again, this is the government famous for enriching their friends by giving them taxpayers' money and putting them in prestigious positions while the military suffers with outdated equipment and Canadians line up at food banks. The loss of trust doesn't just end there, though. It also deeply affects veterans in Canada. This is especially troubling because the Liberals are so certain that all these new announcements will attract record numbers of Canadians to join the armed forces. That's what we keep hearing over and over again. And while the Liberals assume this will happen, they turn around and they treat Canada's veterans like they're just a bother. They're a hindrance to get rid of, rather than treat them like the heroes that they are and give them the help they deserve. So tell me, how can the Liberals expect Canadians to line up outside recruiting offices when they see thousands and thousands of veterans left injured, homeless, and changed from their service, and not getting the help or the resources they need once they're released from the military? I've heard in my role as Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs from hundreds, if not thousands, of veterans who say that while they're proud of their service to Canada, they would never recommend the forces to their children or their loved ones because of how poorly the government has treated them since they left. And they often say this with broken hearts because they love the country they served. And they want our armed forces to be successful. But when our veterans are warning Canadians to stay away, we have a much bigger problem. This Liberal government needs to stop with all the talk and start with some action. It's been a year since they've been in power with this new Prime Minister, and it's been more than a decade that they've been in power in total. And the only thing that we have to show for it so far is an economic recession. Most of the provisions laid out in C31 lay out how the Liberals can spend more money on contracts and consultants, but nothing is mentioned about actual defense procurement. The one area that Canadians do want to see some spending in is when it comes to our defense and our veterans. The Liberals are dragging their heels and they're busy trying to bury in legislation ways that allow them to spend without any oversight rather than really doing the work of building up the military. This same omnibus bill approach, designed to not allow Parliament the proper time to check and analyze the contents, made historic cuts to veteran services just months ago. More than $4 billion was cut from veteran services in this budget. And so on one hand, when the Liberals are caught trying to sneak in legislative changes to make it easier for them to enrich their insider friends, they tell Canadians that these provisions are actually going to make things better and make the ranks of the military swell with new recruits. But on the other hand, they make the largest cuts to Veterans Affairs. This cognitive dissonance is not lost on Canadians or on members of our armed forces. Through creative accounting, the Liberals are claiming they're spending 2% of our GDP on the military, despite the fact that they're counting things such as infrastructure spending, personnel benefits, the civilian Coast Guard, and other things in their calculations to reach this. And these are all things that NATO will not count towards the 2% criteria. And now the Liberals stand before this House after slashing support for veterans and after years of numerous scandals, after billions wasted on consultants, and they ask Canadians to trust them with these new measures, which will make it easier for them to abuse taxpayers' funds. I say that's a thing that's of great concern to many, many Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs for his speech. The Oxford University Press chose the word of the year in 2025, and that word was rage baiting. And that speech was Exhibit A. When the member claims that there's been $4.2 billion cut from the Veterans Affairs budget, he knows better. He knows that the $4.2 billion is an actuarial calculation that simply states the present value of a future obligation for medical cannabis, which is now being reimbursed to veterans at the market rate. No cutbacks, the same amount of cannabis is being distributed, only now the price that's being paid is the market, and that's what's reflected in the $4 billion. And rage baiting is when you take that and you misconstrue it to something that you know full well it isn't. Is the member ready now to stand up and to acknowledge that that is in fact the case and stop the rage baiting?
Honourable Member for Avery Cochrane.
Boy, I'll tell you, I would be ashamed of myself if I was to stand and ask a question like that one. I understand the role that this parliamentary secretary plays to defend a prime minister that's undefensible, frankly. But when he tries to stand up and tell us that $4 billion is cuts to cannabis, like how much cannabis are they planning on handing out to veterans? But I'll tell you, that's a heck of a lot of cannabis. And I'll tell you another thing that we're hearing from the veterans. We hear from veterans in long-term care who are being shortchanged. We hear RCMP veterans who are having their pensions reduced. We hear about cuts to the Bureau of Pension Advocates, which is the organization that actually helps veterans get their benefits when they're denied by that government so far too often. And these are the kinds of impacts. The BPA cuts alone will mean 5-year wait times for veterans to finally get the benefits that they've worked so hard to deserve. How can that member stand up and try to pretend that somehow we're manufacturing this? I guess all Canadians and veterans and everyone else who is crying about all of these horrible cuts, I guess they're all doing rage baiting too, apparently. But I'll tell you right now, it's this government that is mistaken, and it's this government that will pay the price for it.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
One measure of a government's values is how it treats those who served our country. Veterans do not need more announcements. They need timely services, reliable benefits, and access to supports that they've earned. With this budget, adding more debt and pushing interest costs above $50 billion a year, could my colleague explain how Canadians can have confidence that veterans will remain a priority when so much of the government's revenue is being consumed simply paying interest on past spending?
The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, I think the first thing I would say to that is there was a little bit of the premise of the question that I would take a disagreement with, and it's that the member mentioned the idea of veterans remaining a priority. I would argue that veterans have never been a priority for this particular government. And this budget only further proves that. I mentioned already some of the things that we've seen cut, but the member very correctly raises some of the concerns that we see amongst Canadians more broadly, things like food bank usage, homelessness, and these things affect veterans, unfortunately, even more acutely than the general population of Canadians as a whole. And so veterans are feeling those things worse than ever. And yet when they go to seek the help that they need, because of the service that they've done for our country and the injury that has caused them, we owe them as a country to make sure that we're there for them. And we have not been there for them under this government. There's been, as the member mentions, far too many veterans are homeless, using food banks, and cannot get the help that they deserve and need and have earned from this government.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm unrecognizable like this, but anyway, I'm concerned when I look at this bill, particularly when we talk about public accounts, when we talk about changes to public finances, and there's derogations to other federal laws. Essentially, the main amendment adds Crown Corporation to this. What is it? A federal Crown Corporation? Is this a new way of skirting the Public Accounts Act? We've just finished looking at this at Public Accounts, the committee, and sometimes Crown corporations don't have the same accountability. They can be a black hole. So are we still in a democracy, Madam Speaker? Are we skirting this act by using Crown corporations for expenses that should be assumed by the government?
The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, I'll just say this. The member raises a lot of very good questions here. And there are questions that don't have answers. And I think the reason that they don't have answers is that I think it's deliberately on the part of this government that they're trying to avoid having to be accountable, having to be transparent. And this is another way, just another way in the way of many, of rewarding all their friends, rewarding all their liberal insiders, and it's at the expense of Canadians.
Resuming debate, and before I cede the floor, just to remind members that this is the end of the first 5 hours of debate. All speeches here forth are of 10 minutes with 5 minutes questions and comments. The honourable member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the world is changing rapidly, profoundly, and in many ways irreversibly. It is more divided, more volatile, and more dangerous than at any point since the end of the Cold War. In this new reality, the assumptions that shaped decades of Canadian defence and security policy no longer apply. And the threats we face are no longer just hypothetical scenarios. At the same time, we are dealing with rapidly changing methods of warfare, driven by the proliferation of drones, artificial intelligence, space-based weapons, and new technologies that are still emerging. The world has changed, Madam Speaker, and Canada must change with it. That is why our government is strengthening Canada's sovereign capabilities in critical sectors and deepening cooperation with trusted partners. And to keep us safe and secure, we are making generational investments to rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in the Canadian Armed Forces, which will have a profound impact on my home province of Nova Scotia, where 20% of Canadian Armed Forces members are stationed. Madam Speaker, with a bold new approach to defence procurement, we're transforming how we make those investments, so that our military has what it needs, when it needs it, and so that Canadians benefit economically from those investments. This transformation is firmly anchored in Canada's first ever defence industrial strategy, launched this past February, a landmark framework that sets a long-term vision for how we strengthen our defence capabilities while building a more resilient, innovative, and competitive industrial base right here at home. At the center of that strategy is the Defence Investment Agency. The agency plays a critical role in modernizing and accelerating defense procurement, ensuring we can deliver the right capabilities to the Canadian Armed Forces when they are needed most. At the same time, it is driving stronger investment, deeper partnerships, and more meaningful engagement with Canadian defense industry, helping to position Canadian companies to grow, innovate, and contribute to both national security and economic prosperity. Let's be honest, Madam Speaker, in the past, Canada's defense procurement system has been slow, complicated, and fragmented, particularly when it comes to decision-making and accountability. We've all seen this movie too many times before, Madam Speaker, with our most critical defense procurement projects taking decades to complete in some cases. What we have in this country is a procurement system that at times struggles to respond to urgent operational needs, and this has come at a cost to the readiness of our armed forces as well as our defense industrial base. Of course, this is not due to a lack of commitment or professionalism, but rather it is a reflection of a system that was simply not built for the dangerous environment we face today. Madam Speaker, Canadians last year elected a government that would focus on building one strong economy. In doing so, we created Canada's first defense industrial strategy, which establishes a whole-of-government approach to transform Canada's defense industry and procurement system. It rightly prioritizes Canadian suppliers and materials wherever possible. It invests in Canadian innovation, commercialization, and export potential, and it provides industry with a more streamlined, predictable, and transparent demand outlook. The goal, Madam Speaker, is straightforward: to strengthen Canada's strategic autonomy while building prosperity here at home, and this strategy is going to get us there. Over the next decade, we project that we will see an increase in Canada's defense exports by 50% and raise the share, critically, of defense acquisitions awarded to Canadian firms to 70%, supporting our homegrown businesses and innovators in the defense space. The size, capability, and competitiveness of Canada's defense industry as a result will, of course, grow. That means more high-quality and high-paying jobs for Canadians, from aerospace engineers to cyber specialists, from advanced manufacturing to digital technologies. Madam Speaker, the Defense Investment Agency is the engine that will turn this strategy into reality. The DIA has a clear and focused mandate to re-equip our military faster and more effectively, while leveraging defense investments to strengthen Canada's defense industrial base and also attract private capital into the sector. It is designed to accelerate procurement timelines and bring sustained leadership and accountability to the largest defense investments made in generations in this country. The agency in its current form was launched last October 2025 as a special operating agency within the Department of Public Services and Procurement Canada. Madam Speaker, in a very short time, it has already demonstrated its value, advancing major procurements such as Arctic Over-the-Horizon Radar and the Canadian Patrol Submarine Project, which are foundational to the defense of Canada, of course, with the longest coastline in the world. But to fully deliver on its mandate, we know that the Defense Investment Agency must be established as a standalone entity with the authorities, governance, and agility required to match the scale of our government's ambition. That has always been the plan, Madam Speaker. In our spring economic update, our government proposed $103.8 million over 5 years, starting in this fiscal year, and $22.3 million ongoing to establish and operate the DIA as a standalone organization. And, Madam Speaker, today we debate a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, which was tabled in Parliament November 4th of last year, specifically on the Defense and National Security Production and Procurement Act. Excuse me. To be clear, Madam Speaker, this legislation is not about bureaucracy. It is about capability. It is about speed. It is about aligning procurement with strategy, industry with security, and investment with outcomes. This includes actively advancing initiatives aimed at reducing red tape and improving efficiency, which will ultimately reduce duplication, increase time savings, and streamline processes. These initiatives will allow us to better align with our G7 and NATO partners, which, as we know, is more important than ever today. As today's global challenges, including international peace and security, global economic stability and growth, and the digital transition, require Canadians and allies to work together to find shared solutions. That's why Canada is working with G7 and NATO partners to build a new era of collaboration, one rooted in trusted partnerships, competitive economies, and innovation that delivers for people and businesses. This is especially critical when it comes to the defense sector. Madam Speaker, this moment in history demands seriousness of purpose and a new approach to defense procurement, which is at the heart of our debate tonight. Since day one, our government has acted and we are seeing results. Last fiscal year alone, Canada invested more than $63 billion in defense, the largest increase in generations. In March, Canada reached the NATO alliance's benchmark of spending 2% of GDP on defense, 5 years earlier than planned, and we are on a path to meet the 5% NATO target by 2035. That's imperative, Madam Speaker, because when Canada invests in defense, we are investing in Canadians, our workers, our innovators, and all of our future responsibility. Madam Speaker, the changes we propose are necessary, timely, and forward-looking. They recognize that Canada's security and economic strength are inseparable, that we must be able to act quickly and decisively in a more dangerous world. By establishing the Defense Investment Agency as a standalone entity, we are building a procurement system fit for today and for the future. We are backing our armed forces with the tools they need, and we are backing Canadian industry and business with opportunity and certainty, helping to ultimately establish Canada's place in the world as a strong, reliable, and capable ally. For all of these reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge all members of the House to support the Defense Investment Agency and, by result, support a stronger, safer, and more resilient Canada. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We have about 15 seconds for a question, so perhaps we should do something. Une très brève question.
Very quick question, Honourable Member. Very quick. The answer will be as well. I'd like to ask my Liberal colleague to tell us about all the government's big victories based on which he signed up for the election in 2025 with respect to Donald Trump. Tell us all the gains that the government has done with respect to Donald Trump over the past year. That would be nice.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Sackville-Brantford-Preston.
Merci beaucoup, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That was very quick. For my colleague, thank you very much. As I said in my speech, the defense industry is so important in Nova Scotia. $63 billion in the budget. As it is 6:57, according to order adopted earlier today, we are going to interrupt deliberations and now dispose of at second reading stage of the bill now before the House.
Follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mrs. Valdez, moved that Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Amendement motivé. Monsieur Bézin, appuyé.
Amendment, Mr. Bézin, seconded by Mr. Holland, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, since the bill fails to address meaningfully the cost of living crisis which Canadians are facing through measures such as complete fuel tax relief, removing taxes and red tape which drive up housing costs, cutting the industrial carbon tax imposed on farmers and everyone else in the country's food chain, and eliminating wasteful government spending, all of which have driven up inflation, including food price inflation.
If a member participating in person rising.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A recorded vote, please.
The division stands deferred until Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary approaching.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 45-8, I request that the recorded division be further deferred to Wednesday, June 3rd, following the time provided for by oral questions.
So at this person.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it the will of the House to see the clock as 7:12 p.m.?
Agreed. So agreed. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci,
So pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
In St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always my great pleasure and honour to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, who, like all Canadians right now, are grappling with an affordability crisis. The cost of food has gone up. The cost of fuel has gone up. The cost of rent has gone up. The cost of housing has gone up. And yes, the cost of Liberal government continues to go up. Now, this is not just an abstract national issue. This is something that we see particularly in the London economic region, which includes St. Thomas and Elgin. London unemployment is the highest in the country at over 9%. This is a massive problem for people. We see youth unemployment pushing up against 15%. And when I asked in this House in question period whether the government would commit to a very real and very tangible measure to make one aspect of life more affordable, to cut all federal taxes on fuel until the end of the year, all I got from the Minister of Natural Resources was bluster. I believe hot air was the comment I may have made in my original attempt at getting a response to this. You see, Madam Speaker, in the opposition, we are about solutions. We continue to hold this government to account, offer ideas for things that will make life more affordable. As our leader has said time and time again, as I have said, we welcome when the government steals our ideas. We wish they would go further and steal the whole idea because Canadians need relief. So when we ask the government to take all federal taxes off fuel for the entirety of the year, as a starting point, it would save Canadians 28 cents a litre on the pumps. What did the Liberals do? They said, okay, tell you what I can do. We'll take a third of the taxes off for a third of the year. Something is better than nothing, but not nearly enough. And I look at the challenges that have been aggravated now that we learn Canada is in a recession. 2 quarters of negative growth. Now, we hear, of course, from the defenders of the Liberal government in the media that this is, oh, it's really just a little technicality, a technical recession, they call it. I believe a technical recession is what the media calls it when a Liberal government is responsible for it. That's what $2 billion of taxpayer money will buy you in terms of coverage. But it is not theoretical or merely technical when you talk to Canadians that can't afford to fill up their gas tank. When you talk to Canadians who are skipping meals, as I have heard of several constituents doing, when you talk to Canadians who are using a food bank now for the first time in their life, and you talk to the people at the food banks who say they are struggling to keep enough food on the shelves. Canada lost 112,300 jobs in just the last 3 months. And we're seeing a couple of conflicting narratives from the government on this. They say, okay, well, it's just a technicality in numbers. And then on the other hand, they say, oh, no, the recession that we're in right now is just the fault of the U.S. Well, that doesn't explain why we're the only G7 country to be facing this. All countries around the world are dealing with the same global instability, the same tariffs, the same trade threats, but only Canada is in a recession. So why is this Liberal government not taking seriously measures that it has within its authority to do? At a minimum, dropping all federal taxes on fuel for the duration of the year, but far beyond that, stopping the inflationary spending that's driving life more and more unaffordable for Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Elgin, St. Thomas, London South for his speaking on behalf of not only his constituents but for all Canadians who are facing an affordability crisis. And we are all seized with meeting Canadians where they are through this affordability crisis while working on building the country up. Canadians are facing heightened affordability pressures from sources beyond our control, so it's more important that we find opportunities for where we can improve within our control. We know that Canadians are feeling the pressures of everyday expenses right now, especially when it comes to the cost of fuel. And as a Northerner, I know how much everything depends on the price of fuel. Canadians and consumers around the world are facing higher prices at the pump, creating uncertainty and pressure on those household finances. And that's why, on April 14th, the Prime Minister announced a temporary suspension of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuels across Canada. And this suspension started on April 20th and will remain in effect right up until Labor Day. This is expected to reduce Canadians' bills at the pump by up to 10 cents per litre on gasoline, and that, combined with our elimination of the consumer carbon tax, amounts to 28 cents per litre. That is real and that is tangible. And this is in addition to the other measures that we put in place to support Canadians. We introduced the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit to make everyday essentials like groceries more affordable. This measure builds on the GST credit and will provide additional support for more than 12 million Canadians. And this will start with a one-time top-up this Friday in just 4 days, Madam Speaker. Combined with a 25% increase in the benefit for 5 years as of next month, a family of four will receive up to $1,890 this year, a single person up to $950 in 2026. We also know that a big part of taking things into our own hands is making life more affordable for Canadians. That's why Bill C-30 is proposing to extend the grace period, during which homeowners are not required to start repaying their home buyers plan withdrawals from their RRSP, from 2 years to 5 years for participants making a first withdrawal between January 1st, 2026 and December 31st, 2028. The Home Buyers Plan helps eligible home buyers save for a down payment by allowing them to withdraw up to $60,000 from an RRSP to purchase or build their first home, or a home for a specified disabled person without having to pay tax on the withdrawal. This extended grace period already applies to withdrawals made between 2022 and 2025 and provides relief of up to $4,000 per individual per year for the 3 years over which they are not required to repay the amount into their RRSP. Madam Speaker, everyone deserves a roof over their heads. That's why our government is taking action to put housing and home ownership within reach of Canadians. And that's in addition to all of the other measures. Just the other week in the Yukon, I was able to put some of this commitment into action with an announcement with the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. $100 million towards housing, $82 million into infrastructure, $75 million into health infrastructure. This is about building North, building Canada strong. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleague from the North's acknowledgement of the problem. I did find it a little odd that he touted the government's removal of the consumer carbon price when in 2024 he actually devoted a member statement, a rare opportunity to rise in this House on any subject of your choosing, to defending the carbon tax. So it's funny that he's now getting up and claiming credit for dismantling it. But if the Liberal government truly does acknowledge these concerns, truly realizes the affordability crisis facing Canadians, why will they not get rid of all federal taxes on fuel, give Canadians full relief, and for the entirety of the year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the point of view that the member brings up, and the recognition that in these highly unusual times, and in the midst of an affordability crisis, we have to adjust to meet Canadians where we are. The measures in the recent spring economic update are part of those next steps in our plan to build a stronger and a more independent and resilient Canada for all. It advances our progress of building more affordable homes and the major infrastructure that needs to go with it. It helps businesses seize new opportunities, gives families the confidence to plan for their future. It builds a Canada that's not just strong, but good, not just prosperous, but fair. Thank you again for the opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
One of the great questions facing any nation is whether it trusts its people more than it trusts the government. That question lies at the heart of the economic challenges facing Canada today. For most of our history, Canada was a country where ordinary people could arrive with little more than $1 in their pocket, work hard, take risks, build a business, buy a home, raise a family, and leave their children better off than themselves. It was not because government created prosperity, it was because government created the conditions in which prosperity could grow. New Canadians were allowed to freely create their own opportunities without too much government interference. Today, however, we see the consequence of a very different philosophy. We're told that every problem requires another government program, another regulation, and another bureaucracy to oversee it all. Yet, after years of this liberal central planning approach, Canadians are not becoming more prosperous. They are barely managing to get by. More than 112,000 jobs have disappeared in the first few months of this year. Youth unemployment has climbed above 14%. Business investment continues to flee the country, and household savings have been used up. Families are working harder while feeling further behind. This is the disastrous result of a government that can't keep its hands out of our pockets or their red tape out of our enterprises. The government seems determined to argue about whether Canada is in a technical recession. I wonder whether the Prime Minister would use that same ridiculous argument while standing beside a mother waiting in a food bank line, a young person sending out resumes with no response, or a family losing their home. Canadians do not experience recession through Liberal talking points. They experience them through lost jobs, missed mortgage payments, shrinking savings accounts, and the growing fear that despite working hard and playing by the rules, they are falling further behind. But this recession is the logical consequence of Liberal ideology. They have a governing philosophy that believes prosperity can be designed by Ottawa in a boardroom rather than created by millions of Canadians making decisions for themselves. When a government makes it harder to build, invest, hire, expand, it shouldn't be a surprise when investments leave and jobs disappear. What's especially troubling is that Canada is not suffering from a lack of talent or resources, innovation or ambition. We possess all of those things in abundance. What we lack is a government that's willing to remove the barriers that prevent Canadians from putting those strengths to work. Every year it becomes more difficult to build, invest, hire, and expand because government has inserted itself into more and more areas of economic life. The result is a system that satisfies almost no one. Those paying for it feel overburdened, while those depending on it often find that it delivers less than promised. Government grows larger, yet the problem it claims to solve seems only to multiply. Adam Smith understood that prosperity is created when free people are allowed to pursue opportunity and create value for others. We know that liberty is weakened when power becomes concentrated in government institutions. One truth never changes. A nation becomes stronger when its citizens are empowered, not when they are centrally managed. So my question for the government is this. After years of rising bureaucracy, rising spending, rising deficits, rising unemployment, and now a recession, when will it acknowledge that prosperity does not come from Ottawa treating citizens like incapable children, but from smart, hard-working Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to first of all thank the member for Cloverdale-Langley City for her question and for her dedication to workers in her riding. And I can assure her that the Government of Canada is dedicated to building a robust and inclusive workforce that supports all Canadians. These are serious and challenging times, and they must be met with a disciplined focus to help our country meet today's challenges. Tariffs have created stress and uncertainty for workers, employers, and communities across Canada. And that's why we're working closely with governments at all levels to strengthen local economies and protect workers' jobs. I can assure you that our elbows are up, Mr. Speaker. Times are tough, but we have a plan. And we're working together to keep them up to continue supporting our economy and building Canada strong. We know that our workers are at the heart of Canada's economic strength. That's why we're investing heavily in our people to develop greater economic resilience in all sectors. It's no secret that tariffs have hit the steel, automotive, and softwood lumber sections the hardest. And that's why we're focusing on building an economy that's not reliant on one single partner. We're building a resilient economy that will help create new job opportunities for Canadian workers. An economy that remains focused on improving the outlook for Canadian workers to help them find and keep good jobs here at home. Madam Speaker, it's here that I'd like to highlight the Government of Canada's labour market agreements, the Labour Market Development Agreements and the Workforce Development Agreements. Together, these agreements provide $2.9 billion annually in training and employment assistance services delivered through provincial and territorial employment assistance offices. This will help hundreds of thousands of Canadians upgrade their skills and find employment. In addition, new EI applicants are referred to local employment offices for customized training and employment services. This is informed by career development officers who have real-time labour market information and knowledge of local employment opportunities. But more is needed to help Canadian workers who are affected by US tariffs and global market shifts. That's why we're providing a further $570 million through the Labour Market Development Agreements to assist steel and softwood lumber workers and workers from other tariff-impacted industries. This support will be delivered through provincial and territorial networks until 2027-2028. For example, Madam Speaker, we've recently introduced $70.4 million in federal funding in the member opposite's home province under the new Canada-British Columbia Workforce Tariff Response. It's a 3-year commitment that's expected to help more than 8,000 people across the province. And this is in addition to the nearly $400 million we spend each year supporting employment programs in British Columbia. Madam Speaker, helping Canadian workers is our top priority, and that's why our Spring Economic Update recently announced $6 billion focused on helping workers and young people gain the skills, experience, and support that they need to thrive. Canada's building big and bold. We have a plan to build no fewer than 500,000 homes each year, and it's called Team Canada Strong. It's a cornerstone of our Spring Economic Update. It's a plan to recruit, train, and hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal trades workers in the next 5 years. A plan that will make it easier for apprentices to learn, train, and access meaningful careers. We know that there's more work to do to support Canadians, but I can assure you, Madam Speaker, we'll always be there to support Canadian employers, workers, and families. Thank you.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
What we are witnessing is not simply a recession. It's the predictable result of a government that believes prosperity can be engineered by Ottawa rather than created by Canadians themselves. For a year, this Prime Minister has promised growth. Instead, the economy has shrunk in 3 of the last 4 quarters. More than 112,000 jobs have disappeared. Business investment has fallen. Billions of dollars have left this country. None of this should surprise us. When the government makes it more expensive to build, invest, hire, produce, businesses invest less, entrepreneurs take fewer risks, and jobs disappear. Ordinary Canadians are paying the price. Food bank use is at record levels. Household debt is the highest in the G7. Families are working harder and getting less. So when will the Liberals stop driving Canadians' decline and remove the taxes, red tape, and barriers forcing jobs and opportunity out of Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Canada's labour market is experiencing unprecedented pressure from tariffs, skill shortages, supply chain disruptions, and broader economic shifts. So it has never been more important for government and industry to come together to strengthen our economy. That's why the Government of Canada has created workforce alliances to help Canadian workers weather this tariff storm. They focus on 6 priority areas: housing and construction, transportation and supply chains, advanced manufacturing, the care economy, mining and minerals, and energy and electricity. Each one is key to ensuring Canada's economic growth, and together they'll keep Canada's workforce strategy grounded in the real needs of the country. Madam Speaker, our workforce alliances are unified by one core mission. That's to create lasting job opportunities for Canada's workers where they are needed most. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.
you.